Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
We are here as always to talk about stuff. This week on the show, it is a busy episode.
It is probably the busiest episode ever.
And we are going to jump into it as soon as we can. The basics, we are going to do our normal discussions on this week's Doctor Who.
Yes.
We're going to talk about this week's Twin Peaks.
Yes, we are.
We have thoughts on both. We have some spoiler topics on that. They'll be at the end of the show. Show notes, if you want to listen to them, just go look at the time charts. We're going to do a couple quick pieces of news, but the majority of today's show, our main topic, is going to be coverage of this week's E3 conference.
Yes, E3 2017. It's here.
Yeah.
It was long.
It was long. If you have not listened to the Weekly Stuff podcast, or if you're like a newish listener to the show, you might not know that the way we do E3 on this show is we generally wait until the pressers are all over.
Yeah.
And then we do kind of a roundup, and this is mostly because, Sean, you have a sick fascination with this show.
Yeah, we've done this quite a few times now, because I always forget how long our podcast has been running, but it's like we have done this for several years.
This is our 6th year, and in our first year we did not do a big formal thing on it, but this is our 5th annual E3 episode.
Yeah, so we do big E3 episodes. I've always been utterly fascinated by E3 since I was a kid, because for those who are not super into sort of like the video game news cycle and that kind of stuff, you might not be 100% aware. E3 is the Entertainment Electronic Expo. Or the Electronic Entertainment Expo, whatever the fuck E3 stands for.
It does not matter.
It doesn't matter. It is the biggest video game conference where all the big players in the video game industry get together, put on a big show, and sort of show off whatever their lineup is for like this year and for the next couple of years usually, and sort of make a statement for what they are and sort of like what platform they are working in. And this is a very interesting E3. It feels like a very sort of transitional E3 of that. There's not anywhere near the same like sort of magnitude of new announcements. A lot of the games that were announced were known quantities that everyone were either like deliberately announced beforehand or were leaked well beforehand. And so this is an interesting E3 where there's still a huge amount to talk about, but it's also not exactly the same exciting kind of tone that E3 usually has.
Yeah, I think there's a couple pockets of excitement.
Definitely.
Overall, this was a fairly dull E3. I thought some of the shows were awful. Some of them were quite exciting.
Yeah.
But I think all of it is fascinating if you find this interesting.
Yeah, I think it is the most exciting time of the year for video game people because it's a big, stupid spectacle. You just get to talk about 500 fucking trailers and talk about like weird, like, oh, this is how Microsoft is positioning themselves and blah blah and so on and so forth.
And I think you get a sense of where the industry is heading, and where it is, and I think that's all interesting. But the way we do these topics also is, generally, obviously Sean and I pretty equally co-host this, but most of the time I do have like the outline on my laptop, and I'm kind of moving us along just from signpost to signpost. In these episodes, we call them a 2-laptop podcast, because that's when Sean pulls out his laptop and has taken a truly obscene number of notes on E3, which is actually very useful if we're going to talk about it in depth.
Because because it used to be before last year, because last year was the first time I took live notes during watching all the press conferences. Before that, it was like this mad scramble of like loading up every video game website on the planet and like trying to find the best like concise organization of the information. And then eventually I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to do that on my own.
Yes.
Because I have nothing better to do.
So we basically hit it all beat by beat. We don't do the live blogs or anything. And honestly, we're probably going to have a talk about next year doing like daily things or something and splitting this up, because I think there's going to come a point where this becomes untenable, Sean. But I still like the way we're doing it.
I think before this becomes untenable, E3 will stop being a thing. So
that's probably true.
That's my bet.
But anyway, we're going to talk all about that in a minute. Like I said, we're skipping stuff and all that other, you'll hear about our normal random stuff in other weeks.
Yeah.
For now, we're going to jump into 2 pieces of news and then into E3. Sad piece of news first. Really sad. This week saw the passing of the great Adam West, who lived to the ripe old age of 88 and was awesome and active right up to the end. I mean, he just starred in a Batman movie that came out last year. I haven't seen it yet. Have you seen that one?
No, I haven't.
It makes me... I feel slightly guilty that I haven't watched that one yet. Yeah. But the animated Return of the Caped Crusaders was still doing voice acting for Family Guy and everything, so... You know, it was. I think to me it was a little bit of a shock because he's an 88-year-old guy, so it can happen. But then you're like, he's so omnipresent in so many ways still. Adam West, of course, best known for playing Batman in the 1960s TV series and the 1966 movie, but had just a cool career, you know, playing off that persona and being at conventions and stuff and parodying himself. And I think we are big fans of Adam West here at the podcast. Absolutely.
Like, he was obviously a great guy with an unbelievable sense of humor. And I think it's something that a lot of Batman fans, like modern Batman fans, don't necessarily appreciate what it is he brought to Batman. Like, if it wasn't for Adam West, we would never have had all the reactions to the Adam West Batman, which is like the grim, dark, bullshit Batman stuff we get today. And, like, a lot of that stuff can be fantastic, but it's also, like... There is this core hope and optimism and humor to the Adam West TV show that, like, obviously a lot of that is the other writers and the directors and stuff like that, but a big part of it is the persona he brought to the show of playing Bruce Wayne as this, like, amazing billionaire philanthropist that went around and, you know, like, donated charities, and then also, you know, at night went around as Batman to, like, solve the seedier problems that the city had, but not in the, like, I'm gonna smash everything in, like, dark way. It's like, he is actively 100% committing everything of his human person to be the absolute best person he can be and help as many people as possible at any given second.
It really... I think, you know, you said something there about the reactionary nature of Batman today, and it's so true. The critic Matt Zollerside wrote a piece on this, and I agree 100% with his assessment, which is that whatever later takes on Batman post-60s, whether you love them or you hate them or you're in the middle on them, every one of them is a reaction to Adam West Batman. Everyone, in some way or another, because that became what Adam West did with the character and what that show did with the character became the dominant interpretation of that character in pop culture. And so when you had Frank Miller do Dark Knight Returns, that was, we need to make Batman cool again or whatever. And when you had Tim Burton do that, well, he was piggybacking off Frank Miller. When you had the animated TV series, it's phenomenal, but it's also, I mean, it uses the Danny Elfman theme song. You know, and the Dark Knight was like, or Batman Begins was a reaction to Batman and Robin, which people criticize for being too Adam Westy and stuff like that. So it's like, it's such a big figure in pop culture, and yet I think a lot of modern Batman fans, sometimes not, it's their fault because it's kind of it's not like the show is out there on Netflix or something, don't really understand, I think, what exactly Adam West brought to that, and that it's not just a joke and it's not just a parody. That is a significant and legitimate interpretation of Batman. I think one of the best. To me, Adam West is the live-action Batman. He's the best one. He's the most interesting one, I think, as a take on that character. It's the most developed take on that character. You know, just down to, I love all the little details like, you know, the bat phone in this is something he uses to call, or Commissioner Gordon uses to call him and get help, and Batman will always work within the boundaries of the law. Yeah. He's sort of a vigilante, but it's almost more like you can think of him as he's like a deputy. Like he's been deputized by the sheriff's department, and he's out there helping people.
Yeah, it's like, it's a weird combination of Batman and like McCruff the crime dog. Yes. Like he shows up at like events or something to like help, like, oh, we're going to pick up the city or whatever.
And I love, like, Adam West's Batman is so, it's one of my favorite details about that show is that he's not the head of like Wayne Corps, he's the head of the Wayne Foundation. Yeah. And he's taken all his parents' money and is using it to do good. So in every facet of his life, he's just trying to make the world a little bit better. Down to, you know, adopting his young ward, Dick Grayson, and just like teaching him different languages. And, you know, there's that episode where he says something about how, you know, culture is the greatest weapon we have in the fight for peace. And he really believes all these things, and it's so much in West's performance because there's this earnestness and seriousness to it, belying a true madman underneath. Yeah. Because he's also insane in that show, and it's wonderful.
Yes. Yeah. So for people who don't have a lot of familiarity with it, I think like the 1966 Batman movie is absolutely necessary viewing if you are a Batman fan at all. Like, and it's a just incredible encapsulation of what that show is, and it's easily viewable.
You have all the four kind of biggest villains.
Yeah. So definitely check that out. That movie, I rewatched that movie about a year ago now, and it's so unbelievably funny. I also, after the news of his death, I rewatched the Grey Ghost episode from the Batman animated series, where he sort of does a special guest star role in that episode as the voice of the Grey Ghost, which is a sort of like movie serial character that in that universe Bruce Wayne saw as a kid, as sort of like as a replacement of Zorro, that is usually like sort of what people sort of regard as the canonical what Bruce Wayne was seeing and how he was like sort of obsessed with vigilante heroes. Instead, it was this gray ghost, almost like the Shadow-esque figure, and Adam West voices the character who played the gray ghost in like the in-fiction movies and TV shows. And that's a just fantastic episode of that animated series.
Great episode, and if I were to recommend, and I have not seen all of the 66 series, I have the box set, but they made a lot of episodes of that.
They did.
And
you always forget how many episodes they used to make of TV shows until you go back and try to watch an old one.
And it is amazing for that show how many of them are good. Mm-hmm. Like especially the first season, which is I believe the longest, season 2 is also pretty long, but like they're mostly really good. My favorite is an early two-parter. The first one with the Penguin, played by Burgess Meredith, the great Burgess Meredith, where the Penguin gets out of jail and his entire evil plan is he's just going to do suspicious things with no plan and wait until Batman deduces something and then use whatever plan Batman comes up with because he knows Batman is smarter than him. Perfect episode. They're all two-parters. Perfect two-parter. Yeah. That's the one that sticks out strongest in my memory. But you really can't go wrong, especially if you're drawing from that initial season, which is just hit after hit after hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Adam West, we love you. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
And, and I think there is some mainstream acceptance. And I think it's so great he got to live to the point where I think people were out there saying, no, this was great art.
Yeah, because you have stuff like, that animated movie being made that he got to be in, and they did and I think that animated movie is partially based off of a sort of limited comic book series run that I've always meant to get, and now I'm going to definitely have to go get it. That is sort of based on the 60s Batman cartoon.
The Lego Batman movie came out this year and hugely influenced by Adam West. So
Batman the Brave and the Bold is another Batman cartoon from a couple of years, I guess it's about 10 years ago now or so, but that is also very inspired by that take on Batman.
We approve of silly Batman
Absolutely.
Because really, no Batman is actually sillier than, like, the current live-action Batman.
Exactly. The darker Batman gets, the more ridiculous he is. It is far more believable that you have the Adam West Batman than the fucking whatever Batman, Ben Affleck Batman we have now.
Yeah, when he goes, I'm the goddamn Batman.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know Ben Affleck hasn't done that yet. We're only one movie deep.
Yeah, we will get there.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and move on. One other piece of news. Transitioning from one generation of superheroes to another, we got the trailer this week for Black Panther, which is a couple Marvel movies away because they've got a lot coming out at this point, but it's their February 2018 movie. It'll be our last one before Avengers Infinity War, directed by Ryan Coogler, starring Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther, T'Challa.
Yeah, who we saw in Captain America Civil War. He was great in that movie.
That's a good trailer.
It is a fucking amazing trailer.
Ryan Coogler made a movie.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And I'm not trying to say that to like diminish it. I'm saying that to build it up. Like, I don't think that's a assembly line superhero movie.
No.
I think Ryan Coogler went and made a fucking movie.
Yeah, it's a really great trailer. I love the glimpses we get of Wakanda, the sort of ancient African civilization that is hidden away in the hearts of Africa and has become like incredibly technologically advanced and hidden away from like Western society's eyes. And so you get these like brief glimpses of that in the trailer, and like designs they have gone for are just incredible.
The Black Panther costume. We have another costume to put in the roundup of like what's the best live action superhero costume. Yeah. It's definitely up there just from that trailer. Like the way he moves in that. There's really only one scene with him in the costume in this trailer, but the way he moves is awesome. Chadwick Boseman seems. I've been following his career. He broke out with that Jackie Robinson movie 42, and then he did that James Brown biopic. And he's so good in both of those, even though the movies are subpar. And it's just like, this guy was born to be a movie star. And you can just see it in the Black Panther trailer. Like, yeah, he's a movie star.
Yeah.
And it's great. And I was looking up the cast of this movie. It's insane. Yeah. You have Chadwick Boseman. You have Michael B. Jordan, who is playing who was in Creed. He's playing one of the villains, I guess, or I don't know, antagonistic. But we'll see where that goes.
He was also Johnny Storm in the last Fantastic Four movie. So they are Marvel is just taking all the retired Johnny Storm actors and saying, "We've got a place for you here. We will rehabilitate you as another superhero. Don't worry."
Yeah, and I'm forgetting them now. I'd have to look it up. It's just a laundry list of great actors.
Martin Freeman's character from Civil War is weirdly heavily featured in the trailer in a way I didn't think that he was going to be in another Marvel movie, but I'm cool with that.
Yeah, well, apparently he was also one really cast for Black Panther more than Civil War, which I guess we didn't know as much as the time. We got Andy Serkis in there.
Right, yeah.
And then again, I'm forgetting exactly. Lupita Nyong'o is in there. Like a great lineup of current like African American stars. Like the number of people on there who have like Oscars and Emmy Awards is great. And then the great Ryan Coogler has done such great work in his film career so far, and he brought a lot of his people on board, like people he's done cinematography with and editing. And it is a very striking trailer. I've loved online this week. I follow various African American like critics and activists on Twitter, and to see them like get excited about the trailer and break it down of like various pieces of African American and African imagery that trailer is like specifically quoting. I don't know if you've seen any of those like comparisons. Mm-hmm. They're really fascinating to me because I love that in like a 2-minute trailer you can tell those things.
Yeah,
you can tell Coogler is going for something with this, and that's great.
Yeah,
yeah,
great trailer.
Great trailer, looks good. I love that we're getting Black Panther. We got Wonder Woman, we're getting Black Panther, we're getting Captain Marvel. It's good to be excited about superhero movies that don't star white guys.
Yes, because it has been a pretty long run.
Yes, it has.
Yeah,
Captain Marvel will be Marvel's like 21st movie. So Anyway, that's cool. Why don't we go ahead and talk about E3?
Let's talk about E3 2017.
So how do you want to do this, Sean? Do you want to just dive in, or do you want to do some overall thoughts at the top?
Let's do a little bit of overall thoughts. Like first, so I have taken notes painstakingly that I took live. I watched every single press conference, basically live. The only one I wasn't able to watch live was Ubisoft because that was in the middle of the day on Monday, so I was doing other stuff, but then I managed to sort of sneak that in right before I went to the Sony one live. So how many of the press conferences did you watch, Jonathan?
Everything but EA.
Okay.
And so I did more this year than I usually have, and I watched Nintendo for a while into the Treehouse stuff.
Yeah, I sort of dove in and out of the Treehouse stuff after the Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, but EA, the only reason I didn't see EA was I was helping my brother move some furniture in Fort Collins, and I was in the car on the way back home when it was playing, and so I followed a live blog, so I know everything that happened. And that was a hilarious conference to follow via live blog, because you could tell people just wanted to kill themselves.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So we'll get there.
Yeah, so I have taken 3,632 words of notes.
And I will say one thing.
Yeah.
I did like on Twitter a ranking of the conferences earlier, and we can talk about that later. It's not exact, but it was hilarious to me. Overall, like, I thought the conferences got better as the week went along. Like,
more or less,
we started at the bottom, and I thought we crawled our way to the top overall.
EA was definitely the worst conference.
Yeah.
So I think, like, before we dive into them, I think it is important to sort of note one of the reasons why at the top of the show I said this feels like a transitionary E3 is that I feel like there was a pretty even split where we had 6 press conferences. 3 of them were way more traditional kind of E3 press conferences, the kind of E3 press conferences we've been getting for like 4 or 5 years now, since like around the time the console generation came over. And that was like EA, Microsoft, and Ubisoft had very normal kind of E3 press conferences that you'd kind of come to expect. And then you had Sony, Bethesda, and Nintendo all basically showed video reels with, like, Sony and Bethesda just happened to have a theater and some, like, extra spectacle from that. But in general, they just showed, like, trailer reels with, like, a little bit of sort of context around them and, like, were really tight showings. And it's really interesting to see that split is basically right down the middle. And I'm going to guess that hopefully EA, Microsoft, and Ubisoft sort of, because I think Ubisoft was the only one that kind of, I think, still worked in that format okay. Yeah. But EA and Microsoft, I don't think managed to make that format work very well, and I think we need to move away from it.
Yeah, I thought EA and Microsoft were interminable. Ubisoft was okay. Like, it was...
Ubisoft had shit to show this year in a way I was not expecting.
Yeah, it was... Ubisoft was the way I usually watch E3 conferences, was like half bored but half engaged, and so it was totally fine. I thought Microsoft and EA mostly bored, but then you got to, like, Sony... And Bethesda didn't even have a lot to show, but it was a fun little 30-minute show. Sony's was a lot of fun. Nintendo's was fun and surprising. We'll get to that, because something you and I both said would never happen happened.
Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, no, I think you can split right down the middle of, like, the traditional just seems like it's not of the moment right now.
Yeah. So without further ado, let's start with Electronic Arts, who opened up the show on Saturday with, like, an event that I guess is technically outside of the scope of E3, because typically E3 used to start on Monday, and then 2 years ago Bethesda was like, yo dog, what if E3 started on Sunday? And they had a late night Sunday event when that's where they announced Fallout 4. So that was the first time Bethesda did one. And now I guess this year EA's like, yo dog, what if we had one on Saturday now? And so fucking E3 has been going... E3 started early today. We're recording this on Tuesday. It started this morning, technically. But E3 has actually been happening since Saturday, and that is a weird, stressful state to be in. So
soon it'll be starting a full week ahead of time.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So that's how EA started up. And so EA, big third-party publisher. And what did they have to show this year? A lot of EA Sports stuff. They opened up the show with a weird random drumline of football players, or I guess people dressed up like football players. I assume they probably were not actual football players. They're probably actually just drummers.
EA likes to blow money. Who knows?
Yeah, they just like to sort of start it off with a big Madden trailer, and I guess the big thing they're doing, and this, to their credit, this sounds like an interesting thing to do with their sports games. It's something they started last year with FIFA, is putting in big story modes into their football, or I guess, I mean, it is their football games because they haven't put one in live yet, their NBA game. So they did one with FIFA last year. They're doing another story mode with FIFA this year that I guess is a sequel because it's the same character. And now they're doing a story mode in Madden where basically the story mode trailer looked like about the most generic football movie story you could put together of like, oh, like young black kid in America who's like from a kind of troubled family, like at high school is like, oh, he gets noticed by some like agent or something and like starts rising up in the ranks, but there's all this tension about like, oh, like you forgot where you came from, man. It's like, I'm going to the top. It's that kind of story, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're way into Madden, that's like, to be, again, that sounds way more interesting than what they've been doing with sports games for like fucking 15 years now.
Yeah.
So at least they're doing something with it. Then Andrew Wilson, CEO of EA, stepped out, who is every single year looks more and more like a villain from a cyberpunk movie. He's got like the most fucking like just this like really stiff suit, really nice haircut. He's like looks like he's like 35 years old. He has probably been 35 years old his entire life, and it's just like such a stark contrast to most of the other conferences we're showcasing people, and like even EA showcases other people that's like not just like 30-year-old white dude with like really nice like $2,000 suit and like $300 haircut, but Andrew Wilson,
yeah,
he scares me every time he comes out on stage. And so they just sort of talk about how they're making the most innovative Madden in over a decade, whatever the fuck that means. Then they talked about how this is EA Play. It's their E3 event. They're not calling it an EA press conference. It's EA Play. And they're having 8 new experiences. And they sort of started talking a little bit about Star Wars Battlefront at the top. And we'll go into that more because they sort of ended the show with it proper. But I thought it was interesting.
From what I could tell online from the live blog, they ended with a roughly 4-hour presentation of Battlefront 2. Is that right?
Yes, it was fucking interminable. But they sort of set it up at the top of their show with this really weird bit where Andrew Wilson basically said, oh, we've gotten lots of feedback about Battlefront, some of it positive, some of it constructive. And it was like paused for like people laughing, but nobody could laugh at this robot man on stage. And he said, that's just another word for the feedback that isn't quite as positive. And then still nobody laughed. And then he just moved on. It was like a weird sort of them trying to seem human, but utterly failing. This like, yeah, I mean, your Battlefront game was a sad shell of a proper video game that you should have been free to play or something because of how empty it was. But so I guess that at least they acknowledge it. They just acknowledge it in the most awkward way possible.
It was practically free to play like a month after release from what they were selling it for.
I feel like every time I've like been on the PlayStation Store, that game is on sale for like $5.
Yes,
whatever. So yep. Then moving on. The first like proper video game thing they showed was Battlefield 1, which was they showed basically I guess an expansion for it called In the Name of the Czar expansion, and there's going to be some sort of death squad of women, which they just said death squad of women, and that sounds cool, I guess.
That sounds like a parody exploitation trailer Quentin Tarantino would direct.
Sure, yeah, I mean, it didn't have any of the actual fun of that in the proper trailer, but it...
Death Squad of Women.
Death Squad of Women in the Name of the Czar.
That would be the sequel.
Yeah. This is also where the first sign of something that was a bit of a small trend at this E3, which is when talking about Battlefield 1, they first started talking about the Creator Cave, which then transitioned into a long montage trailer that... I'm just going to read what I wrote in my notes while I was watching this. Oh god, it's like a YouTuber trailer thing. Oh no. It's already started. The fucking influencers. They are using the fucking influencers to market the fucking video games. Man, this sure is the most respectful way to treat World War I when you really think about it. YouTubers screaming, I'll kill them all. Oh God, kill me now.
Yeah, we got it a couple of times. I didn't find any of the influencer bits as annoying as the Sea of Thieves thing from last year.
No.
But, and here's the thing, look, I get it's an important part of the gaming industry. We're not saying it's annoying to nullify that part of it. We're saying maybe it's not the best way to market it, especially when you seemingly find the most annoying ones.
Yeah, and it's something where if you know, I'm someone who I watch Let's Plays occasionally on YouTube. Like, I'm not completely divorced from that community. But, you know, people like Twitch stream communities are so tight-knit and so closed off. You know, there's a fucking million Twitch streamers, and all of them have like 1,000 fans. And there's something weird about putting together this big video package where it's like, there is not one single human being on the fucking planet, not even the people who put this trailer together, that knows who every single one of these YouTube, Twitch people is in this video. And so it's just like a weird... To me, it always feels really isolating when they do something like that with their, like, influencer Twitch stream communities. Because it's like, even if because I think I recognize, like, one dude kind of vaguely from, like, seeing some, like, fucking random clip on YouTube, YouTube video at some point. I was like, oh... I think I saw a video of that guy playing a video game once, but other than that, I was like, I have no idea who any of these people are. They're just shouting and screaming while playing a video game.
Yeah, there's also the problem that statistically, we know that at least one of the people in every one of those previews is some kind of neo-Nazi.
Yeah, it does come up a lot.
Yeah, it comes up a lot.
Yeah, it's just weird. I totally get why it's a big part of video game culture right now, but I think there's better ways to sort of interact with that than just putting together this weird video package and trying to like sell yourself. It like very much sells like you're trying to be hip for the kids, and it's like, EA, you are not hip. Like, that's the last thing you need to do. Like, just let those Twitch communities be what they are. You don't need to feed them. You don't need to be a part of that. Like, you just make the games, and those communities will make themselves.
And E3 is being siphoned through a million Twitch channels at that moment, right?
Yeah.
If people want that, they're getting it.
Exactly. So, yep, so that's Battlefield 1. This is a game that came out last year, but it was a pretty big part of the beginning of the show, and it was pretty fucking boring. Then moving on, they talked a lot about esports, which was another theme from a number of press conferences this year, which is another thing that's like, I get it. Esports is a big deal. You do not need to highlight it at E3 because, like with Twitch streams, because they're similar communities, esports is like this weird own separate thing. You don't need to feed into that. Esports is its own community, its own life thing. You don't need to touch that. It will thrive on its own at its own kinds of events. And I feel like when you try to make it, like, force an esports thing at your event, it just comes across as awkward. And, like, again, you're trying to be hip or something and trying to sell to a market that doesn't need you to sell to them.
Yeah.
So that's random esports stuff. Then they did a FIFA trailer, which was a very disappointing FIFA trailer because they did not have any dramatic voiceover by a famous British actor, which is the only way I can enjoy a FIFA trailer, and there was just none of that stuff. Then they had two, I guess, improv comedians or something called the Men in Blazers that are soccer comedians. I don't know. They came out on stage.
That sounds like an oxymoron.
It was really awkward because they were just trying to make jokes about FIFA, and they was all tied into the Alex Hunter character from the FIFA story mode that's coming back, and it was just like, don't have people on your stage at E3 that are not either like the master of ceremony person or someone who's directly involved in the making of the game. If they are not one of those two things, do not put them on stage.
I don't know who Alex Hunter is. I know nothing about the FIFA game. He sounds like the guy who, in the movie made about FIFA in this era, would be the character investigating corruption in FIFA.
Sure, yes.
Alex Hunter, he's like the guy who goes undercover with Sepp Blatter and investigates all the corruption at the heart of FIFA.
Yeah, it is a good name. It does not strike to me as a stalker name. It does sound like a third-rate spy novel character. So moving on from that, they had this was a really awkward bit where they sort of introduced Need for Speed Payback, and they had another YouTube influencer person there. And from what I can understand, his teleprompter malfunctioned or something. So in the middle of him talking, all of a sudden it was just dead. And it's like, oh no! It's just like that instant moment of I'm watching this stream, and I just see in his eyes this moment of sheer panic where it's like, and everyone in the world at that moment just is like, oh no,
Yeah.
oh no, he pulled it out okay. It's just one of those. It's just one of those weird things. So he introduced Need for Speed Payback, which is the new Need for Speed game. They showed a trailer for this a couple of weeks ago. I thought the demo thing they showed, because it was sort of a trailer that had some gameplay stuff in it, but it was also very cinematic. It was kind of hard to get a sense of how much of this is like played up for a trailer and how much of this is like what playing the actual game is like, because there was a lot of transitioning between cutscenes and the driving, and there's like this very heavy narrative sort of focus on it. It seems okay. Like, it seems like they're leaning into kind of a Burnout thing with how much there was like a lot of car takedowns that did a very Burnout style, like slow motion camera, like pan over to see the car flip away after you sort of take it out of the race. I want a good arcade racer car game. I feel like they have been trying that with Need for Speed for a long time now and have totally lost their way for the past couple of games. But maybe this won't be good. I don't know.
It's the one thing Xbox is good for these days.
Yeah.
Forza's great.
Yeah, it's exactly. So I really hope this Need for Speed is good. It looks gorgeous. That is the one thing that I'll say about it. Like, the graphics were really stunning. So that's cool. Car games look good. Need for Speed looked good. Also, another thing is, it is so painfully obvious how much they're just pulling from Fast and Furious stylistically for their trailers.
Yeah.
Like, it is.
Well, they even did that. They even did that movie a couple of years ago that was basically just a Fast and Furious movie, but with Aaron Paul.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's one of the many video game movie adaptations that people just forget happened, like the Max Payne movie and the Hitman movies.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh right, they did make a Need for Speed movie, huh? Yeah, that just disappeared. Moving on, they talked about their EA Originals program a little bit, and this is like the one bright spot of the whole EA press conference is they brought out, I don't think I wrote down his name, Joseph Fares, who was a sort of one of the main sort of creative leads on the game Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons that came out, I think, in like 2012, around there. It was a really good game. Like, I didn't like it as much as a lot of people did, because it got like a huge amount of critical acclaim. But it was like had a really good core mechanic and a really good idea. It just went on too long and kind of sort of kept on repeating a lot of the same ideas instead of evolving on it. But really good core concept. And so he's sort of spearheading a new team and a sort of new studio called Hazelight. And he's part of this EA Originals program, which basically is just EA making, like, EA funding and publishing what would otherwise be an indie game with a smaller budget. And so he's making this game called A Way Out, which is a co-op game that is basically like a prison break into almost like Shawshank Redemption style. Like most of it seemed like it was a prison break, but there's also stuff like once you break out, you still need to get somewhere. And he really heavily emphasized that this is a co-op game. It is only playable in co-op. It is designed specifically for couch co-op because the whole thing is in split screen. And so, like, what they showed of the gameplay was like, you know, you're playing as one of the characters on the left, your friend is playing as one of the characters on the right, and it is always split screen, and sometimes, like, where the screen is split will move or adjust based on if there's a bunch of action going on with one of the characters, their screen will get bigger or something, and the other one is maybe moving towards another story point. And so it seemed really interesting. It was a very strong pitch. Joseph Fares was really good on stage at pitching his idea for the game, like, very passionate, very sort of direct about, and, like, very, like, he said something about, like, oh, this is going to be, like, one of the best co-op games ever. I know that sounds totally egotistical, but it's true. It had this very charming, fun presence on stage. That game looks really awesome.
It looks really, that sounds like a cool idea, and it's those moments where you're like, EA, you know, you make a lot of crap, but it at least funds these little weird experiments, and I will take that.
Yeah, exactly. If that means the game like A Way Out is going to exist, that's cool, because, that game looks really awesome. Yeah. Then they moved into talking about, this is so inexplicable, a thing called SEED, which stands for Search for Extraordinary Experiences Division, which does not sound real.
Wow, they got that out of a JRPG.
Yeah, I guess it's basically EA's R&D division, and I have no idea why they started talking about it. There was just a guy on stage talking about fucking nothing for like 3 minutes that then transitioned into him sort of briefly name-dropping Project Scorpio, and then sort of transitioning into, hey, we're making a BioWare game. There's going to be more Microsoft, and they showed a couple of like screenshots, and then said the name was Anthem, and there was like there we go. And it's like, that was a very long lead up to you just saying we're debuting like the biggest, most important EA game we have at the show at another person's press conference.
That was one of the weirdest. We'll talk about the Anthem trailer proper when we get to it. Why? I mean, when it actually showed up at Microsoft, there was nothing about how it ties into Xbox. They had no exclusivity agreement. It was and it was like the finale of that show. It was the weirdest thing, even though it was a very good trailer. Why that was not the centerpiece, why that was not the opening of the EA show, I have no idea.
Yeah, it was very weird. And then also just like...
Maybe Microsoft was like, our show is 7 hours long. It could be 7.5. Yeah. Who can give us a trailer?
Yeah, I don't really understand why that choice was made. But, you know, I guess maybe EA was like, you know what? We can't possibly have an E3 press conference that is actually good. And it would be kind of a little bit good if we showed this Anthem thing here. So let's not show that. Let's like make our E3 press conference about as bad as possible. Because man, are they on a real low streak. This is like 3 years running where they've shown almost nothing. They moved into talking about NBA Live 2018, which was a game that I thought was supposed to have come out in March at like the beginning of basketball season. It did not come out in March. And so they talked about it kind of vaguely here. For people who don't know, NBA Live is like EA, you know, has their big EA Sports division where Madden and FIFA and sometimes an NHL games that they make every once in a while are very successful, but they've never really been very good at making basketball games. And so 2K has the NBA 2K franchise that has been really popular and very successful for years and years and years now. And EA has been desperately trying to get their fucking basketball thing off the ground. It has been a flaming wreckage constantly. The only reason people might know about NBA Live is that the past 2 games that came out, when they came out, you probably saw a lot of funny, weird GIFs and like glitch videos and stuff like that from the player creator stuff, because that was always fucked up. And so they kind of talked about how there was some sort of system called The One. I have no idea what The One system does. I don't know what that was supposed to mean, but apparently you can play street basketball and you can play NBA basketball in NBA Live 2018.
They're so different.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's either you're playing on a court outside or you're playing on a court inside. It was about as much as it seemed they were distinguishing between street ball and like professional proper basketball.
I just want the NBA game where one of the courts you can play on is at the White House with Obama.
Yeah,
and it's like he's just inviting you in because apparently Obama did that.
Yeah. Oh man, that was such a missed opportunity because EA used to make a really great basketball game that I loved called NBA Street that was like a very arcadey style sports game, and they stopped making it with NBA Street Home Court that came out in like 2006 or something. It was the only one that made it to the 360 era. If they had kept making those after Obama was elected, they would have totally had a fucking amazing level set. And that would be like the end of the story mode. Is like you rose from nothing to the absolute top of fucking basketball in the world, and then the president fucking calls you, and you like Air Force One fucking takes you to the White House, and you have a one-on-one pickup match with fucking Barack Obama. That would have been the dopest shit.
I think Obama would have done it if they'd asked him.
Oh yeah, and then you would have this...
They could have had a whole level about him like community organizing in Chicago playing b-ball with the kids.
Yeah, and then imagine the great behind-the-scenes videos that EA could put up on their YouTube of them, like, scanning Barack Obama into the game with, like, and have him with all the dots on his face and shit.
Secret Service agent standing right there like, what is this?
Yeah, that would have been amazing.
Yeah.
EA
We're way off track.
That. Yeah. Then they talked about... This is a cool thing. That they've done this for the past couple of years. The EA has this sort of program called Play to Give, where they donate to a variety of different charities. So... You know, shout out. That's cool that they do that.
Using their powers for good.
Yes, using their powers to both donate to charity and then also fund cool indie games. That is the proper thing that EA can do if they're going to keep on putting out fucking sports games every single year till the day we are all dead. Then moving on, this is basically the end of the show. Star Wars Battlefront 2. This is
I have a question about this.
Okay, let me sort of set up how they introduced it, because this was... The best part of the EA press conference, just in terms of like the production of it, was fun and weird and kind of cool. So they had, at the beginning of the show when they first did that thing of like, oh, we've heard your feedback, they showed on screen a tweet by John Boyega, who plays Finn in the most recent Star Wars movies, and who's a big fan of Star Wars and plays video games, and so he made some tweet that was basically to the effect of like, hey EA, when are you going to put a fucking story mode in your goddamn video game? And they're like, I guess we're going to do that now, because they brought the John Boyega tweet back on screen and made it huge, and then it started like slowly blowing up as like the the retweets and the likes just started tallying up, and then they had all these other tweets go on stage. It is like, oh, like, it's like, when are you going to have a story mode in Battlefront 2? Which is like, I played the story mode in Battlefront 2 in fucking 2005. It was okay. There's already a fucking video game called Battlefront 2. There was already a video game called Battlefront 1. Guess what? That also had a fucking story mode. But so they had the John Boyega tweet blowing up on stage, and then it, like, I think the screen cut out, and then the Imperial March started playing, and a bunch of stormtroopers came on stage, and then an actress named Janina Gavin Carr came out, who I guess is like playing the main character in the story mode, which they had a trailer for the story mode a month ago or so. And so she came out on stage, and she's playing a character called Iden Versio, and I legitimately, I could not tell, looking at my outline at first, which one of those was the Star Wars name. That's my question. Gavin Carr is the most Star Wars last name in the world.
I said that. And it was, people thought it was a joke. It wasn't a joke. I legitimately didn't know. Is Janina Gavankar her name or the character's name? And you know what? I only know it's her real name because the real Janina Gavankar liked my tweet.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she came out on stage, and I have to give props to her. She was really good as a presenter. She had, like, her dress was also fucking awesome. She had this dope, like, really minimalistic Star Wars dress. She had a really good presence. She was really enthusiastic. She was very funny. But what was really weird is, so they did all of this. It's setting all this up about, like, we're putting a fucking story mode into Star Wars Battlefront 2. Finally, it's like the number one complaint and criticism about Star Wars Battlefront 1. And do you know what they did? Well, I can tell you what they didn't. They didn't show their fucking story mode at all. All they did was have her sort of say it's set between Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens. She said it has 3 times the content as Battlefront 1. That's 3 times the content.
Wow.
Which I don't know what the fuck that means, but it has. I don't know how you judge what means 3 times the content when you're, like, adding story modes and shit. How does that, like, compare to, like, adding multiplayer maps? What is the value of that? I have no idea, but there's 3 times the content of Battlefront 1. Really weird. If you're going to hype up and say, like, oh, we listened to your criticism, and one of the main things you wanted was a cool big story mode in our cool big Star Wars game, show something about your fucking story mode on your fucking E3 press conference. That makes no goddamn sense. Instead, what they did is they sort of did what they did last year with Battlefield 1. After the end of their press conference, they had a big, extended, like, full-on multiplayer match. Only this time, instead of getting fucking Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa and just a bunch of people who were high as fuck show up and play one match of Battlefield 1. Also, a bunch of people who were high as fuck who obviously had never played a Battlefield game in their life. And so, again, I just love the fact that Snoop Dogg ended that game with 0 kills and 0 deaths, because I still don't know how the fuck that's possible. It's so great. Instead, they had, like, a bunch of sort of YouTuber people and influencers, and I guess probably people who worked at EA, do a story or a multiplayer match on Theed. So it was all prequel stuff, because that was another criticism about the first Battlefront. By the first Battlefront by EA, because the first original Battlefront, that had fucking original trilogy stuff, and it had prequel stuff way back then. So did Battlefront 2.
Yeah.
Old Battlefront 2. But this Battlefront 2, finally, Battlefront 2 showed up. You're on Naboo. There's a battle at Theed. There's battle droids. There's, clone troopers. There's Darth Maul. All that kind of stuff. Like, and so far my opinions on Battlefront 2 by watching this stuff are about Battlefront 2 are my same opinions that I have about original Battlefront 2, or EA's original Battlefront. Not the old Battlefront, the new Battlefront, because fuck, it's hard to talk about these games, is that it looks really pretty. It's, like, great sound design. All the production stuff is great, but looking at the gameplay, just, like, it looks like a very dull first-person shooter to me.
It seems like a step up from the first one, but not to the degree where I would want to drop $60 on it.
Yeah. And it's also something where I think the way they handled it of showing it off on stage, which is, you don't have any real context. It's not a nicely produced, edited video of a multiplayer match. It's just a bunch of people, some of whom have clearly not really played this game much at all, playing multiplayer together, and then having, like, 3 random people, like iJustine or some shit, sort of shoutcast over the game and try to be, like, again, kind of echo this sort of esports feel for a game that, like, they don't know anything about this game. The people playing the game don't know anything about the game. And the people having to switch feeds live, they don't know what's going to happen. So it's like you can't put together this cohesive argument for this is why a big multiplayer match on Theed and Battlefront 2 is amazing, in a way that if you cut together a video that would give you that perspective on it in a way that I don't think is like necessarily dishonest, because I think this is probably like the way they showed it off makes it look worse than it probably actually is.
Yeah, no, totally. Because I heard from some journalists playing it who thought it was a step up and all this, and I found that a lot more valuable as like a, just one person talking about it a little calmer. It's kind of like why I love what Nintendo does when they do their longer things, is they have a couple of developers in the room, they play the game, they talk through it, and you just get a nice relaxed feeling for the game. There's nothing relaxed about the way EA does it, at least not in the right way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's EA?
The other quick thing to sort of show off, they did, right before they went into the Assault on Theed thing, they had another quick video of John Boyega, and this time, but they had a video of him, it wasn't just his tweet, and so he was talking, and then I remembered, oh right, he's British. That's really weird, because I always forget that he's British, like all those fucking actors. That
dude does a great accent.
Yeah, he's really good at doing an American accent, and it's very shocking when you hear him speak in his normal British accent. And then apparently Finn is going to be in the first sort of DLC pack. They did sort of clarify that it seems like they're going with a free DLC model, which means that secretly they're just going with a microtransaction model. But you don't have to tell people that on your E3 press conference. Yes. You just get to say, and our DLC is going to be free because we're going to fucking get our money out of you in a much more sinister way.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, the free DLC is a better idea in some ways.
Yeah.
And you don't have to spend money on the microtransactions, but it is still sinister.
Yeah, it's still
We've talked about that before.
It just comes across as feeling gross at some point. But, yeah. So
I also think it's slightly weird that Finn, the main character of the movie coming out in the same window, is in DLC, not in the game. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, Rey is in the game this time with her lightsaber now, so I guess.
Well, that's good enough, I guess.
That.
Yeah.
Just to be fair, it's not like... This is how I felt about sometimes they put like the hero characters into these games, where it's like, no, Han Solo is a good shot, and like Finn can shoot a person with a rifle. He's not like fucking Darth Maul. He's not Boba Fett. Like, he's not going to take control of the battlefield with his incredible martial skills,
Right.
He's like kind of a normal dude with a gun. It's like, he's a big iconic character you want to but it's always kind of weird to put them on the same level as fucking Darth Vader or something in terms of like the power scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So EA, not that good.
Yeah. Just one thing that's sort of note is there was no mention of any of the other Star Wars games. They mentioned like their fucking mobile game that I think is bad, because that is, if you want to see microtransactions done poorly, their mobile fucking Star Wars game is a good example of that. But there was no mention of the Amy Hennig-led visceral Star Wars game, which is starting. The fact that they have not put out a big trailer for that, we don't even know the name of that game, even though that game has been in development since at least since about the time Uncharted 4 had its development reset because Amy Hennig left Naughty Dog. So it's like Uncharted 4 had to switch full game directors that totally rebooted and reset the game. That game went through development, fucking came out, and we still don't know what the name of the Amy Hennig project is.
It might be getting Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yeah, that's sort of the concern I have.
Especially after in this last week also we got that big story on Kotaku about Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yeah, which is a great story that also sort of highlights how the EA approach of making all their studios use their Frostbite engine maybe really bit them in the ass.
Yeah. Well, among other things.
Yeah.
All right, so any other thoughts on EA?
I think that's about it. EA had a very EA press conference.
Yes, let's talk about something more interesting.
Yeah, let's move on to the next day, on Sunday. Microsoft gave their big show.
Let's preview this a second.
Yes, because there's a lot to talk about with the preview.
Yeah, so Microsoft, we talked about a lot last time in our preview episode, just that they totally came into E3 with the most to prove.
Absolutely.
They have had the biggest problems. They have had the biggest, I think, crisis in brand identity, and they were going to be unveiling the Xbox Scorpio, whatever that was going to be.
Yeah.
And this show had some good moments. It had some interesting reveals. My overall thought coming out of it was it might be about time to call it on the Xbox brand, and time of death is a couple years away.
Yeah. I'm not quite that cynical about where the Xbox brand is going, but I do not think that this was a very good press conference.
That was awful.
I think it was. They showed a lot of really cool. They showed a lot of games. They showed a lot of very cool games.
They showed 42 games, and we saw all of them.
Yes, but they did not make, I think, a very strong case for what the Xbox brand is, how it's changing. I do not think they made a strong case for the Xbox Scorpio and all of that stuff. I think in terms of what this press conference needed to accomplish, I just don't think it did that.
It also,
and instead of having like any sort of big cool new exclusive or something that for Microsoft, which I thought they were going to have at least one that we hadn't heard of, and that didn't happen. That never materialized. Instead, they took a bunch of games that they have limited like launch exclusivity to, put it all into a bucket and like dumped it on stage to sort of hide the fact that they didn't have anything new, and that like their pitch for the Xbox Scorpio was not as strong as people maybe thought it was going to be.
No, it was punishingly long. It had no overarching message. There was no center to the show. Like, compare this to, like, Sony, which did not have as interesting a show as last year, but they did still have those anchor points of, like, here are the big games we're going to show you, and then we'll sprinkle in some other things in the middle, but it's going to be pretty focused, and there's going to be highs and lows. Microsoft was just trailer, annoying guy yelling on stage, trailer, Phil Spencer's going to say something, trailer. Some of the games look good, some of them don't, but some of them are going by so fast you have no idea, and then some of them take way too long. Most of them are in no reasonable definition of the word exclusives.
Yeah.
And they opened it with talking about the Xbox One X and all that.
Oh, you did already spoil it, Jonathan.
Sorry. The Xbox One Scorpio.
There you go.
And didn't see that through the show at all. Like, some of the trailers would say enhanced for the thing, but they never made any case about it outside of their Forza reveal, which was the only game anyone thought might use the Scorpio stuff, and they didn't do anything surprising. It was kind of a punishing sit to get through, and I walked out of it being like, yeah, I'm probably not going to use my Xbox much in the next year either.
Yeah.
So, and look, there were highlights, there were interesting things, but as a show, my God, it was long.
Yes, it was very long, and so we're going to speed through parts of this probably because it's like they went through a lot of games.
42, they said it over and over again.
Yes, but before we get into that, there's one other important piece. I don't know if you saw this at all, but about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the Microsoft press conference started, Jeff Keighley, who's big name in sort of video game journalism, has been for years and years and years.
He hosts the Game Awards now.
Yeah, like he's been around fucking forever. He made a tweet. He actually made a couple of tweets. One which was at first was more vague, and then he totally doubled down on it in like a very certain terms, where he said the price of the Scorpio is going to be $499. That is what they have decided on. If it changes, that means it has changed some point like this morning. And so he just put that tweet out there, again, like 40 minutes before it started, and all of a sudden I discovered people were really expecting that this thing was going to be $399.
They're crazy.
They're fucking crazy.
Look, and it's a difference between the $499 thing. The whole thing is a stupid business move and makes absolutely no sense, and they're just shooting themselves in the foot. But yeah, if you thought a box with that technology inside it was going to retail for $399, you're crazy.
Yeah, like because it was just something I saw a lot of video game journalists like putting out a lot of very hasty articles based on that tweet right before the Microsoft press conference started up, which is one of those things that's like, just wait, we're literally 30 minutes away from you fucking knowing whether or not it is. Wait a goddamn second and find out, because it's like, it would have been insane if Microsoft did say $399. But also, before we get to the price, because, spoiler alert, it's fucking $499. No shit it is, because it's basic economics of, you have, the PlayStation 4 Pro is on the market right now at $399 MSRP. Microsoft is about to introduce a box that their whole pitch is it's significantly more powerful than the PlayStation 4 Pro. It's a true 4K console. It's the world's most powerful console ever made. They have been hammering that message home since fucking E3 last year, literally for an entire year. Every time the
best pixels, the highest quality pixels.
Every time they've talked about the Scorpio project, they have talked about it in terms of how advanced it is, and then Eurogamer got, they basically gave the specs to Eurogamer like a month or 2 months ago, and Eurogamer came out and said, this thing is probably going to be $499 because this is a lot more expensive than the PlayStation 4 Pro. And this is simple fucking economics. If you have two things on the market, and one of them is more expensive to manufacture than the other thing, it's going to be more expensive for the consumer to the other thing. Because you know why? Because if they don't price it reasonably, that's what is going to fucking sink the Xbox division. The Xbox division cannot possibly justify selling a fucking console for like $100 at cost or something like that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't, because you would then need to fucking buy at least 2 full video games, or like about 3 video games when you can take out other people along the process that are going to get to cut out that money to like break even on the sale of one of their consoles. And most people only play about 1 or 2 games a year, and that's it. It's just like the economics of them selling this thing at fucking $400 would have never made sense. And all the people saying that like that's the only way for them to make it on the market, it's like, You do not become a successful video game company by having the largest market share. You become a successful video game company by making a profit. It just so happens that usually having a larger market share leads to a higher profit. But if you're selling everything at a price that you can't sustain, that means you're not making a profit.
Sony operated at a loss for years because the PlayStation 3 had to do such a big cut early in its lifespan. And you've seen Sony be very protective of the price of the PS4 and control all of that and not go too far in any one direction. And it's worked for them, but, anyway, people are weird.
Yeah, and so that just like blew up. I thought it was amazing to see people scatter around and quickly write their articles and everything about that. And so that is sort of the atmosphere of there were people that are like, there's no way it's absolutely going to be, or the best part was all these conspiracy theories about how Microsoft leaked this out to Jeff Keighley without him knowing that he would make this tweet to then judge the atmosphere of because nobody's going to like this, and so now they're going to know that the negative response to that tweet means that they're going to change the price 5 minutes before their press conference. Is
the price would have been set for months.
Yeah, it's just something where it's if you really think that people are that competent, how the fuck is President Trump President of the United States of America? I feel like that disproves any notion of we're playing the 4D chess and manipulating all this stuff by leaking this information, and it's no, that's not how that shit works. So that's the atmosphere going into Microsoft. So they started up with a slick video package for their Project Scorpio thing that had weirdly reminded me of the opening credits to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man with all these strands coming together. It was sort of strange. And that showed the Shadow of War characters, some Gears of War characters, Crackdown dude. So that was the first time we were okay, I guess Crackdown is going to be a real video game, I guess, because they showed it in the video package at the start. And then they said, feel true power. And then they showed what the console looked like. And it looks like an Xbox One. And
it looks nice.
It looks nice. It's it's one of those things where you realize when you've seen as many E3s as we have at this point, it's just yeah, it's a black box. Of course, they're all going to be black boxes till the end of time. You don't need to have make the reveal of what your console looks like be this dramatic. I mean, I get 15-year-olds are going to lose their shit about it, but whatever. Then Phil Spencer, head of Xbox, comes out on stage, starts talking about 4K, and then he drops the big one. The name of the Project Scorpio that, Jonathan, you very uncourteously already spoiled, in case people didn't know it, is the brilliantly, hilariously named Xbox One X.
They are so bad at this!
They are really fucking bad at this.
They are so bad at it! I can't believe they haven't gotten better at this. Xbox One S, it's the slim Xbox, I get it.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing, Xbox One X? I have not been able to hear that or read that phrase without laughing since they announced it. It is funny to hear people say, you can almost hear Phil Spencer want to laugh at it as he says it.
Yeah.
And it only got more confused from there.
I mean, it cannot be stressed enough how insane it is that when this thing launches in November 7th, worldwide, there's going to be an Xbox on the market called the Xbox One S and one on the market called the Xbox One X. It's you could not have possibly come up with two more similar fucking names for your two machines. This is going to confuse the shit out of everybody. Can you imagine if you were 13 years old and had to tell your dad, hey, I worked really hard, I got great grades, so you're going to get me that Xbox One X, right? And it's yeah, I'll get you the Xbox One X, and then your dad shows up at the fucking Best Buy or whatever. It's I want the Xbox One. Wait.
What's the letter?
Xbox One. I think he said X. Maybe he said S. I don't. Well, this one's only $250, so I'll buy this one. And the kid's I fucking goddamn it! I just tried to get the Xbox One X.
The whole pitch of the Scorpio thing is most powerful console ever made, right?
Yes, they said that a lot.
They said a lot. They had fucking shirts on everybody in the crowd with that on it. And to try to pitch that to people in the name, they call it the Xbox One X. That tells you nothing. If you come in and you're I'm looking for an Xbox One, there's the S and the X. One is literally fully twice the price of the other one. Fully 2 times as expensive. And the name is just X versus S. Who is going to make the decision towards X? I mean, I understand why they didn't go with something like Xbox One Elite. I think it would have made sense. Yeah. But they have used it before, I get that. But that at least tells you, okay, Elite, I get it. Kind of like PlayStation 4, PlayStation 4 Pro.
Yeah, it's it's very legible what that product is.
Even the new Nintendo 3DS says what it is. It is the new Nintendo 3DS. I want the latest one, the new, right?
Yes.
There you go. It's a bad name, but it at least tells you what it is. This is like... And I thought their entire pitch for the Xbox One X could not have come off as more confused.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone really knows why they're making it, other than everyone orgasms when they say 4K. And I don't really know why, but people orgasm spontaneously when they say 4K, even when it's for a game like Minecraft that makes no sense in 4K.
Yeah.
4K means nothing at this point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, but you know what I mean.
Yes. Yeah, so... It's called the Xbox One X. It's launching November 7th worldwide. And they did not announce the price yet.
Yeah, they waited for that.
Which is, I thought it's like I mean, I guess I get it because they must have known that hey, nobody's going to like this price, so they waited till the very end of the conference. So it's like don't shit on your whole conference, just shit on the very end of the conference. But it's also the last note that anyone takes away from it.
When he also said the price, he said it like offhand. There was no visual, and they just went along.
But anyways, but we're still at the reveal of the Xbox One X, and I liked that they had the sort of the lead engineer Kareem Chowdhury show up on stage, and he got to talk about it. I thought it was cool that they put an engineer up on stage instead of
kind of like when they have Mark Cerny do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like instead of just having an executive producer or someone do it. But then what they had him say was a lot of stuff that's like, this is going to have like 7 billion transistors, and we've got so many teraflops. We've got teraflops coming out our ears. We got 4K, 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 true 4K. How many Ks we got? We got 4 of them. All 4 of the Ks. This isn't no fake 4K. This is the real true 4K stuff, 4K.
I mean, let's talk about the Xbox One X for a minute.
Hey, this does 4K. Did you know that the Xbox One X does 4K?
I want to murder 4K, like the concept of it. I understand it's nice. It annoys me at this point. Anyway, I did like that. It's just he was shouting out a lot of numbers that don't mean a lot to me. They mean a lot to me that I understand that it's good.
Yeah.
But they never in this conference made the jump between those numbers and what that means for you.
Yeah.
Like, I thought when the PlayStation 4 Pro launched that it was a kind of dry and somewhat confusing little event they did. But they at least had Mark Cerny come up and say, it does this, and here's why it matters, and you're going to have this, and you're going to have this, and you're going to have this, and if you have a 4K TV, you're going to get this, and if you have a 1080p TV, you're going to get this. I was like, okay, not for me, but, I get what it is.
Yeah, but I understand what it is.
The only game they took any steps to kind of substantively talk about on that level was Forza 7.
Yeah.
And even then it was just saying it runs at 4K and 60 FPS, which is absolutely impressive. But to me, it's like that's step one, and I need to hear about more than that.
Yeah, because also, yes, your Forza game looks really nice. Every Forza game it's a fucking car game. A car game looking nice is not impressive to me anymore. Yes, it is a very nice looking car game. Some of the stuff they talked about with the Xbox One X in regards to people who do not have 4K TVs, which I think they did not make a good case for this because there isn't a good case for this. I feel like this press conference has even further solidified my opinion that these consoles, the PlayStation 4 Pro and the Xbox One X, only exist because 4K TVs exist. And if the 4K TV thing was not a thing, they would have never made these mid-step consoles. Yeah, it's only for the 4K.
It is, but it's so weird because it's like they built this box with all this power inside, and absolutely, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's a really nice piece of engineering. I'm amazed it's as small as it is.
Yes.
It's probably a great console in that sense, like the technicals. Absolutely. You would get your value for $499 for what's in that box. But there's so many, and we've gone over this time and time again, how many games are actually going to make use of what's in there? And if they did make use of what's in there, there's no way they would actually be running well cross-platform across an Xbox One X and an Xbox One. Just not going to happen. So it's like, it's a really expensive box that is never probably going to reach its full potential because, frankly, the consoles that there are right now haven't reached their full potential. So all of it is kind of confused, and when the show that goes on doesn't really give you a compelling reason for okay, what exactly am I getting out of this that's so much better, other than just if I have a 4K TV, it might look nicer for some games. It's weird. And then for third-party stuff, I remember they listed off later in the show, here are the games getting Xbox One X patches.
Yeah.
Every single one of them has a PS4 Pro patch.
Yeah.
It's okay, so they're coming into parity with the PS4 Pro. Great. Are they actually going to, because the Pro is weaker, is it going to do better than the Pro, or so it's a lot of I came out of this conference knowing the name and the look of this thing, but not really understanding the meaning of it any more than I did before.
Yeah. But, Jonathan, if you do plug in your Xbox One X into your 1080p TV, you will be able to take advantage of the incredible technology of super sampling, where it is going to internally render the image at a resolution of 4K and then downsample it into a 1080p image. And so it's going to look mildly sharper.
Yay.
I think that's worth $500 to me. Isn't it worth $500 to you?
I'll just say...
Slightly faster load times, Jonathan. Is that going to sell you?
For the second year in a row, most of the games that we saw at this E3 were not the most graphically intensive games.
No, yeah.
So, doesn't matter to me.
It has a liquid-cooled vapor chamber.
It's an amazing feat of engineering. No one's
liquid-cooled vapor chamber. People clapped when he said liquid-cooled vapor chamber.
It's cool. You got to get some exclusives or something if I'm going to buy it. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I think it's what I've said before. What Xbox probably needs was more of a clean break, because I think the Xbox One is so fundamentally flawed in so many ways. I mean, here's the one thing I would hope they would have added to this was a share button to the controller.
Yeah.
The Xbox One controller still does not have a share button. Just let that sink in. The Nintendo Switch launched with a share button.
Yeah.
Nintendo is more on that than Xbox is. It's weird.
Yeah.
The whole thing is weird.
So, anyways, let's move on from that point to the first sort of game thing they transitioned into was Forza Motorsport 7, which we've talked a little bit about here. It looks nice.
The first thing they transitioned into was a car commercial, Sean.
Well, yeah.
Where the woman, or whoever it was, got a dude on stage, brought out a car.
No, that was after the trailer.
No, the car was first. I remember this, and I made a joke about it. We saw a car before we saw any gameplay at Microsoft E3.
No, I'm pretty sure, because I remember the beginning of the trailer not knowing what the fuck the trailer was for, because it started in the fucking desert.
Okay,
and then it slowly transitioned to do... I think they bumpered it with videos.
Okay, that's what it is.
There was
we saw actual gameplay after the car.
Yeah. So they sort of transitioned into a brief sort of video teaser of Forza Motorsport 7. Then Dan Greenewalt, who has been on the Microsoft stage forever because he's the Forza man, he came out on stage and they very slowly spun around a car under a curtain that while he talked about Forza Motorsport 7, and they pulled off the curtain to everyone's shock and awe. They revealed the 2018 Porsche 911 GT RS supercar. This is the first time, Jonathan, in the history of supercar motorsport bullshit that any supercar has been debuted worldwide on an E3 stage. Didn't that shock and amaze you?
No. I like Forza. Let's just say that. Forza Horizon 3 is a fantastic game. I probably will wait until the next Forza Horizon, but Forza Motorsport 7 looks like an absolutely good racing game.
Well, it looks like an absolutely good racing game that is going to be the first racing game you can play as, or race as, or in, however, whatever verb or preposition you want to use, in the 2018 Porsche 911 GT RS supercar. Porsche.
And it is very impressive that game will be running natively at 4K and 60 frames per second. On the Xbox One X, I wish we would have heard solid details on other games like that as well.
Yeah.
And it makes me think maybe that's the most impressive one they had.
Yeah. They did say the Nürburgring, which is a circuit that is like the circuit they use to for the trailer for every racing game since the dawn of time. So if you were taking your E3 shots, you were taking a shot right there at the first mention of Nürburgring, because that's the only reason why I know what that is, because I've heard that 500 times in my life, because they always talk about it with racing games. I was very disappointed, by the way, that they did not lower the 2018 Porsche 911 GT RS from the ceiling or drive it up from a ramp under the stage or something. It was like a fake wall that spun around from Scooby-Doo or something. It was come on. You lowered a car from the ceiling 2 years ago. You can do it this time too.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, so that's Forza Motorsport 7. If you like car games, you're probably going to like that one. Then they talked about how, Phil Spencer talked about how they have the largest, most diverse lineup of games ever, which he has said at every E3 he's been at, and it features 42 games, 22 console exclusives, and your sanity would slowly start to dissolve over the course of the press conference, trying to determine what the fuck the words console exclusive even meant anymore.
At a certain point, we had the sentence over and over again, Xbox One console launch exclusive,
yes.
Which is 3 qualifiers.
Yes.
So
So the first game they showed next was a new Metro game called Metro Exodus. For people who don't know, it is the third Metro game following Metro 2033 and Metro Last Light, which is a series of first-person shooters set in a post-apocalyptic Russia based on a series of Russian novels.
Okay, this is we were early into E3,
Yeah.
and I realized I'm already sick with the post-apocalyptic games. They need to stop. There's too many of them. They all look like The Last of Us now. And the reason I have not played Horizon Zero Dawn yet is because I'm internally prejudiced against these games.
Hey, Horizon Zero Dawn is post-apocalyptic.
I understand, and I have bought the game. It's on my console.
Great.
Okay?
It's really good.
I will. But you understand why I have to get over that hump.
Yeah.
It's because there's just something about there's too many of them. I know people like Metro. That looked really generic to me.
Yeah, I tried playing Metro Last Light a while ago. I think that was I played it on the PS3 because it was a PS Plus game back when I had your PS3, the access to your PS3, and it didn't really grab me. I really like the Stalker games, which are PC first-person shooters from the mid-2000s, and I think I've always just been more attracted to those games, and the Metro stuff is a bit more linear than those. It looked okay. I thought it was weird that they transitioned immediately into a non-console exclusive. I think Metro Exodus isn't even a launch exclusive for the Xbox One. Yeah. It's just they said world premiere.
It was a world premiere, but it was not. They had all these different qualifiers.
Yeah, and it's because I hadn't yet started marking down what the qualifier was at the beginning because I started doing that at some point. So So then that's Metro Exodus. Then they did a teaser for Assassin's Creed Origins, which is maybe the most leaked video game
of all time.
So we knew everything about it. It's set in Egypt. It's set 3,000 years ago, so it's ancient Egypt. It's about the beginning of the Assassin's Creed order. They showed more of it at Ubisoft, and let's talk about that when we get to the Ubisoft one because I think it's more relevant there. So they showed off some Assassin's Creed Origin stuff.
Again, kind of weird to me that it got its premiere at Microsoft, not at Ubisoft, but whatever.
Yeah. So moving on from that. Then we had, they talked about Mixer live game streaming, and I was very confused about that for a little bit until they talked about how PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which is a PC shooter that is based on the premise of the Battle Royale or Hunger Games kind of thing that has had this meteoric explosion in popularity because it debuted earlier this year on Steam as I think basically a early access kind of game. And so that's coming to consoles, which has been rumored for a month or so. And I guess it's coming to Xbox One first. This is where I write Xbox One console launch exclusive tag sounds less definitive than what they said on stage. Also, Xbox One console launch exclusive is a phrase that is utterly impossible to parse. Yes. So this is where I first took note of that. So that means to me that this is an Xbox One console launch exclusive.
Yes. I think maybe the clearest indication we have is technically PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is still a early access title.
Yeah.
And Xbox One does have early access, so maybe they'll have it in early access until it actually comes out as a finished game, and then it'll probably go everywhere. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, but if I were to play it, I would probably play it on PC because it seems like much more a PC shooter kind of game.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on. The next thing, Xbox One console launch exclusive. I will just say what I wrote here. Terrain deformation, first-person shooter, Minecrafty, Deep Rock Galactic.
I remember nothing of this.
It was a weird... It looked like very much a game that has probably been on early access for 500 years on Steam that they are now getting on Xbox. I don't know. It had a very brief, kind of incomprehensible teaser. Deep Rock Galactic. Moving on. So then the next thing they showed was, I guess this is the first exclusive since Forza, was State of Decay 2, which is State of Decay 1 was a zombie game on the 360 from 2012 or something. So they've been working on this for a long time. I thought it was a pretty decent trailer for it. It's coming out spring 2018. I never played State of Decay, so I don't really know much about it.
This is just going to be a theme for me on this episode today. Too many post-apocalyptic games, and you got to do something special for me to care. And I don't know if I cared about any of the post-apocalyptic games shown off at this E3, other than the DLC for Horizon, which looked really good.
Yeah. So. I will say they did the first really big dramatic moment of violence at this E3, which was pretty light on the violence for most of the conferences, other than Bethesda, but they had a good reason to be violent.
Bethesda's always violent.
Yeah, but in State of Decay 2, there's just this really random part near the end of the trailer where a giant zombie just straight up rips a motherfucker in half, and you see his intestines fall out. It's I didn't expect this to get so graphic all of a sudden. That was kind of weird. So that's State of Decay 2. Moving on, Xbox One console launch exclusive. This is probably the worst, most awkward, most infuriating thing that happened all E3. It started off with this weird teaser for a game that at first I was like, is this another Battle Royale kind of thing? What the fuck is this? It's like a dude in the snow with an axe or something. It's kind of cartoony looking. And then you can see I say another Battle Royale kind of game, question mark, more cartoony. Oh, what the fuck? And when I said, oh, what the fuck, is when a man named Jethro Tull, like the band Jethro Tull, came out, and he had a little, like, name card popped up on the screen that said Jethro Tull, Chief Shoutcaster, and then he just started screaming esports nonsense at you for the next 90 seconds, and then it ended, and then I had to quickly catch the name The Darwin Effect, which was the name of the game, that they, like, briefly showed on screen, as if they, like, realized halfway through how embarrassing this was. It's like, we don't want our game to be associated with this. Just put it on screen for half a second and take it away, because this is bad PR at this point. Because holy shit, was that awful.
It was awful. It was annoying. The guy basically sounded like Alex Jones, but yelling about something more benign.
It's just, man, that's not how esports works. This is not how esports works. There's a really great piece that is on Waypoint that came up. I think they actually wrote it for the EA conference for the Battlefront 2 thing, but it immediately gained an insane amount of relevancy when the Darwin Effect thing happened, which is just, I forget who wrote it, but it's one of the contributors to Waypoint. There's a really good article about why trying to debut a game with esports bullshit on E3 press conferences is utterly terrible. So if you want like deeper thoughts on why that is awful, go read that piece. Moving on. Minecraft. This is the part of the presentation where you remember, oh right, Microsoft owns Minecraft, and oh right, Mojang is not pronounced Mojang, Mojang is pronounced Mojang. It's just something, I forget both those things every fucking year by the time we get to E3.
Notch called someone on Twitter a cunt today. I don't know if you saw that.
Just
that
today?
Was great. Yeah. So that was great cross promotion.
Yeah,
he's not involved with the game anymore, but still.
Yeah.
Minecraft has a nice patch they're doing for 4K.
Yeah, they're basically they have the super duper graphics pack, 4K lighting super duper graphics pack. That's what I wrote down with a bunch of exclamation points. It basically looks like they kind of wrapped in a bunch of like the PC mods that already exist for Minecraft. So if you know what Minecraft looks like on PC, it kind of looks like that, only not quite as good. I guess they are uniting a bunch of the different platforms they have Minecraft on. I don't really know what that means.
We heard there'll be crossplay between everything except Sony, because Sony has a stick up their butt and won't do crossplay.
Yeah, so I don't know how that works. Minecraft.
They did say, like, specifically, like, Nintendo Switch and Xbox One, for instance, can crossplay.
They had, like, a Minecraft-built Switch on the screen for, like, half a second, which I thought, like, broke an unspoken taboo that I felt a little uncomfortable about.
Yeah, they made it clear later on with press, but it is a nice little move they're doing there. But definitely, once you're talking about Minecraft of all games in 4K, the term 4K has no meaning.
Yeah, which the best part was right after that. That's when Phil Spencer came back, Phil Spencer, head of Xbox, as I say every time, came back up on stage, and he said that Minecraft in 4K blew him away, which is just like, come on, Phil. You're like a way more earnest, like upright, honest kind of guy. You don't need to do that. That's not your image, man. Don't do that shit. This is also where he said the most amazing bullshit thing maybe anyone has ever said on an E3 press conference, which he said that the games they're showing off are available for pre-order today. Like, yeah, no shit. I can buy these games before they're out. Great. Yeah, I can pre-order all these video games. No fucking shit. You can of course, it's announced. You can find someone that you can, will tell you, oh, I'll take $60 and give you this video game to you 3 years from now.
Yeah.
Don't tell me I can pre-order your fucking video games, you asshole. Come on. It's a bad look. But the next is maybe the best thing that happened at all of E3. This is something that came out from like a very small, brief press release a couple of days earlier from Japan, and I was no way expecting to see this on any of the press conferences. I was surely not expecting to see it on the Microsoft press conference. We had also not seen any footage of it yet, so I didn't know how it looked in motion, but they showed off Dragon Ball FighterZ, which is the proper way to say it. It looks like Dragon Ball Fighter Z, but it's supposed to be pronounced Dragon Ball FighterZ. And it is a 2D, but with the using the sort of Guilty Gear Xrd style, 3D models that look amazingly 2D, graphical style from Arc System Works, and It looks fucking amazing.
Looks fucking amazing. And the footage on the Microsoft show was not the best footage of this released.
No.
So go find, like, there are multiple gameplay previews.
Yeah.
I have played more Dragon Ball Z fighting games over the years than you have.
Yeah.
I think. And mainly that's because Arc System Works has done 3 games before for the series. They did Supersonic Warriors for the Game Boy Advance, Supersonic Warriors 2 for the DS, and just 2 years ago they did Extreme Butoden for the 3DS. And luckily we have gotten all of those over here, and those are 3 of my favorite Dragon Ball fighting games. They are fantastic. I talked about Extreme Butoden on this podcast, and that Supersonic Warriors 2, the DS one, I still play that sometimes. I will pop it in. It is a phenomenal fighting game. Arc System Works is so good at Dragon Ball, and I think a lot of people in the Dragon Ball fan community are like, I'm very happy to have this handheld fighting game. I want Arc System Works unleashed on a console. And it looks like they were not only unleashed, they were set free on a field like horses in motion, and it's beautiful to behold because the graphics and the movement in this fighting game looks outstanding.
Yeah, for people who have not seen their Arc System Works like most recent other console game, Guilty Gear Xrd, which is XRD is how that's spelled. Like, go look footage of it up on YouTube. They recently put out an update of it called Revelator, which is like, I have not played a second of any Guilty Gear game, but every time they put out an update to that game, I just go and look up all the finishers and like character intros and stuff on YouTube, because that's the game where they introduced this incredible graphical style, where they find some way to take like 3D models and render them in such a way that they appear like 2D images. And then, so they look like 2D, but you are able to do with them the kinds of things you could only do with 3D models. And so when they spin the camera around and that kind of stuff, it's like your mind melts, because it's like, that's not how that works. Like, that camera move can't work with this art style. It's so amazing. And then finally, like, them putting out another game with that art style, but then also it being a fucking Dragon Ball game is so awesome.
It looks so great. It really looks like the manga brought to life almost more than the anime, which I love. That's really only been done once, which was this game called Dragon Ball. It was an arcade game, Super Dragon Ball Z,
right?
Because it's not Dragon Ball Super, it's Super Dragon Ball, and that was way back on the PS2 days. But like, the last Dragon Ball console games I truly enjoyed were in the PS2 era with the Budokai games and Super Dragon Ball, because I think that works much better on a 2D plane. I don't like the 3D Dragon Ball fighting games. Like, Xenoverse has some cool stuff, but I despise the fighting system in that. And so I'm really happy. But I've had them on like handhelds consistently over the years, and I'm really happy they're doing one on modern consoles.
Yeah.
This one looks particularly good.
Yeah. It's also important to note it is a 3v3 fighter, so you have teams of 3, which just felt like this game.
And that's every other Arc System Works Dragon Ball game, by the way.
Yeah, and that is also how classic Marvel vs. Capcom games are set up, and so this feels like this kind of game just sort of showed up to the show out of nowhere and kind of just like beat the shit out of Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite and just stole its lunch, because it's like, it looks like Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite seems fine. This looks way more like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 than their new Marvel vs. Capcom game does. So
it's one of the games of E3, definitely.
Yeah. So that was fucking amazing. Then moving on,
This was a period of the show where they were just rapid fire going through trailers.
Yeah. So I'm just going to say basically what these are. Xbox One console launch exclusive. Black Desert Online, which is a Korean MMO, is coming to the Xbox One.
Okay, I didn't know what that was, but my brother did.
Yeah, it was a very confusing demo because it was like Black Desert Online does not have a distinctive enough art style for you to be able to tell it just from like images. And so like I was just waiting for that whole thing for like the logo at the end, be like, what the fuck is this game? And the logo is like, oh, it's Black Desert Online. That game has been on the PC for like years now. So that was weird. Then moving on, Xbox One console launch exclusive for a indie game called The Last Night. It's a sort of very flashback or another world looking kind of game. It's pixel art with like really highly detailed animation. It looks cool. I don't know what the fuck the actual game is.
2 problems with this.
Yeah.
One, the trailer was way too brief to give us any sense of what the actual game is. And then it came out the developer of that game is a horrible Gamergate person and should go fuck himself, and I'm not going to play his game. So there you go. So
also kind of ripped off the design of the cars from Blade Runner a bit too close. Moving on. Xbox One console launch exclusive. What is the actual name of this game? The Artful Escape. I think this was the game where it was like 2D with like kind of like paper cutout looking characters with a dude with a guitar. I have no idea what the fuck the game actually was.
Yeah, another one where, frankly, if you're going to do shows that brief, just don't show it because it gives me no sense of what the game is.
It's like it has a nice art style. I don't know. Then A like Dark Soulsy looking JRPG game called Code Vein that is coming in 2018. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. Like, they did not say, they must not have said Xbox One console launch exclusive because they didn't put it down. So I guess that's just coming to everything. In which case, I don't know why they showed it off because it looks like it might be fine. Who knows?
Same with Dragon Ball FighterZ. That's coming to everything.
Yeah, exactly. So then moving on, this is another one of the few like true blue Xbox One and Windows 10 exclusives, Sea of Thieves.
Let's talk about Sea of Thieves.
So this is the third year they've shown it off at E3.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not convinced this game will ever come out.
Yeah.
But this was the best look we'd had at it yet.
Yeah, it is the best look we've had at it yet, although I still had the same reaction I've had every time they've shown it, which is like, this game looks interesting. What is the like structure of the game? And I feel like for having 3 E3s in a row, I have no idea what the fuck like you're actually trying to do. It just seems like you get a bunch of friends on a ship and go off on random like procedurally generated. Like, is it all procedurally generated? Is it an MMO? Like, do you matchmake with other people? Is it like Destiny where it's like the matchmaking is seamless but it's not quite an MMO? Like, what the fuck is the game from like a larger perspective? I feel like they really need to make that clear.
I have that question, and here's my reaction to Sea of Thieves every single time they've shown it. And again, I thought this was our best look at it, that being relative. This nautical stuff is my favorite stuff in like the world. I don't talk about it much on this show, but like that's when I read a novel, it's something with a schooner in it. Just that's what I read. Like, I love that stuff. If you can't get me excited for Sea of Thieves, I should be more excited for this. That's every time this game comes up, I think I should be more excited for this. And I'm not trying to be selfish. It's just like, this looks like it's perfect for me, and it just kind of is, I'm bumping off of it.
Yeah.
And so maybe the game will be better. I think some of it is that this is becoming kind of E3 fatigue for me. Like, prediction, does this come out before the next E3?
I don't know. They did say early 2018 at the end of the video.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't quite believe it either, but, you know.
I mean, this game has been in development forever. I want it to be good. It's really the only exclusive on my radar for Xbox that I have any interest in.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this is also, I'm looking at my notes, it's important to point out, this is the point of the show where I say, at this point, I've sort of lost the thread on all the Xbox One X stuff. The game looks fine, but so many of these games aren't graphically intensive. And it's like...
Yeah, they barely showed any games that would actually show off a 4K kind of look.
Yeah, and it feels like this was the part where I realized they had not mentioned anything about the Xbox One X since the top of the show with Forza, and like we're like fucking 10 games deep, and I was like, they are not making a good case for this Xbox One X stuff when I have like had to remind myself through this like demo that was too long, which is why my mind started wandering towards the larger perspective. It was like, oh right, that's how this fucking E3 started, or their conference started, was about Xbox One X, and we're like a whole E3's worth of games away from that point, and they're still just going without ever talking about it.
Yeah.
So then moving on, let's see, what's the next name? Xbox One console launch exclusive, Tacoma. This is a game I'm very excited about, but it's also been at E3 for a long time. It's the next game from Gone Home, the people from Gone Home at Fulbright. It should be probably really good. It's coming out this year on August 2nd, so they finally gave a pretty concrete release date, so I would expect they're probably going to hit that, because that's pretty close.
Yeah, and we will be playing that. I mean, we loved Gone Home, and that looks great.
Yeah, that looks cool. I'm glad that this finally has a release date, because it's like it has been at E3 for a while.
Yeah, I missed that it got a release date, so I'm adding it to my game calendar, which maybe I'll share with you guys at the end of the show.
There you go. Then moving on, Xbox One console exclusive.
Ooh, that's more definitive.
Xbox, do you remember what this game is? Can you remember what is it's not Crackdown. It's a platformer. Can you remember they showed off a 3D platformer?
Was this the one with the rabbit guy or the fox?
It is a fox.
It looked like Conquer, but it wasn't.
It was not Conquer. They had this, I had such a hard time trying to figure out what the fuck it was, because at first it was like you could see a like animal mascot character. At first I thought it was fucking Bubsy, because they brought Bubsy back, was something that happened like a couple of days before E3. Was the people who make fucking Bubsy games were like, I guess now is the time to resurrect maybe the most forgotten 2D platform mascot of all time, fucking Bubsy. And it's like, because it was orange and Bubsy's orange and there was an animal, Bubsy's an animal. I was like, is Bubsy really going to be on the Xbox One stage? It wasn't. And I was like, whoa, wait, is it Conquer? Because Microsoft technically has the license for Conquer, because they have Rare, and they put Conquer in that, like, fucking, like, 3D...
Rare Replay.
Yeah, that, like, all that stuff. So maybe they do it, and then it's like, oh, wait, no, that's neither of those. That's a different orange cartoon fox. And then, like, the footage started playing. I was like, I have seen this game. I've seen this character. I have fucking seen this somewhere. And then a light went on in my eyes and in my brain, and I typed into my notes, wait, is this Lucky's Tale? The Oculus Rift 3D platformer? The one named after, Palmer fucking Lucky? And lo and behold, it is Super Lucky's Tale, the sequel to Lucky's Tale, a very unknown 3D platformer that launched with the Oculus Rift, whose main character is ostensibly named after Palmer Luckey, the man that time forgot, that the man that Facebook shoved into an Antarctic base somewhere and, like, buried him alive or whatever, because Palmer Luckey's kind of a fucking asshole. And this is not a VR game. I thought at first, like, oh shit, are they actually going to talk about VR? Because that was a sort of a rumor that Microsoft had a VR sort of solution in play. And nope, this is a non-VR sequel to a VR launch game.
Yeah, and I don't even know how... Was it a side-scroller as a VR game? Because what the hell is that in VR?
It was like you had the headset on and you were like the third-person camera, but like you had like... It was like a fixed camera angle that kind of followed along the character with a track that you could look in any direction. It seemed kind of meaningless.
So basically a Virtual Boy game.
Yes. It seemed like people kind of tolerated it because, there were not a lot of VR games when the Oculus Rift launched. And this was probably not in a good way. This was maybe the most surprising game at E3 to me, because it's just like, I would have never guessed in 100 billion years, if you literally gave me that quantity of time to just name off sequels to video games, I don't think I would ever occur to me that anyone would ever make a sequel to fucking Lucky's Tale.
Yeah, it didn't look good.
Yeah, it didn't look good. Moving on, something that does look good, Xbox One console exclusive, the Cuphead game. Cuphead's actually coming out.
Cuphead looks great.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily trust that it'll hit that date. What was the date again?
September 29th.
Okay. If it does, that's great. We'll see. It's been at E3 forever, but it does look fantastic.
Yeah. It has that amazing sort of old Disney 2D animated style to it. I have no idea if it's going to be an actual good game, but it has a good look to it, and it's been at E3 forever, so yeah, it seems like they're actually putting it out. Then moving on, Xbox One and Windows 10 exclusive. This was the moment of reckoning. This, for me, was the point at which the Xbox One conference went from kind of disappointing to being like turning to being like, oh no, this is pretty bad. This is where they showed Crackdown for the first time since 2014.
Yeah, a couple things.
Yes.
One, if you didn't know what Crackdown was, this did nothing for you. And look, Crackdown isn't big enough that they can go off that. I'm sorry. It's not Halo. It's not Call of Duty or anything like that. Two, I don't know how you take Terry Crews and make him annoying. Terry Crews is a wonderful man.
Yeah.
I love Terry Crews.
Me too.
And three, why are you pitching this as a modern Sega CD game? Because that was right straight out of like a full motion video, an FMV out of a Sega CD game, only slightly more annoying.
Yeah, so they, as you're alluding to, they started it with this weird Terry Crews live action thing of him talking to the camera, like it was one of those like Old Spice commercials he was in a long time ago. And like you, I love Terry Crews. He's awesome. He was, when they did the Battlefield 1 thing last year at EA's press conference, he was like the one shining spotlight of a dude who actually cared about video games. And when they interviewed him, I still remember this because it was like I had this beautiful glowing feeling in my heart where he was talking about how like, I built a PC with my son and we like built a PC together, so I'm going to play this game. Like I usually play console games, I'm going to play Battlefield 1 with a PC and mouse, or with a keyboard and mouse, man. That's what I'm going to do. I was like, I love you, Terry Crews. I love you, you big galoot. And then he just felt kind of poorly used. I guess I don't know if he's playing the main character in Crackdown, because they showed, like in the original Crackdown 1, which is a game I like a lot, and then they fucked up with Crackdown 2, you got to play as your like pick from a series of different characters, and they weren't really voiced. They didn't have any presence in the story. And when they started showing footage of the game, a lot of the character models were like straight up the same designs of the characters from Crackdown 1 in such a way that's like, none of these people are Terry Crews. Who is Terry Crews in this game? Why did they start this off with Terry Crews? I have no idea.
This should be like their big holiday game, and I honestly don't know anything about Crackdown, and I didn't know anything more coming out of that.
It was an utterly incoherent trailer. They did nothing for someone who like loved Crackdown 1 to death. I've beaten that game like 2.5 times. I think it's a really, really fun, very inventive open world game. and they did nothing to sort of pitch on, like, how is this different from Crackdown 1? How does this, like, solve the problems that Crackdown 2 had?
I mean, how is Crackdown coming out in November, ostensibly, and will never have had an E3, like, demo showing? Why? I mean, Sea of Thieves looks cool and all that, but that game has no release date. It might not hit its early 2018 window. Why is that getting a 10-minute demo and not their big holiday game?
Yeah, it's really weird.
Frankly, usually that happened with ReCore 2, and then ReCore came out kind of broken. So
yeah, this had really heavy ReCore vibes to me. Like, I felt the exact same way I felt about watching this trailer as I did the ReCore trailer from the year, I guess, that ReCore came out. So I guess it was last year's E3, where they showed like this quick, like 2-minute gameplay video that like didn't really, like, you had no context for it. It wasn't pitched very well. It had no framing to it, and then like that was it. And you're like, wait, what? Like, that was the biggest trailer you had. The E3 before that was like this like mysterious CG trailer about what this game was, and everyone was so excited about it, and then you don't even give like a big gameplay demo. And so that was like when they didn't do that with Crackdown 3, that I thought for sure, if you're showing off Crackdown 3, like, this is your fucking exclusive for the holiday season. It's like the first exclusive you've had that is not fucking Forza, Halo, or Gears of War in forever, and you don't have anything substantive to show about it is really bad. Then on top of that, if you maybe can vaguely remember back to the long distant past of 2014 when these consoles were fresh and young and Microsoft was very, very hot on all this stuff about the cloud, they talked very heavily about how Crackdown was going to have a multiplayer mode where you had the city was totally destructible, and it was only made possible because they're offshooting the physics calculations of the like building destruction and stuff to the cloud, to the fucking Microsoft Azure cloud servers and all this stuff. And apparently that mode is still in the game because in later interviews they said it's still there. How do you not fucking show at the end of your Crackdown trailer if there's a fucking thing where you have a whole, like, skyscrapers can collapse? How is that not how you end your trailer?
And how do you not show that off as the Xbox One X thing?
Yeah.
Because it's launching day and date with the X.
Yes.
I don't know. I think this game probably also got Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to be a new term for games that are announced, take forever, and then come out broken, and you're like, this game was made in like 9 months, right?
It's the kind of game where it's like, you see this trailer and there's a certain stench in the air where it's like, I can feel the troubled development. I can feel like the weird, like, forced, like, publisher choices or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Crackdown 3. Very disappointing showing. Moving on from that, this is where they had the quick video package of a bunch of games in quick succession to fill out their 42 number. Not going to talk about many of them. Ones I sort of spotted out that I thought were interesting. This one in a bad way. There was a quick shot of a game called Fable Fortune, which, as someone who really loved Fable 1 and 2, I'm pretty insulted that, Microsoft fucking scuttled Lionhead Studios, shut down Lionhead Studios, which was the studio that made fucking Fable. It was like a well-regarded, developer that had been around for decades at that point. It's like one of the biggest development studios in the UK, and Microsoft just fucked them in the ass and threw them out onto the curb, but then kept the fucking Fable IP, and what are they doing with the Fable IP? They're making a fucking Hearthstone ripoff. Fuck you. God damn it. Fable 1 and 2 were great games. Then there was another game called Ooblets, which looked kind of cool. There was another game called Shift, which looked kind of cool. And then they also had a quick video of Conan Exiles, which is an MMO, early access game on the PC, which is famous or infamous for having full frontal male nudity in it. And I'm really curious if, that Xbox One X 4K power is being put to the proper use, if you know what I mean. Render that fucking dick slider in true 4K. That's what I want.
Is that the title of this episode?
Sure,
Dick Slider in 4K.
If we did episode titles, that would be the episode title. Then moving on from that, world premiere. Oh wait, no, this is an Xbox One console launch exclusive. It was the second Dark Souls looking game called Ashen.
God, I can't remember any of these, Sean.
Yeah,
man,
it was like two people walking through. It had a cool, almost like PS1 look, like very flat textures. It might be okay. It
okay, I remember. Yeah, apparently people have been hearing about this one for a while.
Yeah.
That's one where I was like, if you gave me more of this... that's the thing. Microsoft had enough games in here that if they had picked 10 of them and gone slightly deeper with them, I think I would have come out of this show feeling much more positive.
Yeah.
But they just threw kind of everything they had at the wall, and it's gunk in my mind at this point. Yeah. I don't remember anything.
So, yeah, because if I had not been taking these notes, I would have never remembered what this was. Then moving on from that was a world premiere, so not an exclusive of any fashion. It is the prequel to Life is Strange called Life is Strange Before the Storm. Life is Strange is a game I like a lot. Is now on PS Plus if people want to play it. It's basically like if a Telltale game was good, is my basic pitch. It's like an original story. It's got a good time travel mechanic to it. It's really well done.
And the studio, this is not the same studio that did Life is Strange. They are working on a proper sequel. This is like a stopgap. It's only 3 episodes. And one thing we learned is one of the 2 main characters is a different actress because this was recorded during the SAG-AFTRA
so for people who, maybe if you played Life is Strange, this is the story of Chloe, who was not your playable character, Max, from the first game, but you're her best friend. And it's about her before the beginning of Life is Strange and her relationship with Rachel, which is the character that's like a big part of the plot, who's kind of a missing character. Because Life is Strange has a lot of sort of like Twin Peaks and X-Files. So like Rachel is like basically the Laura Palmer of Life is Strange. And so it's...
So this is their Fire Walk with Me.
That would be fucking amazing. I would not guess that. But as you were alluding to, the sort of one of the most interesting things about this announcement was that Chloe in Life is Strange was voiced by Ashley Birch, who you're about to enjoy her voice performance in Horizon Zero Dawn as Aloy.
I saw that, yeah.
She's really great in that game. She was really great as Chloe. She is a writer on this game, which is interesting, but she is not voicing Chloe because of the SAG-AFTRA strike, and this is the first instance I can think of where that has come into play, because obviously so many of these games have been in development long enough that like we are not feeling the effects of the strike yet, and this is the one where it's like, oh man, because also like this prequel is about that character, and not having the lady what voice that character, the prequel feels like really conspicuous.
It almost feels like you should hold off until the strike is over and have her re-record the dialogue. I mean,
or maybe you don't need to make a prequel to that game because that game does not need a prequel.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I just want the sequel to be called Life is Stranger, but we'll learn about that later.
Yeah. Then moving on from that, then we had a pretty long segment about Middle-earth: Shadow of War, a video game whose title I would never have been able to remember if it was not written on my screen.
This game looks okay. I continue to think, this is my opinion on Shadow of Mordor, which I have played more of over the years because I got it for like $5 on PlayStation, you know. I think those games would be vastly more interesting to me if they were original and not using the Middle-earth license.
I agree.
And this is the same way with this one where I just can't connect that level of bloodshed to Lord of the Rings. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is a very poor use of the license. And then also, like, some of the qualms I had with the demo, because the demo looked fine, but it was like, because one of my main issues with Shadow of Mordor is after about an hour into that game, once you get like the first sort of set of level ups, you're so unbelievably powerful in that game. And then as that game goes on, you just become this just walking death god, and nothing can ever challenge you, which really defeats the point of a lot of the systems they put into the game, like the Nemesis system, that is specifically designed around the idea of you dying so that the people the orc captains that kill you become more powerful and sort of like build up this like Nemesis relationship, which utterly fell apart for me in that first game. And this just looks like you're even more ridiculously overpowered this time around, and that to me is like...
It looks like a really violent hack-and-slash power fantasy with really bad writing for the orcs just shouting out garbage.
Yeah.
And I just imagine J.R.R. Tolkien looking on from heaven and vomiting into his own tears.
That is a very good way to describe it, yeah. So that game is coming out October 10th, 2017. Do everything. That was... They didn't have the like weird man say anything at the top of that trailer. He didn't say exclusive or world premiere, because that was just a normal trailer for a normal video game.
Xbox One console launch video game.
Yeah, exactly. Then moving on, this was an Xbox One and Windows 10 exclusive. This was where they had a man play a very sad piano song on stage, and they're making a sequel to the video game Ori, whatever the subtitle of that one was, and it is called Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
Ori and the Blind Forest.
Right.
And that was the best trailer at this show,
Sure,
I thought.
yeah.
That was a good trailer. I have not played Ori and the Blind Forest. People tell me I need to. Beautiful trailer, and I like the piano. It was cool.
Yeah. But there was no projected release window or anything on it, so I thought that was like kind of weird. That I had no idea. So like they didn't even say like 2018 or anything at the end of that, so who knows. Then, moving on, this is where they started talking about backwards compatibility. And so they sort of like were talking around it for a little bit, and then we're like, yes, we're doing the thing to make original Xbox games also backwards compatible on Xbox One.
I can play Xbox One games on my Xbox One?
Yes, you can play your Xbox One games on your Xbox One X also, or your Xbox One S.
But I can't play my Xbox One games on my Xbox One.
No. But I mean, only select Xbox One games can be played on the Xbox One, but the Xbox One games cannot be played on the Xbox 360, except for some of the Xbox One games can also be played on the Xbox 360, but the other Xbox One games can't at all. None of those ones can, but some of the other Xbox One games can, if they were part of like the select list of games that they sort of designed their version of backwards compatibility for the Xbox 360 to support those Xbox One games.
Let's move on.
Yes. What was the next? Then they said the Xbox One S is going to be $249, which we knew because that came out before the conference. And then Phil Spencer said in a very quiet, hushed tone, Xbox One X will be priced at $499, and moved on very quickly from that point. And I was sitting there and I'm like, yes, of course, no fucking shit it is, and feeling very, very gloatful and arrogant about all the fucking people writing stupid fucking think pieces on the internet before he said very quietly $499.
Let's just take a moment and think about this, though. Yeah. There are going to be two models of the Xbox One on the market.
Yes.
One will cost literally twice as much as the other one. Take everything out of the equation. That makes no sense as a business strategy.
I agree.
Like, new Nintendo 3DS was like $50 more. PS4 Pro is $100 more. If you get an iPad versus an iPad Pro or whatever they do, that's like $100 or something. It would, this would be like if they had their iPad and then their special iPad and it was $2,000 or something, as its like base price. It's very bizarre to me, and I just don't get it at this point.
I mean, it's just Microsoft backed themselves in a corner because it's like, I feel like this is sort of justifying somewhat of Sony's approach with the PlayStation 4 Pro of it being an upgrade where it can kind of do 4K stuff, like it has to cheat with the checkerboard stuff, but it looks better and like takes advantage of a 4K TV, but not so. But it is able to be sort of weak enough that it's not super expensive, whereas the Xbox One X is built to support true 4K, which they said 1 billion times, but that means it's going to be that much more expensive, and it's just like. The console market does not like things priced more than $400. Like, it just doesn't.
And the other thing is just that I think for a lot of people, if you're primarily using your Xbox One as a multimedia machine, you don't need the X. Because the S has 4K Blu-ray support. It's the cheapest 4K Blu-ray player on the market. It's got 4K streaming. It's got HDR for games and for video. So if you're okay with your games not rendering in native 4K... That is a good console. That is the best multimedia machine on the market for a 4K TV, and I think it's kind of weird they didn't hold that back for the Xbox One X because that would be something slightly more compelling for it. It's frankly the S is almost too good for this whole thing. Like it's a really good upgrade to the Xbox One, so it's a little bizarre.
Yeah. But it's something where they have no choice. Like,
no choice.
There's no way they could price it at $400. Like, that just wouldn't make sense. So it's priced at $500. I think that's... I don't... And, like, unless, you have a lot of money to spare and you have a 4K TV, like, yeah, get it. That makes sense. But for most people, it's like, if you do not have a 4K TV, do not get this, because that does not seem worth it at all.
Yeah.
So then, moving on, the last thing they showed, they had EA Worldwide Executive Producer Man come out on stage and said a line... I love that he said this. He said, new IP is the lifeblood of the industry. And coming up on fucking Microsoft stage where they showed fucking everything they showed that was an exclusive to their console was a sequel other than Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is the one new IP they've had, which is also, they've shown for, this is the third year in a row they've shown it. So it's like they had fucking Forza 7, they had Crackdown 3, they had Ori 2, they had State of Decay 2, and then fucking EA Man comes up on stage. I don't think he did this intentionally, but to me it very much felt like don't fucking kick Microsoft right now, man. Did you... Phil Spencer just had to say fucking $4.99 American dollars on stage. Like, don't kick him now. That's just cruel.
Yeah.
But so this is where they did a big, like about 8-minute debut of Anthem, which is the new IP, like big new game from BioWare that they've been working on for a long time now. Now that we know, if you've read that Mass Effect Andromeda piece by Jason Schreier from Kotaku, it was called Project Dylan because they wanted to be the Bob Dylan of video games, which is a very weird thing to say.
If anyone's going to do it, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, Jonathan, you're a huge Bob Dylan fan. Did you watch this Anthem preview and say to yourself, that sure looks like the Bob Dylan of video games?
I said, why does this not have Knocking on Heaven's Door on it?
Yeah. I mean, a very solemn cover of Knocking on Heaven's Door. Yeah.
Yeah. why Guns N' Roses knocking, like that could have been in there. Someone has probably made that by now on YouTube, and if not, I'll go home and make it. No, Anthem looks really good. I have questions about it. I'm not sure exactly what it is, and that's okay for what it is now. This was a very solid reveal. Even though my stream was really breaking down at this point, it looked utterly gorgeous, jaw-droppingly gorgeous, much more than any other kind of high-end technical game at E3 this year. And to me it looks like Titanfall, Destiny, and what's the other game I've been thinking of with it?
Mass Effect, maybe?
Mass Effect probably is the other one, made Sweet Sweet Love, and we got Anthem. And I'm very curious about this. This seems like where BioWare's passion actually is. I think you look at this compared to like Mass Effect Andromeda, which felt very soulless. This looks like they are very excited to debut this. And it seems like a much more confident reveal of what this is than, say, Destiny was a couple years ago, which still had no identity by the time it launched.
Yeah, this felt like... I think part of the reason why this game is able to sort of have the stronger pitch is that they are very clearly, like, going off of the back of Destiny, because the setup is very similar. It's humanity is on their last legs, and they're hidden in the city behind a wall, and outside the wall is bad, and you are playing as, I think they call you freelancers, and you get into big exosuits and go outside the wall and go on a co-op sort of adventures. And so it definitely had a Destiny sort of feel to it. I thought the trailer and like the gameplay demo looked fantastic, but it was also like we have done this podcast on E3 so much that at this point, like I have to admit, I looked at that gameplay demo and said that video game does not exist. Like it looked, it's so like far away from release, and it's like that. It so looked like particularly the very beginning of the demo, you could tell, and this is also true of the Metro Exodus thing I forgot to mention there, that you could tell by the first-person camera movements that's like, this is doctored, like this is not like real, proper in-engine stuff. And when they like went out into the third-person stuff in the world, that looked like that was like a vertical slice of a video game. But yeah, very excited by it, very intrigued by the idea of like, I love Destiny. I want to see a lot of video games be influenced by a lot of the sort of things that Destiny brought to the table. But I also think this is a game that that if you are a cynical enough adult, I want to have your opinions kept in check.
I want to see what it actually is. I'm excited by what we have so far. Look, I think coming off the marketing disaster of BioWare's last game, I'm just glad that there was a cohesive pitch.
Yes.
But it looks exciting. This could be fantastic. It could not be too, but we'll see.
I'm really curious, as someone who's a huge BioWare fan and has been since I Knights of the Old Republic, for me, one of the main things I come to BioWare games is the story and character stuff. And I'm curious to see how that fits into this game, because it was very gameplay heavy. It was very it emphasized the co-op stuff. They also did, I think, they sort of took a cue from Ubisoft, but really one-upped Ubisoft in terms of taking the multiplayer chatter thing that Ubisoft does for a lot of their games, of having real people talking, but try to fake do people talking while they're playing video games. And they kind of did this here, but it was restrained enough that it didn't get in the way and felt kind of natural.
Yeah, my biggest reaction to this, honestly, is this is what the follow-up to Mass Effect should have been.
Sure, yeah.
Not
big, bold, different kind of game.
Yeah, not a literal Mass Effect sequel, but taking what they learned from that and doing a new thing.
Yeah.
And this looked like a BioWare game, but it also looked new, and I'm excited by that.
Yeah, I think it was a really good reveal. It had that kind of and this is, I think, one of the reasons why I'm sort of slightly cautious about it, is it reminded me a lot of the first time we saw Watch Dogs and how fucking awesome that looked, and then we have all been very burned by those kinds of games for a while now. So
we didn't get Watch Dogs Brotherhood at the Ubisoft show.
No.
Was there anything else at Microsoft? That was it, right?
That was it. That was the last thing. I wrote here a couple of wrap-up thoughts. One thing I thought was interesting was that there was no VR at all. Not even a mention of it. The closest hint of it was Super Lucky's Tale, and even that was they didn't even say anything about VR. You just had to infer, I guess it has to not be VR based on how stable the camera is, and that nobody's talking about it.
Yeah. Final thoughts on Microsoft. I don't want to be too cynical, but I see a show like this, and it's so scattershot and so all over the map, and the actual things that are truly exclusive to the Xbox One don't interest me much at all. The closest is Sea of Thieves, which seems like it has a lot of identity problems going into actual release. And then you have all the Xbox One X stuff on top, and that they can't put a show together shorter than 2 fucking hours with all that stuff. Part of me doesn't see how, if there is another gaming generation, like PlayStation 5, either there is not an Xbox in that generation, or it is going to be a radically different thing. Yeah. Honestly, that's my feeling at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go as far as that, but it just definitely felt like they had a big thing to try to accomplish at this E3 when they came into it, and that was establish the Xbox One Scorpio / the Xbox One X as a legitimate, viable platform, sell people on it, and then also turn the narrative about their first party development around, because especially ever since Scalebound got canceled, that has turned on them real hard, and they did not do either of those things to me.
Look, even in the years when Sony was in the wilderness a little bit with the PS3, where the 360 was really driving the industry and the narrative, they still were killing it on exclusives. Sony has always had that, and the library for the PS3, on games you can only play on the PS3, is far stronger than what the 360 had by the end of its lifespan, and that was going on from the beginning. Uncharted was not 10 years into the system or anything, Yeah. And Xbox is having a lot of the same problems Sony did at that period, but without the games. Yeah. And I don't see how you recover from that. This feels not to this degree, but a Sega in the wilderness thing more than it does Sony in the wilderness thing, if we're making those comparisons.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it was it wasn't. It certainly wasn't an abject disaster or anything, but it did not.
Yeah,
it did not fix their problems. It was
and the best games we saw, you can play anywhere else. So,
well, I mean, it's a Xbox Microsoft console launch exclusive, Jonathan. It'll be exclusive.
Whatever that means. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Want to go talk about Ubisoft?
No. Next up is Bethesda.
Oh, right. We can do this one fast.
Yeah, this is a quick one because Bethesda, this is, as I talked about at the top, this is the first one of the ones that's this is a very tight, there's basically a video, there's behind the marketing dude or whatever Bethesda showed on stage. It was here's a video you're going to watch. We have this framing device of Bethesda Land, which is a fun theme park. And I was oh, this is a fun idea. And then you realize Bethesda has top to bottom by far the most graphic violent games at the entire show. You're this whole framing device suddenly felt very sinister in a way that maybe they didn't fully think through.
I liked it. I
thought it was a fun presentation.
I liked it in kind of a Fallout way with the Pip-Boy stuff. I liked the Bethesda Land stuff, and honestly, it was just a fun show to watch. There were no real surprises. There were no huge reveals. I mean, the reveals we did get, we knew were coming.
Yeah.
But I had fun watching this. It was a solid, short 35 minutes.
Yeah, and it just was. I feel like I have been so impressed by Bethesda every single year since they started 2 years ago, where when they started their first show, it felt like the only reason they're doing this is because we all know Fallout 4 is on the horizon, and they did it and it was 30 minutes of Fallout 4, and then Fallout 4 came out a couple of months later, and it was yeah, okay, that makes sense, that was a cool thing to do. And then the year after that was did they have anything to show? And then they showed Prey and a bunch of Dishonored 2 stuff. It was oh, I guess they do have stuff to show. And the same thing with this year is I don't know exactly what they're going to show. Can they really they have enough to do this and make it feel good? And I think they totally did, even though I knew every single game they showed was going existed, even the ones they hadn't officially announced yet. It was still yeah, this is a really well put together thing.
Absolutely. Bethesda just has one of the strongest brands right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think if you buy a game with Bethesda's name on it, it's going to be, if not the greatest game ever, an interesting, solid, worth your time, worth your money product. Yeah. Prey is one of the ones this year that I'm sad I haven't caught up on yet, because my brother's played that on his PC, and it sounds really good, and just the ones we've seen here, I need to go catch up on Wolfenstein 1.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
you do.
The Evil Within 1 didn't interest me, but Evil Within 2, that is a phenomenal horror trailer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this was fun. Let's go through them really quick.
So, at the top, I just want to shout out, I loved how they started the show with this video thing of, all the kids, and of the kids of a lot of the devs, and some of the devs just talking about, yeah, my mom makes video games. I thought that was really cool.
Even though you stop and think, none of these kids should be playing their parents' games.
Exactly. But this was before they'd shown any of the video games, so you weren't thinking about it yet. But it was again, Bethesda just has had this really cool attitude that they've had for a couple of years since they've come up as a publisher, and I like that opening a lot. Then they did all the Bethesda Land stuff as a setup, and then this is the first big VR thing at all of E3 was Bethesda. They showed Doom VFR, virtual fun reality. Oh. Virtual fun reality, Jonathan. Please, it's a family-friendly show. No, but it's Doom in virtual reality. They just sort of showed a quick trailer. Okay.
I don't know if I can handle that, but cool, they're doing it.
Yeah, it looked interesting. Then Fallout 4 VR, which is, they kind of talked about that, I think, last year, that they were working on it. It seems like it's just Fallout 4 totally playable in VR. That seems cool. I should also point out, I wrote here in my notes, they used the song Mr. Sandman over that trailer, and I cannot hear that song without thinking about the fucking Sleep No More Doctor Who episode anymore, where that song was like, they have the weird pods, and it's like the sleep gunk comes to life as the monster. I cannot hear that song anymore, and it's just the same because I like that song a lot.
I think of Back to the Future, I think, with that one.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't remember that Doctor Who episode.
We'll talk about that Doctor Who episode later, I guess.
All right.
Then, so that was their VR stuff, so they just sort of showed 2 quick little VR things. Then they talked about Elder Scroll Online for a little bit. They're doing a big Morrowind expansion. They showed some YouTube people.
Well, it's out now, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's out. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Elder Scrolls Online it's one of those many MMORPGs that exist that has, like, this really dedicated fan base of, like, 100,000 people, and nobody else knows anything about it. And it's just, like, this, like, fucking iron curtain around all those MMOs. So then that was that. Then this was one of sort of the biggest announcements of E3, but in, like, a really off-key, like, low-key kind of way that I'm really curious to see how this is going to develop. They talked about a thing called the Creation Club, which is basically Bethesda's solution for the paid mod thing that they tried to do several years ago now on Steam with Skyrim, and it basically seems like it is a program that is going to work for a bunch of the different Bethesda Game Studios games like Fallout 4 and Skyrim, that Bethesda developers will be able to make officially supported mods that you're going to, like, pay for that will, like, you know, do cool stuff, like, you know, get a cool sword or something in Skyrim. But then also, there's a lot of, like, technical specifics in this. I have no idea how this program is also going to work, but they did specifically say, like, community creators will be able to be selected to have their stuff be put on this marketplace, and they will be paid for that. And that's a, like, big deal for people in the mod community, because it's something that's, like, been ideas being pushed around for several years now about, like, what do we do with mods? Is there, like, something more to do here? Because it's, like, it's something that can add a huge amount of value to your game, but, like, do we want to be able to officially support them in a monetary sort of fashion? So this is them sort of coming out there and saying they're going to give that a try, and I think that's cool.
Okay.
Moving on from that, they showed off Elder Scrolls Legends, which is Elder Scrolls Hearthstone.
Whatever.
Moving on, there's going to be a Heroes of Skyrim expansion, so we got to hear the Skyrim theme song for what was the first of surprisingly many times at this E3. Moving on from that, we got to hear the Skyrim theme song again in quick succession when we got a little bit of Skyrim on the Nintendo Switch. A man said a Switch pun on stage. There's going to be amiibos in Skyrim.
It looks cool. We still don't know a lot of details about exactly what version of Skyrim this is. My brother, who knows Skyrim better than I know anything, I think, in my life, insists that looks more like the special edition than it does the original because of, like, the lighting and the color and stuff. So we just don't know. But I do like the amiibo support. Looked fun and goofy. It's got some motion controls in there, which I actually have really enjoyed on the Switch for, like, aiming and stuff, like in Breath of the Wild and stuff. And yeah, the idea of Skyrim on Switch still seems fun. I think it's weird we haven't heard a date on that yet. Yeah. But whatever. Yeah, it's cool.
Amiibos.
Yeah.
You can have a very, very ugly Link in your game that's like, they very specifically shot that trailer so that you never saw his face, because it's like, Skyrim people don't look very good by modern standards.
No. Yeah.
So yeah, that's Skyrim on the Nintendo Switch. Then they showed a trailer for the Dishonored 2 DLC called The Death of the Outsider.
I just wanted to go back for a second.
Yeah.
Skyrim got playtime at a full 3 of the 6 shows.
Yeah.
Which is amazing for a game that is now 6 years old.
Like I said, we heard the Skyrim, like, we heard that a lot at the E3.
Yes.
Yeah, so then, anyways, back to the Dishonored 2 DLC is coming out this September. It was just a fully cinematic trailer that was, like, it was a pretty cool trailer that was, like, you know, I had that, it almost felt like the Old Boy or Daredevil, like, kind of like one-shot fight scene stuff.
That's getting a full retail release, like a standalone.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so it's I'm not sure if it's even DLC. It's its own, like, it's like Uncharted: The Lost Legacy.
Huh? Yeah. So, and as someone who played the Dishonored 1 DLC and Dishonored 2, I thought, like, the stuff they set up with the story, we have Dowd, the character voiced by Michael Madsen, who was the main character of the DLC for Dishonored 1. And so he shows up at the end of the trailer and he says, oh, we're going to kill that black-eyed bastard or whatever. And then it says, death of the Outsider, who the Outsider is a really pivotal figure in that sort of series lore because he's kind of the source of all the supernatural powers. And if that is what that game is, like, that is kind of an amazing idea of, you know, because Dishonored is a game about assassinating people. And if at the end of this thing, you just straight up, like, the last mission is you just sneak in and fucking slit his throat, that'd be pretty fucking cool. So I'm excited to check that out. Like, I was kind of disappointed by Dishonored 2, but not in such a way that I would not come back for some DLC. Moving on, they talked about Quake Champions, which is their new Quake game. They talked a lot about esports and how Quake apparently invented esports. BJ Blazkowicz from Wolfenstein will be in Quake Champions. They said esports a lot.
Yeah.
Moving on from that, this is where shit kind of kicked off. We got the Evil Within 2 trailer, which was something that it was been a known secret that they were making a sequel to Evil Within, which is the Shinji Mikami developed sort of action survival horror game from a couple of years ago. Shinji Mikami being of like Resident Evil 4 fame, and that game did not get received particularly well. I didn't play it. I love Resident Evil 4 a lot. I hope this game is really good. Whether it's good or not, that was a fucking good trailer.
Oh, it's amazing. The stuff at the end with like the like white liquid and him going under it and stuff, like the whole like is it a dream, is it not, kind of dreamscape landscape that we had for everything. I thought it was an amazing trailer and definitely made me think like, yeah, man, if I can pick up the Evil Within for like $15 and just give it a try, maybe I can jump on the sequel.
Yeah, I don't know enough to know like whether or not what they were showing was like a direct story connection to Evil Within 1 or not. Like, and I will have to say, like, we never got, and this was well known before the show because Kojima kind of came out to say it, but we never got a Death Stranding trailer anywhere, and this was like
the closest we
got, and I could accept that because it's a really well made trailer. That's what, if you didn't see that is one to go just check out just for like the sake of how cool the trailer is.
Yeah, it's good little like 5 minutes of filmmaking.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the game is coming out Friday the 13th, October 2017.
So once again, Bethesda is taking their two games and smashing them on top of each other for the fall, and I don't know why they think that's going to work because it didn't last time, but whatever.
But anyways, moving on to the last thing of the show, one of my favorite things at this whole E3. I'm so fucking excited for Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, sequel to Wolfenstein The New Order.
I still haven't played Wolfenstein The New Order, but I thought this like 8-minute presentation was amazing, and the best thing in the whole thing was the opening little short film they had, which was like a like 1950s and 60s Disney, when Disney made all those kind of variably quality live action films like Swiss Family Robinson and Old Yeller and Treasure Island and stuff like that. And it was Lysol or something, and it was this girl and her robot. That was amazing. Yeah,
because that is, for people who don't know, like the whole premise of Wolfenstein: The New Order was that at the beginning of that game, BJ Blazkowicz, sort of the main character, gets knocked out, and you find out when you wake up from your coma like 20 years later in the 1960s that America lost World War II, that Nazis won, and you are in like a Nazi-controlled Europe post-World War II. And so a big part of the aesthetic of that game was taking all these like well-known sort of pop culture things and turning them on their head of like, what if the Nazis had taken over? Like the New Order had all these great like fake pop songs in German that were like playing off of pop songs of the era. Like, I think one of my favorite details about that setting is the Beatles, because you know how the Beatles in real world history got a big part of their start by playing in Germany, and so there's a bunch of their like early singles, there are German versions of it. In this continuity of this world, like the Beatles just stayed in Germany and are like the most famous fucking band in the world, but they're like working for the German government basically. It is really good. It's a great setting, and so that live action stuff is kind of playing off of that and indicating that they're continuing with that tone. Because to me, the most important thing about Wolfenstein: The New Order was it had this really brilliant, dynamic tone that could be incredibly funny, incredibly sad, and incredibly violent, and just oscillate between those things so perfectly in a way that most video games can't quite manage. And this fucking trailer captured all of that perfectly.
And it looks like it's a pretty direct follow-up to the first game.
Yes, yeah. Like, you have BJ Blazkowicz is there, Anya is there, the sort of the female lead from the first game, and she's pregnant with BJ's kids now. It is definitely... And you're going to America, because the first game was set in Europe, and now there's a fucking Nazi-occupied America, and... whether it was intentional or not, somehow there are like a lot of video games very directly tackling a lot of fucking bullshit that's going on in America right now in a way that seems like kind of amazing.
Yes, I looked at that and I'm like, I will happily shoot some Nazis this year.
Yeah. So that trailer is fucking just amazing. Just like the editing of it, all that stuff, like just so weird but so good.
And it is coming out on October 27th, which is D-Day this year, because it's got that, Assassin's Creed, and Mario.
Yeah.
And I want to play all three of them. God damn it.
Yeah. So...
spread out your fucking games, guys.
There's a lot of video games coming out this year. You spread them out and lay in someone else's lap.
I do feel like, of those three, the one that might flinch is Wolfenstein if they have to move something.
Yeah, they might move it.
Because I don't think it's wise to probably put that out at the same time as those other ones. But, oh well.
Yeah. So that's Bethesda. Wolfenstein looks fucking awesome.
Yeah. Fun show.
Yeah. Fun show. Moving on. Ubisoft. Another longer press conference.
But it was okay.
It was good. Like I said at the top of the show, they had a lot of fucking games to show off. First note, I was pretty bummed out. Aisha Tyler was not hosting the show this year, who she has been the host of that E3 press conference, I think, for as long as we've been doing E3 episodes of this podcast. Yeah. And she's always been fun, but she was not there. So they didn't even really have a replacement or anything. It was just like...
People came out.
Just people came out. So first game up, this was a really weird, surreal, strange thing to see. Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. We had Yves Guillemot, who is the CEO of Ubisoft, the adorable French-Canadian man who's always at Ubisoft, and I love him to death. And he was on stage, and then fucking Shigeru Miyamoto came out holding a fucking arm cannon.
Doing his Rockstar entrance.
I mean, they had like a fog machine and everything, and he came up on stage, and it was basically him and Eve shooting the shit. Shigeru was obviously talking in Japanese, and so they had Bill Trinen up there who was doing his like translator thing, and it was really cool, weird, surreal to see them on stage.
It was
together.
Fun. This was my favorite thing at the Ubisoft show. This and just what they showed after that, because I was pleasantly surprised that Mario plus Rabbids looks more than just an empty gimmick.
Yeah.
It looks like an actual video game, and that's good. But also, it was just fun to have Miyamoto come up and Ubisoft and that kind of... And that it feels like that relationship being reaffirmed, but not in the sense of they're putting out Assassin's Creed 3 on Switch.
Right.
They're making a game, and this sounds fun, and I just thought it was a cool part of the show, and a great way to kick it off. That was a high-energy way to get going.
Yeah. Although, like, one thing that I thought was a little bit weird about it is, like, it felt like it kind of took a lot of the energy from Ubisoft, because it very heavily highlighted that's like, right, like even if I'm not someone who's like deep into the Nintendo shit, like Nintendo is a heavy hitter in a way that Ubisoft can't quite compete. It's just like, man, Miyamoto like really dominated that stage.
Miyamoto's like the godfather of the industry. I mean, he's going to dominate any stage he's on.
Yeah. So, but it was really cool to see him there, because he wasn't in the Nintendo video stuff. So
he was not, no.
Yeah, so we got to see, but Eve was, and we'll get to that there.
That's true.
Yeah. But anyway, so then, as you said, he was there to show off Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, which is the Mario and Rabbids crossover game that has been another game that has been heavily leaked for a while now.
Yeah. We had the exact key art leaked that they showed.
Yeah. It was, and it does look a lot more interesting than I thought it was going to. Like, visually, it looks really nice. I thought there was like, I had a weird note here where at one point there's a shot in the demo they do where they're like walking across the bridge. In the background, there's just a gigantic toilet with a rubber duck in it. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I know nothing about Rabbids. Obviously, I love Mario, but like, it looked interesting. Like it again, knowing nothing about the Rabbids, they basically remind me of the Minions from Despicable Me.
Yeah, that's basically what they are.
Yeah, and I thought, I should be more annoyed by this, but, in this context, it seems like the general atmosphere is silly enough. They annoy me a little bit, but whatever. Yeah. And then, like, the gameplay it seems like they actually came up with something kind of cool. And
they came up with something kind of cool, and that thing is they came up with XCOM.
Yes.
Because the gameplay of this game is XCOM. Like, so down to a T that they describe in the first battle they show Mario's special power as... And he gets to, like, use up his turn, but then anyone else moving in the enemy's turn will get shot by him, and he doesn't spend his turn. I'm like, that's Overwatch from XCOM, like, the core thing about the new XCOM. That's... You are making an XCOM game, which is cool in the sense of that those XCOM games are really good. It's also just fucking crazy.
And this one will probably be more polished.
Yeah.
No, I mean, my favorite moment of all of this, though, was when they had... I think it was Eves showed the developer sitting in the audience who actually directed the game, and he kind of teared up, and you could tell. I mean,
he had a Koopa Daimao shirt, which is the Koopa is Bowser's name in Japanese, and I really want that fucking shirt.
Yeah, and it was so cool to see. Like, clearly that was an emotional moment for this guy. Like, I got to direct a Mario game, and but also an Ubisoft game, and like that must be an awesome career convergence moment. And it looks like the perfect kind of thing to have on the Switch.
Yeah.
It's coming in August.
Yeah, August 29th.
I mean, God, by the end of E3, the Switch has a pretty loaded release schedule through the end of this year, which is cool. But that one, I was surprised. It is a full-price game. It's a $60 game. But, it looks like I will wait to hear reviews and stuff. That might be something I check out.
Yeah, like the one concern I have about it is that if it is aping the XCOM style combat as much as it is, I'm concerned that the game is not going to be hard enough to make that combat work.
That's probably a good point.
Big part of XCOM is like how difficult it is and like the permadeath. In a way that like Fire Emblem, if you have a very, very easy Fire Emblem game, the combat is kind of nothing.
Right.
So I'm curious to see how they handle that.
But Mario permadeath, he just fucking dies.
I mean, that was my theory is that, because, you know, all the rabbits in the game are wearing clothes and, like, basically cosplaying as other characters. What if it's just that you start with the Nintendo cast of characters, and then at some point, Luigi gets fucking shot and fucking dies, and a rabbit just comes and takes his clothes, and it basically has his moveset with slightly poorer stats.
I thought you were going to say the rabbits are only in the game to be the permadeath things.
I mean, that too.
Yeah.
I mean, because obviously then that rabbit dies and another rabbit takes his place. But that. Although there is one thing to talk about with that game in terms of, like, it is kind of weird to see Peach just straight up fucking execute people with a gun. I mean, it's a fake laser gun, but she fucking just vaporizes some motherfuckers.
Peach has been waiting for this, Sean. Don't take away from her moment.
I just think maybe it's weird to put that game out, and then in Super Mario Odyssey, everyone's going to be playing that, and it's like, well, why doesn't fucking Mario just solve his problems by putting a fucking piece against Bowser's fucking the back of Bowser's head and pulling the trigger? That's all I'm saying. He has a much easier way of solving his problems now. We know he's okay with killing.
All right, definitely the takeaway was that should be worse than it looks.
Yeah.
Which is a good takeaway.
Yeah.
It was a good start to the show.
Definitely. So then moving on from that, we got Assassin's Creed Origins, where they talked about something that I thought could not possibly be true, but is absolutely true. This is the 10th anniversary of Assassin's Creed, which is like, isn't this also like the 10th fucking Assassin's Creed game?
It's the 11th I counted them.
It's kind of crazy that Assassin's Creed has been along that for as long as it has, and that they've milked that franchise as hard as they have, let's say. 11 games in one movie. But we did get some little bits of information that seems like the core team behind Assassin's Creed Origins was the team from AC4. So that's a pretty big deal. So yeah, because Black Flag was the last really good Assassin's Creed game. And then this is where we can talk about also what they showed at Microsoft, because they've showed more there. But since this is a Ubisoft game, I wanted to talk about it with Ubisoft.
Black Flag is one of my favorite games.
Yeah,
I love that game to death. It's fantastic. It scratches so many of the itches I have for the naval combat and stuff, but I think there's a great balance between that and the land stuff. It's a good story. I love that game to death. I could go play it right now and have fun. And I've kind of been waiting for another Assassin's Creed to pique my interest. Unity came out broken, so I didn't play it. Syndicate seemed good, but not enough to kind of draw me back in. Yeah. And this one, I'm really impressed with so far. I think Origins looks super ambitious. It looks beautiful. It's got clearly a lot of hard-hitting tech behind it. I think the Egypt setting looks really neat. It'll apparently bring back some of the naval stuff. And just that it's that same team. Yeah. And it does feel like there's a similar sense of invention in this when you watch like the stuff with the Eagle or the way they've kind of tweaked some of the series' more traditional aspects and stuff. It looks like a really compelling game.
Yeah, it feels like it is the update that Assassin's Creed has needed for a while now, where it has been stuck in a pretty big rut since about like Brotherhood, like Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, where 4 was able to break out of that because they added all the pirate nautical stuff onto it, and that was awesome. But other than that, it was just like every Assassin's Creed game just kept on feeling like you need that another step up. Like you have been mining this for too long. Like Assassin's Creed 3 was a half step, but wasn't as much as it needed to be. And this looks like they're like adding in loot systems. They're making it seems like it's more sort of like not like quite the same Ubisoft open world model. I've heard people comparing it to The Witcher in terms of how it handles open world stuff, which sounds interesting. They have, like you said, an Eagle that is basically like an unmanned drone, but for ancient Egypt. But for me, honestly, the biggest thing is, and this is something that I will always come to bat for with Assassin's Creed, is I love how they handle their settings, and Egypt is the most interesting setting they've done since 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because I thought they had such a good run of settings of Assassin's Creed 1 was the Crusades, the 2 trilogy was Renaissance Italy, which was awesome. They exploited that too much. It's stuck around for too long, but was a really good setting. And then Assassin's Creed 3 was a really cool take on revolutionary America. And then past that, it just kept on being like following kind of like the Western canon, where like you had the brief detour with the pirate stuff, which was cool. But then it was like French Revolution, unbelievably overdone setting. Victorian London, the most done setting probably in all of fucking Western fiction ever. And it was like, let's go somewhere different. Let's go somewhere new. Going to like ancient Egypt, like 3,000 years ago, 1,000 years BC. that is a fucking awesome setting that we do not see in video games, that we don't see in almost anything that has such a vibrant culture, archaeology, the religion. There's so much there to explore. And, the one thing you can always count on with Assassin's Creed is that they do their fucking homework and, make those places feel real and feel alive. Yeah. And I'm just so excited that they're going for a really interesting setting this time around.
Again, I'm sad it's on the day of the pile-up, October 27th, because nothing is going to come between me and Mario on that day, but I just hope I have time in November and December to catch up on this one before, top 10 lists, because it looks very good.
Yeah, I'm definitely, unless the reviews are utterly terrible, I'll definitely check it out at some point, but I think my priority is maybe more on Wolfenstein.
I think as far as we go with, the big titles from E3, the ones that are, this isn't technically annualized anymore, but, those ones that are just the heaviest AAA hitters, right. I thought this was probably the most impressive, because I think something like Wolfenstein probably isn't on that same tier just in terms of commercial value. So
Assassin's Creed Origins looked really cool. It's the most excited I've been for Assassin's Creed game since 4, definitely. So the next thing they showed was The Crew 2.
I fell asleep.
Yeah, that sequel to The Crew 1.
That was so long and boring. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was they had some interesting stuff to show in the sense of, The Crew, for people who don't remember, and I would not blame you if you did not remember what The Crew was.
If they weren't showing a trailer for The Crew 2, Sean, I honestly, I'm not joking, could not tell you if The Crew ever actually came out.
Right.
I would not be able to tell you.
So The Crew was Ubisoft's racing game. It was just a kind of Ubisoft's only racing game they ever made, which is one I think the big complaints from what I understand of The Crew, because I did not play it, was that the racing stuff was very bad.
You can't prove to me anyone played it.
Someone must have played it, because I have heard that the racing stuff is bad.
Okay.
I read reviews of that game when that came out because I really wanted to know what the fuck it was. But it was it's basically a racing game where the big pitch was they made a giant crunched up version of the United States of America where you could you could drive from New York City to San Francisco, and there would be some version of Middle America that existed in between there that, but they sort of tried to replicate a lot of the major landmarks of America and stuff like that, and create this big giant map that was their weird French-Canadian idea of what America was like. And that sounded like a really awesome idea that seems like it did not pan out all the way.
And The Crew 2 is going to be a bunch of rednecks in MAGA hats. That's all it is.
Exactly.
It's the whole country now.
I mean, who knows? Maybe this will be an intense political satire as you go from different American locales and see how the politics have changed. That's probably not what they're doing, but anyways, what they are doing with The Crew 2 that I think is interesting is they're adding in a bunch of other vehicle types. So there's planes, boats, motorcycles, helicopters. So it's not just cars, and it's that's more than just making another video game. You're adding a lot of stuff to it.
Totally.
They said that it's going to come out early 2018. I think the big mistake they made is that they did a very long cinematic trailer, and then they did a very long gameplay demo, and it's you do one of those two things. You do not do both of them.
It went on forever.
It went on for a very long time, and some of us maybe were hoping it would go on a little bit longer when we saw the next thing was South Park. And man,
it was brief at least.
Man, the cultural sort of consciousness around South Park has taken a very sharp turn over the past couple of years in a way that highlights how long this game has been in development. Because when it came, first started development, it was oh, okay, I guess they're making another South Park game, and now they're oh God, can South Park just go away? Please, just I can't do this.
I don't need a show telling us that nothing matters and we're all stupid in a time when there are very real issues that we all need to work on tackling, and South Park is nihilistic in the worst, most empty-brained way possible.
Yeah, it's I'm just really not in a headspace right now where I want to play a video game where one of the main characters is a superhero named the Coon, which is a fucking racial epithet. So it's
and just
not super into that idea at the moment.
Yeah, and the whole game is going to be, he's going to be the white supremacist making fun of Jews. I don't need that anymore.
Yeah. South Park's a fractured butthole. They missed their window. South Park just needs to stop.
Yeah.
Moving on, Elijah Wood talked about VR, and in a way that was well, that's weird. And then it was oh wait, this is a weird trailer for a VR game, not just Elijah Wood talking about VR. And it's I don't know what the fuck that game is.
That was simultaneously the most effective I've seen a trailer be, while also being completely confusing.
Yeah, it is for a game called Transference.
Okay.
which is coming out in spring 2018. They said I have no idea what it is, but I like Elijah Wood.
I love Elijah Wood, and I love that he is in this period of his career where he's kind of just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah,
and they tend to be pretty cool things.
Because there was something where it's like I just kind of wished that whole thing was just Elijah Wood talking about VR for like 5 minutes, because I just like hearing him talk about stuff because he's a really smart guy.
Yeah,
he's really fun to hear in interviews.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a fun, weird little surprise. I like that. It's the kind of curveball that generally only a Ubisoft shows at their press conference, of just like, we're going to put out this like weird fucking video and not say anything about it, and you'll find out more later when that game gets closer to release. Then moving on, this is, I think, probably the most interesting thing they showed. A game by Ubisoft Singapore called Skull and Bones. Is a big pirate game, and is something that I think probably, Jonathan, you have definitely wanted, I have definitely wanted since playing Assassin's Creed 4, is the idea of you made all this like tech, you did all this stuff, designed all these gameplay systems around big nautical combat, which you made for Assassin's Creed 3, and then like fully fleshed out in 4, and then that kind of went away because Assassin's Creed went to settings where you weren't using that. What are you doing with those gameplay concepts? Because no other games are making it. It turns out they have been making that video game like for a while now, and it's called Skull and Bones, and it's like a big pirate game where you are on a fucking pirate ship and your fucking pirate shit's up.
Yeah, I think this looks really cool with like an asterisk, which is that I need to see more of it. Like, if it's just the ship stuff, that would be out of whack for me. Like, because the thing that made Black Flag brilliant was the balance between the ship stuff, the boarding, the going on land and exploring the tropical environments and getting treasure and the treasure maps you got and all that. I don't need this to do necessarily everything that does, but like, for instance, when they did the thing where there was boarding, they just like cut quickly, and I wasn't sure, is that they just play a montage in the game, or was that just for the trailer? Because if there really is like, you're just doing the ship stuff, that's not enough for a full game, I don't think. But if that's just what they were kind of pitching us on here, but then there's also, you can actually move a character around and have some combat and stuff like that, and maybe actually have some things on, I don't know, land in some places. I would love that. But no, I'm very glad they're taking what was a genius stroke of video game design and doing more with it. And it looked so gorgeous. Yeah, it's just, I love, they had like pirate shanties and everything. I just think the pirate shanties was the masterstroke here. Yeah, because it's just something where it's a video game sort of concept that's just never really done, and it seems so ripe for innovation. It is such a great area to be in. I'm just really happy they're spinning that stuff off on its own and like turning it into its own thing. And they focused on multiplayer. I hope it has some kind of good single-player experience, I think too, they seem to be saying that it's going to have a lot of single-player stuff, but they were showing the multiplayer mode. But definitely that being a multiplayer thing, that sounds like a fun multiplayer thing to do. Like, I have no real interest anymore in doing, like, FPS multiplayer, but I'd do that. Yeah. I will ram someone's fucking boat with my boat. Absolutely. Yeah. So that they have a projected release sort of window for fall 2018, although I would not be surprised if it got delayed at some point, because that's far enough off. How much was everyone at Rare shitting their pants when they saw that? Yeah. It's like, oh no. Because that seemed much more confident in itself than Sea of Thieves ever has. Yeah. And I respect the effort in Sea of Thieves, but this seemed more cohesive to me. I also like they had a little sort of like teasing bit at the end of the trailer that sort of like teased a Kraken thing. Yeah. It was like, I like giant sea monsters a lot. That is cool. Yeah. So then, so Skull and Bones, I think one of the big surprises out of the show. How perfect is it that the pirate game is being made at Ubisoft Singapore? Yeah, exactly. I love that. Yeah. It's good. Like, this E3 was very light on video game announcements that took you by surprise, and this was like one of the few there were, and so I very much enjoyed that. Yeah. Moving on, moving from the most surprising to probably the least surprising thing said at E3, they're making another Just Dance game. Yay. Just Dance 2018, they once again said it is coming to every console. It's like, I just love that they could say that. And at least this time they did have a card that said like Xbox 360, PS3, Wii U, Nintendo Switch, PS4, Xbox One, PC. It's like, Jesus, it is coming out on every console. I can't wait to play this on my Virtual Boy. This was accompanied with a lot of people dancing, and it made me remember how just utterly out of pop music I have been for so long. I had no idea who any of the people were. I kind of like the K-pop part. I don't know. Yeah, that was cool. I like the people who are dancing like robots, and they kind of look like Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat. Anyways, that's going to be on the box. That's going to be the critic statement on the back of Just Dance 2018. 3 out of 5 stars. Yeah. Moving on, we thought we were done with South Park. We were not done with South Park because they're making a South Park mobile game called South Park's Phone Destroyer. Yeah, go away, South Park. Moving on.
This was another like weird surprise that I don't think anyone saw coming. Ubisoft Toronto is making a Toys to Life game called Starlink Battle for Atlas, and it will be on a lot. I think it was going to be on PS4, Xbox One, and is also going to be on the Switch. It is projected for fall 2018, and all I could feel when watching that was like, you guys do realize that most of the people are getting out of the Toys to Life genre, right? Like, that's like an old fad. Like, the fucking Disney canceled Disney Infinity and like shuttled that studio, and it's like, why are you making that game now?
Who knows?
Who knows? Moving on, they talked about Steep for like 3 minutes. They're like Olympic, or this is going to be, they talked about the DLC that is going to be some like road to the Olympics or something.
I didn't know Steep actually came out, so that was surprising.
Yeah. I wanted, like, they didn't talk about whether or not the Switch version of that game is going to come out, because there was supposed to be a Switch version of that game.
Oh, right.
The Switch version of that game is never going to come out. This was also, I took a note here, Soulful Pop Song. This was a trailer with the Soulful Pop Song. Also, Evil Within 2 had a Soulful Pop Song cover on it. So there weren't as many of those this E3, but they were still here. That trend is not dead yet.
Yeah, we could use more Soulful Pop Songs.
Yeah, exactly. Moving on.
Mario Odyssey almost had a Soulful Pop Song.
It was close. Yeah. It was close. Moving on, we got a pretty, like, I actually was kind of surprised by how small this was. A pretty brief look at Far Cry 5.
Yeah.
It was like, it looked like a gameplay.
I like the dog.
Yeah, the dog is good. I like the sort of focus on there being this sort of like squad element, and you like commanding this, like telling this lady go up here and snipe from up there. That's something that they haven't done in Far Cry before, so that seems like that'd be cool. I like the dog. It definitely seems like they're going for a pretty pulpy tone with that game, which I think is probably the right choice to make.
I watched that and I was like, I hope there's more than just kind of the empty provocation to it.
Sure, like it was a like 2-minute video.
Yeah.
Then moving on, this is like another, like, this was weird. So this is basically the last thing they showed for the conference, and it was a CG trailer for something I thought I knew what it was supposed to be a trailer for, but did not seem like it was going to be a trailer for that thing. But it was a trailer for Beyond Good and Evil 2, the sequel to Beyond Good and Evil, which is a game I haven't played, but it's a cult classic that, from what I understand, the original game is kind of like a Zelda-like adventure sort of game. And it was a really cool CG trailer. I have no idea what that game is.
No, and I know nothing about Beyond Good and Evil other than it's a game people have wanted a sequel to for a long time. So clearly this was a showstopper for a lot of people. But yeah, it didn't really give an indication of, if you didn't know what Beyond Good and Evil was, what this is. But then it wasn't for us, so that's okay.
Yeah, it's cool for people who are into Beyond Good and Evil. They're making another one of those games. But again, I'm just like, because it seems like it's going to be a prequel or something. I was very confused. So, yeah, that's Ubisoft.
If Ubisoft had cut the Crew 2 and the South Park things, I would have kind of loved the show.
Yeah.
With that, it kind of bogged it down a little bit, but overall, I liked a lot of what we saw.
Yeah. I think, like, other than maybe Nintendo, and I actually think probably more than Nintendo, they had, like, the most stuff to show. Like, Nintendo announced some good games, but didn't show a lot about them. This was like, they had announced a lot of shit that you weren't expecting, and they showed a lot of that stuff, and that was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Elijah Wood is cool. Yeah. Moving on to finally the last, or I guess, well, okay, there's Nintendo, but like the last big press conference was Sony. At the end of the day on Sunday night, or I guess it was Monday night.
Yeah, Monday night.
It's so long.
It's okay.
So they did basically a very similar sort of show that they did last year. They didn't have a live orchestra, that they did start with some live music, and it was a pretty tight show that was mostly just like trailers for games. Like some of them like were cinematic trailers, some of them were more big game demos. Nothing sort of huge was revealed, but I thought like it was a tight, well-run show.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I was glad it was only an hour, and some of the trailers kind of blew me away.
Yeah.
Particularly God of War and Spider-Man, out of this world. And yeah, nothing surprising, nothing big in terms of announcements. But I thought, look, Sony's not going to lift a finger more than they have on like services and stuff at this point.
Yeah.
But they are making a shit ton of good games. And it is, the biggest thing to me, the takeaway was the sheer confidence of just, they didn't have to say world premiere. They didn't have to say exclusive or launch exclusive.
PlayStation 4 console launch exclusive.
All they had to do was open with Sony Interactive Entertainment Presents. And it was like, yeah, the PS4 has kind of a numbing number of exclusives at this point, and real, genuine, you're not playing them anywhere else. Like, if you're playing games right now and you don't own a PS4, you're missing out on so much good stuff. Yeah. And I think that was the message of this show, and no one had to come out and actually say that, which was interesting.
Yeah. So let's sort of go down the list of some of the stuff they showed off. It opened up with a pretty good cinematic trailer for Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, which is coming out soon.
That game looks so good.
Yeah, it looks like kind of what you want. I like because we got a better idea, I think, of the relationship sort of that Chloe and Nadine are going to have because they're the co-stars of the game, and I like it has like a very different feel than an Uncharted game starring Nathan Drake, and I think that's cool. Then next they showed the Horizon Zero Dawn DLC that is coming out later this year in the fall called The Frozen Wilds. Horizon Zero Dawn is one of the best games that's come out this year. It's fucking great. That DLC looks really cool.
Yeah,
there's some crazy fucking bullshit going on some giant mountain.
Yeah, I looked at that trailer and I was like, I need to fucking play this game, and so I went on the PlayStation Store and I bought it and I started downloading it, and the download might not be finished yet because Jesus Christ, it's taking forever.
Yeah,
and that's not even a particularly big game. It's 40 gigs. There are bigger ones on PlayStation, but I will play that game at some point. Yeah,
I also really like the sort of the setup of the DLC as they're going deeper into. I can't remember off the top of my head what the tribe is called, like the Bajnook or something like that. But it's one of the tribes in Horizon Zero Dawn that they didn't go very deep into compared to like the Karja or the Oseram. And so that's cool that like getting to explore that other sort of corner of the world. So then moving on from that, this is the first sort of like bigger bit of video we got was for Days Gone, which is the zombie game they premiered last year. We got another sort of like larger gameplay demo that showed sort of like people on people combat because last year they only showed the zombie stuff.
That game looks every bit as dull and derivative as it did last year.
It's something where like it looks like it has some good ideas in how they handle like the giant swarms of zombies and stuff like that. And I've heard some good stuff from the people who have actually played it on the show floor this year because it wasn't playable last year. And so I'm wondering if like it's a game that does not demo particularly well like on the live stage because it looks very generic.
It looks very generic. I mean, not just generic. It looks like a Naughty Dog game. Like It looks like The Last of Us. You take the zombies, the swarm zombies out of it. It's like visually, it is such a Naughty Dog game in all of that, and it feels like to me some of the writing we've seen very much feels like they're trying to go for the kind of naturalistic stuff that you see in Naughty Dog. And yeah, it could be a great game when it comes out. I don't ever necessarily need to see another long demo of Days Gone.
I mean, it's a 2018 game, so I'm guessing this is probably the last E3 it'll be at.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, it's an original IP thing, even if it's, again, more post-apocalyptic zombie stuff. I don't need any more of that, but that's okay.
Yeah. Moving on from that, Sean Layden was on the stage briefly. The only reason I put this here is because he said Persona 5 very quickly because he listed a bunch of games that are like the exclusive games to the PlayStation 4 that like came out earlier this year, and he said Persona 5, and I was very happy because I think that's the first time anyone said Persona 5 on an E3 press conference.
And it got us a round of applause,
yes,
too.
It did.
It got a cheer.
Yeah.
That was great.
So then moving on from that, this is probably, I think, the biggest thing they showed for like its implications is they had the Monster Hunter World sort of trailer demo, which is the world premiere of that. It's not necessarily going to be a Sony exclusive. It is going to be on Xbox One and PC, but
I'll say
the way that Monster Hunter is popular in Japan, it does not matter that it's coming to the Xbox One.
No, it does not. And when this trailer started, I sat up and was like, what is that?
Yeah.
And, I know peripherally about Monster Hunter, but I've never really played one of the games. And I think it doesn't actually matter for this trailer. That just looked like a good video game. It looked visually interesting. It didn't look quite like anything else on the market right now. And, I mean, if you read what they're saying, this is not some weird console spin-off. Like, they're putting a lot of work into trying to break Monster Hunter onto the console market.
This is Monster Hunter 5. Because Monster Hunter has kind of a weird history where it started as a console game, and most of, like, the big new releases have started as console games, and then they have the portable spin-offs, which are like got so popular in Japan that they have just kept on making portable spin-offs. This is like, for all intents and purposes, is a Monster Hunter 5. It is. I have not really played the Monster Hunter games, but I've always wanted to. But one of the main reasons I've played them is they're portable games, and so I'm really excited to check this out. They had some really cool looking grappling hook stuff, which I like grappling hooks in video games a lot. And so fighting, and I like a lot of things, and two of the things I like are grappling hooks, and another one of the things I like are fucking giant monsters. You put both of those things in a video game, and I'm going to be happy.
Yeah, no, this looked cool.
Yeah, I also really liked at the end of the trailer how he like pops out this little like metal thing that like unfolds, and you're like, what the fuck is this? And it just unfolds into a spit roast, and he starts making some food. It's like, okay, sure, whatever. That's weird, cool. Monster Hunter. And that's like, and I think honestly the bigger deal with Monster Hunter is that like that has been a Nintendo franchise for a while. It started on Sony platforms, but I think around Monster Hunter 3 is when it shifted to being mostly on Nintendo stuff. And it's Like, I'm really interested to see how that's going to affect the console market in Japan, because they did not mention it coming out on the Switch, so who knows. Then next up was the Shadow of the Colossus remaster sort of thing, which is, it's not a remaster, it's more of like a remake from what I could tell. It is not, because they already did an HD version for the PlayStation 3. This was like grounded, like toe-to-tip, completely redone, and I've never played Shadow of the Colossus. This is one of my, like, the big holes in my video game history. Here. And so I'm definitely going to pick this up, because I love The Last Guardian, so.
Yeah, and it looks, that was a great trailer. And it seems like Shadow of the Colossus with modern tech is a match made in heaven.
Yeah, so very excited to check that one out. Next up was Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. They had a quick little story trailer that looked okay. Like, I think I would have had a more positive reception to it if we had not already seen Dragon Ball FighterZ. Yeah. That kind of like was like, again, that is the fighting game I'm interested in.
I enjoyed the story stuff, and I actually did play the demo they put out.
Yeah, I did too. I did play it earlier today.
I thought it was fine. I thought it was fun. Captain Marvel was cool to play as. She had the best moves. But, whatever, we'll see.
Captain America set Stars and Stripes, and that's all I needed when I did Sure You Can Move.
Yeah.
Like, I do have to say with Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, like, playing that, because I played a lot of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. It's one of the handful of fighting games I got into, and it's like Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite seemed fine based on the demo they put out, because this is also where they announced the demo, that they were putting it up on PSN, and it's like, it seems fine, but it also seems like very obviously inferior to Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and I never played 3, so I don't know how that one is, but like, I don't think Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite doesn't look very good. I don't think like the character models look great and stuff like that.
It doesn't seem as inspired overall, yeah.
Yeah, like, so it just like feels like I don't fully understand why make that game when it's like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 has not aged a fucking day. Like, you could play that game right now and it looks amazing and it plays amazing. So, anyways, moving on. They had a quick little trailer for Call of Duty World War II. That's coming out on November 3rd.
I would kind of like at some point to see actual gameplay from this.
Yeah, like a more proper gameplay demo.
Because remember, like last E3 at Sony is where we got the gameplay reveal of Infinite Warfare, which made both you and I play the game.
Yeah.
And I still kind of want to see that for World War II. It looks cool for what it is.
Yeah, I'm really curious also to see what the multiplayer is going to be like on that one, just because obviously there's a lot of stuff you're going to have to change about what modern Call of Duties have done, because they don't have exosuits or any of that kind of stuff.
I can't imagine I'll have time to play this given everything else coming out this fall, but, whatever. We'll see.
Yeah. I think, like, Wolfenstein has, like, taken up, like, the main sort of, like, first-person shooter slot in that time area for me. Then they moved into their PSVR section, which I was actually, even though I don't have a PSVR, and I'm probably not going to get one, I was at least relieved that, like, they haven't utterly abandoned it immediately. Like, they had a decent little showing of VR games here. They had Skyrim VR, so we got more Skyrim. Sure, you just fucking throw Skyrim onto everything. Like, I'm kind of amazed there isn't a mobile Skyrim at this point.
It's a popular game.
It is. One might say one of the most popular games ever.
Yes.
Moving on, there was another VR game called Star Child, which was like a side-scrolling game. That was one of the ones that, like,
that looked cool. I thought
it looked cool, but it was one of the ones where you could tell how hard it was to, like, do a trailer for a VR game, because, like, I couldn't figure out where does the VR come in, like, to this. But it had a cool look to it. Then there was a game called The Inpatient, which is a VR horror game, which is apparently set in the Until Dawn universe, which was the horror game that Sony had a couple of years ago, which I was kind of surprised that they didn't highlight that. That was something I only found out after the show.
Huh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Seems like VR horror game.
Yay.
There you go. Next up was the two things I really liked. There were two VR games I liked, and this is one of them. Final Fantasy 15 VR.
Fishing game.
And it is they did the fishing. If you remember last year, they did a brief demo for a Final Fantasy 15 VR game that looked fucking terrible, which was them like teleporting around and you played as Prompto shooting a monster or something. It was like, this looks bad. And this is like, yes, if you're going to do a fucking Final Fantasy 15 VR game and you want to do it right, you do the fucking fishing. And that's all you need.
It is the closest anyone's gotten to making me want VR.
Yes. Final Fantasy 20R. It's Final Fantasy XVVR. There you go.
Okay.
It's the 20th Final Fantasy game, and they fucked it up. Moving on. A brief trailer for what is maybe the most generic fucking video game ever made, at least based on the trailer, is a VR multiplayer shooter, like a military shooter called Bravo Team.
Yeah, whatever.
Bravo Team is a very bad name.
Other than the Final Fantasy thing, this whole VR thing kind of just washed over me and was probably the slowest part of the show.
But then this is like the one VR game that I thought actually looked really cool was Moss. This was it looked like you were kind of like this VR like god or something that was helping this little mouse on his little like fantasy adventure, and I liked it. Yeah, it's cute. Yeah. I like the weird subgenre of fiction, which is smart little mice going on fantasy adventures. I don't know why there are so many stories that have that basic structure, but I like them a lot.
Yep.
So that's what they had to show for VR. Again, like doesn't do much for me because obviously I can't even play those games, but I like that they're still going at it and haven't just like completely abandoned it yet. Like I'm curious to see where VR goes in the future, and I think PlayStation has a good position in that market right now. The next up, they showed a pretty big cinematic trailer for God of War that's going to come out. They said early 2018, so I'm hoping that's a like spring 2018 kind of game.
I have no relationship with God of War.
Yeah.
And I'm loving these trailers. Like the one last year, this was just a showstopper, jaw-dropping, outstanding look at this game. I can't wait for it. I hope they give it a title other than just God of War, because stop that, guys. But yeah.
God of War 1.
No.
God of War X?
I want it called God of 4, just because they didn't do it for Gears of War 4. I want someone to do that.
Okay. I mean, this very, like, kind of dark, somber-looking game about a violent dad and his son is definitely the place to have
it should have been Gears of 4, but they dropped the ball, so it falls to God of War to be God of 4. Someone has to do it, because not even fucking Transformers could do the Transformers thing, and I need someone to do this for me.
Honestly, I legitimately thought that Transformers did do the Transformers thing, because that's the only way I've ever seen that movie referred to.
That's what everyone does online, but no, there was no official marketing as Transformers.
It's like people did that so persistently. I literally do not think I've ever seen the words written out Transformers and then the numeral 4. I have only ever seen it referred to as the numeral 4 MERS.
Yes. Anyway.
God of War.
Looks so good.
It looks really fucking good. I like that they had a different kind of style for trailer. That like last year when they sort of debuted it, it was a pretty long, very somber, slow like gameplay demo. And like I like the tone of that a lot, and I like that they took a slightly different tack with it. That it has that similar sort of tone to it, but it was a bit more like it was definitely a cut together trailer. It had a lot more sort of action to it, and it captured a little bit more. You could kind of see the heart of like classic God of War like sitting in there. Especially, I loved the end of it when they have Jormungand, the World Serpent, and it was like, oh, right. This is one of the things that God of War did that fucking no other video game does as well, is just have these giant creatures, these gigantic monsters, like, actually there, and I'm really excited to, like... Because that was just something I had kind of forgotten about it, that they didn't show at all in the first demo, was, like, the spectacle that God of War could do with their like, sort of mythological settings and their mythological characters, and... I really want to see that.
This trailer was nothing if not spectacular.
Yeah. Jormungand. I really want to see what they do with all the other Norse mythological monsters and stuff. That game looks fucking awesome. Yeah. Moving on, a very David Cage trailer for Detroit Become Human.
Look, I still don't know if David Cage can make a good game, but he can make a good trailer. Yeah. Detroit looks good.
Yeah.
Like Detroit, and honestly, Detroit looks like it has a better chance at being good than Beyond Two Souls, which also trailered very well. But I see more hooks in Detroit that could be interesting.
Yeah, like I at this point I can't help but look at Detroit Become Human and like kind of roll my eyes at the David Cage-ness of it. Like there's like every chance that game comes out and is really good, because it's not like his games have not been like utterly terrible or anything and utter train wrecks or something like that. But it's like. He's always going for something very ambitious, and then he has all these like weird writing quirks that he can't quite get under control that like tie him up in the end. It's just like Heavy Rain was such a fucking disappointing game. I hope Detroit Become Human is a lot better, because I want that dude to make a really good game.
Yeah.
Then next up, we got a brief little cinematic trailer for Destiny 2 that kind of got. I like that we got a kind of an interesting look at the villain to Destiny 2 that like I hadn't really thought about. There being a villain in Destiny, because Destiny 1 did not really try to set up something as an antagonist, and it was something I'd never really thought about as a weakness in that game, that you don't have a strong sort of like objective to work at, like, or a force to work against. And I like that this trailer really focused on the fucking Cabal dude who has showed up to fuck your shit up.
Yeah. Destiny 2 looks great, other than the fact that I slightly resent it because it's going to eat up a lot of my time in a very busy part of the year.
Yeah, Then they also had a quick roundup of this is getting the same kind of exclusive content for PlayStation that Destiny 1 did. So it's like strikes and PvP map and like a weapon and all that kind of stuff.
It's still stupid.
Yeah.
And I don't like it.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on to the last thing from Sony, one of the coolest things at E3. We got a big, like 8-minute long demo of Spider-Man, which was the Insomniac game that we got like a brief teaser of at last year's E3, and this was fucking nuts.
It's so good.
It's really fucking good.
It's so good. I was giddy watching this.
It's really fucking good.
It is every bit from that demo the Arkham Asylum version of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Of like, that is a Spider-Man game, man, made by actual people who make games.
And who make games and who love Spider-Man, because it was also like the Spider-Man-ness of it was so fucking good that, like, you know, and I like that, you know, they had this big, huge cinematic sequence with QuickTime events, but I like the way they handled the QuickTime events and how they like visually gelled into the scene in a way that made sense, and it felt like all the actions that, you know, who knows how I'll feel when I actually play the game, and I hope these things are not incredibly frequent, but I like that all the QuickTime event actions that, like, in buttons you press seem to, like, very directly and logically correspond to what Spider-Man was doing, not in the way that, like, bad QuickTime events are just, like, you're pressing a random button and have no idea, like, what effect you're having on the world. Like, it was this very beautifully orchestrated, very clear, legible action, like, sequence, you know?
It reminded me of like a really good like Naughty Dog show-off moment.
Yeah.
You know, like the car scene in Uncharted 4 that they showed off at that one E3 of just like, yeah, not every bit of this is fully interactive, but boy, that looks cool.
Yeah, and it's such a fucking perfect Spider-Man. Like, every single beat of that scene is such a brilliant Spider-Man sequence of, like, you know, him, like, because he's desperately trying to hold this crane back from collapsing while he's also trying to chase after the helicopter that has all the bad guys in it, and the focus on him, like, limiting collateral damage as much as possible is so good and is so Peter Parker, you know, and the best part is the little detail when, after he gets knocked off the roof at the beginning of the sequence, and you can tell he's passed out for like a brief second, and he just comes to with like a huh, and then he's like, oh shit, and then he has to like figure all that shit out like in midair. That is so Spider-Man.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I love the voice of Spider-Man in this.
Yeah, it's Yuri Lowenthal. It's Yosuke.
Oh, it is Yuri Lowenthal. Okay, I thought it might be Alm from Fire Emblem Echoes. He sounds very similar. That's not Yuri Lowenthal, though.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah, he's definitely Yuri, which is interesting because there's another character in the game, in like the demo, named Yuri that he is talking to.
Nice.
And I thought I was having a brief mental break for a second.
Yuri Lowenthal's a great actor, so that's awesome. And at the end of the show, we got Miles Morales.
Yes, there was a brief teaser of Miles Morales seeing the wreckage at the end of the sequence, and that is a very exciting tease. My guess is that hopefully that means that you play as both Peter Parker and Miles Morales, because I think like it is definitely you are playing as, or that is definitely Peter Parker as the Spider-Man for like the whole demo, but then there's also Miles Morales there.
Yeah,
that would be really cool if you
that would be really
both
cool.
Of them.
Yeah, and if you could kind of go back and forth. I'd love that. Yeah, no, it's awesome. And I love Miles Morales. They're also making that animated Spider-Man movie that's going to be a Miles Morales movie. So he's getting some kind of mainstream pop culture penetration here, which is neat.
Yeah, because also the an interesting bit was the sort of the villain they teased at the end was Mr. Negative, which is a like very recent Spider-Man villain from like past the point where I was actively reading Spider-Man comics. So it's like past all the bullshit with like One More Day and stuff. So it seems like they're leaning into more modern Spider-Man mythos stuff in a way that's cool, because it's like, you know, there's only so many times I can fight fucking Vulture and Rhino and Dr. Octopus and Shocker and stuff, you know, like throwing in some of the newer characters is a good idea.
But this is great. Until we got to Nintendo today, this was my favorite thing at E3. I loved the Spider-Man trailer.
Yeah, the Spider-Man thing is fucking just awesome.
Yeah. So Sony, thumbs up.
Yeah, thumbs up. Like, I wish that they had something bigger, like a bigger surprise to show. Like, the fact that there was no big new game there was pretty disappointing. But I think it is also an indicator of, and a reminder of, like, right, they had an event about 6 months ago where they showed off Last of Us Part 2 and, like, Ni no Kuni 2 and stuff. And they're going to have another event 6 months from now where they're going to show more games. And it's one of those things where you have to remember, like, E3's not what it used to be, and like PlayStation has a whole other means of getting themselves out there and announcing their games.
Yeah, E3 needs PlayStation. PlayStation doesn't need E3.
Yeah.
Whereas Microsoft like does need that stage, and I think you saw that in the two shows.
Yeah, And it feels like maybe Microsoft should get its own show or something too, because I don't think like you can't do the Microsoft thing of just showing trailers for 20 fucking games in a row and all most of those trailers being about like 90 seconds long. You can't do that. Like it's fatiguing on your audience and you don't learn anything about the games.
Well, let's transition into Nintendo today because I think, again, I said this earlier, I think Nintendo had its finger on the pulse of E3 very well last year and this year of video presentation, basically a distilled kind of version of what Sony and Bethesda did, but like just a solid 25 minutes. Here's some cool things we want to show off. That was really nice. And then it transitioned into the Treehouse thing, which I really like. I think it's a really fun way to just like, they sit down, they have, I like the Treehouse hosts, I like that they have the developers there, they have the translators, and they just play around in the game. I don't think they give too much away or anything. I mean, God, with Breath of the Wild, we thought they showed a lot. That was just the Great Plateau. We didn't even see like the inside of a shrine or anything in that.
Right.
And here was Mario Odyssey, and they played that for a while and showed off that, and they took a little break, and then they came back, and they had just, fuck it, let's give you another Metroid game. And like, it was fun, and you could kind of watch as long as you wanted to, but it was short and sweet, and then like, if you wanted to be there for in-depth stuff, they had it for you in a really nice package. So I like how Nintendo does this.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I miss some of, and it's not Nintendo's fault, I miss some of the humor that Satoru Iwata would bring to these directs.
Yeah.
And they've tried, but like this was more like, because Reggie doesn't do the humor, Reggie does kind of the earnest stuff, and that's fine.
I mean, Reggie said at like the beginning, games are fun, but games are also a battle. And it's like, what?
It was weird. But like, I do wish like they kind of find some way to just spark these up a little bit, but they're still fun and light, and that's fine.
Yeah. I wish they had a bit more of like a framing or something around it, the way they did a couple of years with like the puppet stuff, you know, in the way that like Bethesda had with Bethesda Land. But yeah, so let's like kind of go down some of the stuff they showed. So they showed at the top, there was like a quick lineup of like them showing some of the games that like we all know about. They showed ARMS really quickly, they showed Rocket League really quickly, that they went back to later. They showed Pokken really quickly, they showed FIFA really quickly, they showed Splatoon 2 really quickly, and just like, you know, they did their whole live action commercial, although this time it was like some of the scenes looked like it was like they shot it in like during like the fucking 70s cult film The Warrior or something. Like, what the fuck is this? What is like this like biking gang or something?
Every time we see people taking their Switches out in public in these ads, it gets more ridiculous.
Yeah,
which I kind of enjoy. There's something about like leaning into that's fun. But
so that was like an interesting, like, you know, just a quick little commercial at the top. Then you had Reggie going on about how games are battles, and I was like, I guess we're not going to see Animal Crossing because that is definitely a video game that does not have conflict in it at all. Like, God, you're Nintendo. You're like make the most games out of any major developer that does not have battles or conflicts or competition.
How
in it.
fantastic would it have been if he had done that and then the first announcement was Animal Crossing?
Yeah. So Reggie is a very intense, aggressive man. I like him, but sometimes the things he says doesn't make any fucking sense.
He's weird when he's scripted. Like, later on, I tuned into a Treehouse part that was just them interviewing him.
Yeah.
And off the cuff, I actually like hearing from Reggie.
I like Reggie a lot. Like you said, it's just like sometimes he comes across a little bit weird when they give him the script. Yeah. I feel like Nintendo has created a character for Reggie that, like, he's maybe grown out of. Like, he's a sweeter man than they let him be. So then moving on to, like, them showing the proper video game stuff. We got a trailer for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which was maybe the most JRPG trailer for any video game I have ever fucking seen.
It was very JRPG. It was our only major JRPG trailer at any of the shows.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't play Xenoblade. I'm probably not going to pick up this one. It was a very pretty trailer and reminded, the Switch can make some really nice looking games.
Yeah,
so.
They did say it's going to come out holiday 2017, which I did not think that game was going to make that. I mean, there's still a chance it'll get slipped, but who knows?
They've said it several times now, so
so they seem pretty confident.
I like their commitment to having weird British voices in the dub. I don't think those people are actually British.
No, I feel like the main character's accent changed between like being like a high class British to like a like lower class British to being like Scottish like 5 times.
Yeah, but it was. You know, look, if you like Xenoblade, that was a cool trailer. So
So then next up, they showed a quick little thing for a Kirby game that I guess is just called Kirby. I don't know if that's a working title.
They did that for Yoshi also, and I really doubt either of them are just going to be called Kirby or Yoshi. But it seemed like this was an early announcement, and it looked cool. Like, Kirby has been on an insane hot streak if you've been playing the 3DS. Like, Planet Robobot was in my top 10 last year, and this looked like kind of more back to basics. It didn't look like it had some of the same gimmicks as like a Robobot.
Yeah, it looked like the Nintendo 64 game to me, which is the main Kirby game I played.
Yeah, but looked really cool. I mean, looked gorgeous. It's going to be a full Switch game. It was the first of our indications that, okay, Nintendo is fully revving up to support the Switch as fully as they can. And hey, I'm really happy there's going to be another Kirby game. And if it's just called Kirby, that's fine, I guess. It's a little weird.
At some point, it's just like when you just call it Kirby, to me, it highlights that it's like, man, how much Nintendo leans on its IPs, like its old IPs. That's like, you can't just call this Kirby because then at some point you're just going to call every Kirby game just Kirby.
Yeah, no, not to skip ahead too far, but my main indication that this is a working title is that the Yoshi game clearly is some kind of like paper Yoshi. Or something.
It looks like a Yarn Yoshi game.
Yeah. And so it'll have some fun title. I'm sure this Kirby one will too. It was hard because this Kirby isn't doing any visual gimmicks. Looks like a good game, and I'm happy to have one on the Switch because that's the other thing about the Kirby 3DS games is they are visually kind of breathtaking. But, the 3DS can only go so far. So seeing those teams come to the Switch and do something fully for a home console is awesome.
Yeah. And so they said just 2018 on that one. Then I don't remember the full context of this, but I wrote it down because I thought it was an interesting thing that they said. Was they just basically one of the people that like briefly said that the Switch is a home console that can be taken with you anywhere. I thought I don't know if Nintendo has ever really specifically phrased it in such a way that'd be like
they've said
it is a home console that you take that as portable, and it's like I feel like for me, ideally, you would like not be that definitive on like that perspective on it, and would be more about like it's both. Like it's not a home console you take anywhere or a portable console that you sometimes plug into your TV. It's both those things equally.
Yeah, they've been saying that sort of to journalists and stuff, and they've always called it like their new home console.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and it's kind of funny because I want to have this discussion at some point now that I've had the Switch for a while. Which one is it? And I kind of view it as a portable that I put on my TV, but I also really like portable systems. So, and that's the great thing about the Switch is it is both, and I think you're right. And the weird thing was, like, you position it that way because you're positioning it against the 3DS, right? But this show didn't have any 3DS, so you didn't really have to do that. But oh well, it was one line.
I just thought it was like a line that kind of stuck out to me. And so then they talked very briefly about Pokekin Tournament DX, which I guess is going to have a couple of new Pokemon in it. The main thing to get from that is they had the most low-key video game announcement ever, which is just the Pokemon guy saying, oh yeah, and Game Freak has begun developing a core RPG title for the Nintendo Switch. It's like, what?
Yeah, no.
But wait, is that really how you're going to announce? I mean, we all know that they are, but is that really how you're going to say it?
Well, and here's the thing. We didn't know. Like, we knew. But at the same time, the 3DS has been a very good home to Pokemon. I think Game Freak has been really non-committal with that in saying that they view Pokemon as portable and all this stuff. And I think some people were worried that they were not going to be as aggressive in getting Pokemon on the Switch as they should be, because that's also something I think the series needs to move forward. So to hear him just say core RPG, the word core I think is the important one there. Yes, that's good to hear, and he said it'll be at least a year away. But yeah, I did kind of like that it was like a Game Freak producer just kind of low-key being like...
Like, it almost felt like they left that in on accident or something. Like, he just said that during the interview, and they forgot to cut it out.
Also,
like, what the fuck?
Pokemon Stars isn't a thing, right? We can say that
There's
now.
No way it is.
There's no way it's a thing, yeah.
I just hope that they call this new Pokemon game just Pokemon.
This is just called Pokemon?
It's Pokemon, it's Kirby, it's Yoshi. They changed the title of Super Mario Odyssey to just Mario. It's like, this is all Nintendo games going forward. It's just that.
All right.
So the next up, we got a logo treatment for Metroid Prime 4, which was probably the biggest surprise at E3 for me.
Yeah,
they're actually making a Metroid Prime 4.
It was. I mean, you're underselling it.
Yeah.
What it was is it started in space.
Yeah.
And I leaned forward and went, no, it's not that. And then a thing starts forming, and you hear some of the little... Because Metroid Prime has this very distinctive score where it's a lot of like weird technical and like animal noises things.
Right.
And you start hearing, I'm like, is this Federation Force 2, you motherfuckers?
I mean, could be.
And then the logo starts forming to an S, and it's like, okay, that's the Samus S.
Yeah.
This is a core Metroid game. I didn't know if it was going to be 4 yet or anything. And then there's a 4. I was like, they're milking it. They know what this is. And then it's Metroid Prime 4, now in development for the Nintendo Switch. And yeah, that's really all they needed to show to kind of bring the house down on that. That is a surprise. You said on this podcast it would never happen.
I mean... I'm not necessarily convinced that it is going to happen because I mean, all they said is in development now.
Yeah,
and it has come out after the show that Rare is not making it, or not Rare, Retro is not developing it, but also like Retro, like the people who made Metroid Prime are not necessarily at Retro.
That's what I was going to say because I've already heard some freak out on that, and it's weird because most of the people who made the Metroid Prime, for one. Metroid Prime 3 was 10 years ago, guys.
Yeah.
Like, even if some people had stayed, that it would just be a different studio through the passage of time, you know? So, Retro, I think it's a very different studio than it was back then. The core producer of the Metroid series, and of Metroid Prime in particular, is heading the game. So, it'll have that kind of leadership. And, in general, I don't think Nintendo is going to give Metroid Prime 4 to a bunch of idiots and not know what they have. I would not be that worried about the developer switch. I think Nintendo has plenty of good partners they could work with on this. It could be an internal thing. We don't know. I mean, it could be one of their Nintendo R&D 8 or whatever. I don't know what they all are. So I would be very curious to see where this goes. We actually got a much more solid Metroid announcement later.
Yeah.
But just to see Metroid Prime 4 up there, I think a lot of people thought, you and me included, that just was never going to happen.
Yeah.
And that was really cool.
Yeah.
So, hell of a surprise.
Yeah. So then they talked about Yoshi, which is coming out in 2018.
I felt bad for that trailer because it's like, after Metroid Prime 4, anything was going to feel like a letdown.
Yeah.
And look, it's probably going to be a perfectly fine Yoshi game. It didn't quite look like Yarn. It was more like, it looked actually just like the visuals to the last Paper Mario game on Wii U. So I will predict this game will be called Paper Yoshi. But we'll see.
I think it's just going to be called Yoshi.
Okay.
I don't actually think that. I just want that because I think it would be so funny if that's how they went with it. Next up, we got a trailer for Fire Emblem Warriors, which is coming out fall 2017. And most importantly, they did not show Lindis in it at all, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't think it has characters from that game.
No, it seemed like it was mostly like the recent Fire Emblem characters were showed off.
Yeah, it's Fate.
Well, with Marth, obviously, is the exception.
Fate's Awakening, and not just Marth, but the characters from like that first ever Fire Emblem. So we'll see. This game looks better than I thought it would for one of those. And I've played all those Fire Emblems, so it looked cool to me. But we'll see. I'm surprised this game wasn't dated, given that through 2017 they were generally pretty solid on dates today. Nintendo was. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's just for me, obviously I don't have a Switch, so I couldn't play it anyways. But even if I did, I just don't know if there's really any reason to play a Warriors game that is not just based on one of the best books ever written. Like, that's the only source material you need to pull from. It's fucking Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Like, Fire Emblem's fine. It's not Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That's all I'm saying. Like, Martha's no Lu Bu. That's all.
All right.
Moving on, Skyrim appeared once again. They basically say the same shit they said at Bethesda. There will be amiibos. They specified, they said select Zelda items will appear in Skyrim. So I guess that means that other amiibos are not going to do anything. I don't know.
I guess it makes the most sense as series crossover. Zelda is the most similar. But it would be fun to have a Mario thing in there.
Yeah, I would
Mario could take over a dragon in Skyrim.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we got to hear the Skyrim theme again. So that was a fun way to close out E3 with, I guess, the Skyrim mention. Then we got a little bit of a peek at the Breath of the Wild DLC. Although most of what we saw was the stuff we already knew from the first pack.
We knew, but we hadn't seen any of it.
There had been like screenshots and stuff. We hadn't seen it in motion.
Sure, but it was cool to see like the actual what that Trial of the Sword is. God, it looks like really good DLC. And then they gave a little peek at what the second one, the story one, is going to be.
Yeah, the Champion's Ballad.
Yeah, and so the first DLC pack is going to be out June 30th, and I'm so psyched. I've actually been playing that game on and off a little bit just for fun because it's an easy game for me to pick up, and I love that game so much. And it'll be cool to have some new things to do in it.
Yeah.
So,
I was kind of hoping that they would go into more specifics about what the second DLC pack that has like the story stuff would be, because it seems like it's like, I guess it's probably a prequel because they highlighted the champions from like the old era or whatever from Breath of the Wild. That also they're now putting out amiibos for them. So there was your like amiibo drop. So which is a shame because I was hoping that. Or maybe this it will be thing because they are Zelda items. Is like be able to like use your Naburu or whatever amiibo. Or is that the one from Ocarina of Time or is that the one from Breath of the Wild?
Naburu is the one from Ocarina of Time because the beast is Naboris, which is like a reference. Yeah.
Well, either way, I hope you can be a Gerudo lady in Skyrim because that would be pretty cool.
That would be fun.
Then Nintendo said something about esports. I just put in Nintendo esports. I don't even remember what that was.
Was that Rocket League?
That must have been Rocket League, yes.
Yeah, Rocket League on Switch sounds cool. I've never played that. That might be a good way for me to play that.
Rocket League is a good game. Then Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle. We had Yves Guillemot was looked like shot in his home office or something. It was like a weird video. Yeah. It looked like he shot it at the last minute and sent it over. But
whatever.
Yeah, cool to see him there. But then it was like the thing that everyone wanted to see. They ended with a very long trailer for Super Mario Odyssey that showed some really fucking crazy shit.
Sean,
yeah,
I want this game turned into a serum. I want it injected into my veins.
You would die.
I want
you would vomit up rainbows and you would die.
I want it so bad. I want it. That was a fucking amazing game trailer.
Yeah.
Especially because it had a song.
It didn't have a song. It had a theme song.
It had a theme song about collecting coins and jumping on shit and throwing your hat. It was great. And the trailer was timed to the song. And look, I kind of all gets mixed together, although I have seen that trailer 3 times today, because my brother was not around when they were showing that, so I showed it to him later, and then I watched it again. But I watched that, and then I watched the 30-minute treehouse they did. I have played every Mario game.
Yeah.
I love the Mario games. They are my favorite series. I play them obsessively. I haven't even talked about it on the podcast, but I've just spent the last couple weeks just replaying some Mario games just for fun, because sometimes between bigger things, that's what I go back to rebalance myself. I've never seen a game that looks like Super Mario Odyssey. This game looks like the work of insane people.
Yeah.
And I love it. He can become a Bullet Bill. He can become a Koopa. He can take over the body of a 6-foot-tall human man. He can become an electrical circuit going through a wire. The game is like this weird open world thing where it's kind of like Breath of the Wild in that it's very exploration focused and looks very dense.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like it was based on you exploring hub worlds in an almost Super Mario 64-esque way, but expanded from that idea.
But way expanded, because it's not like it's also there's not discrete. You go around in the hub world, and then here's a level.
Right,
it's you stumble upon things, and then there might be a platforming challenge that's more like a traditional Mario level, but it's all crazily seamless, and even watching the treehouse, I couldn't quite grasp what all the connections are, because I feel like you need to play it to understand it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. 2 years in a row, Nintendo stole the show for me. I am so fucking excited for this game, and the kicker to all of it was, I think back at the Switch reveal, they said this would be kind of late 2017. They might have even said December, I forget. It's coming October 27th.
Yes.
This thing isn't getting delayed. It's coming early. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I think my favorite part about it was, one, it's the unique sort of mechanical thing of Mario possessing all the different sort of characters in the world. So it's I like that's adding an element that is not just another 3D Mario platformer, in the way that you want there to be something new, the way you want from a new 3D Mario kind of game. But then also the brief glimpses you get of the narrative setup that you could establish of there is some sort of ghost hat, and at some point Mario's hat gets destroyed, and the ghost hat possesses Mario's hat and becomes the hat that you see as the main thing in Super Mario Odyssey. But then so that ghost hat enables Mario to possess other characters. But then the main question is, does that mean that the whole game you're really just playing as the hat and not playing as Mario? Because you're controlling the hat, controlling Mario.
I think,
and the hat just keeps Mario around as a warm body that can do big jumps, because he needs a core host to latch onto, but then also can possess other things along the way.
I've talked on this podcast before that I've been working on outlines and stuff. I'd love to write a book on Mario, a survey kind of thing,
right.
a critical history, because I don't think that really exists for this series, and I think it's important. And the thing I always come back to is studying the mainline Super Mario series, is that I think it's easy for us to forget this because Mario is omnipresent in a billion games.
Yeah.
But if you look at the core Super Mario Brothers series, that is where Nintendo has always fallen back and just gotten weird.
Yeah.
They have, and consistently, American Mario 2, the Doki Doki Panic thing, that's a weird, bizarre game. Sure. Mario 3 has a lot of, turns into a Tanuki. Mario World gets crazy in some ways. And then they went and just kicked the doors open with Super Mario 64. And I think people forget kind of how insane that game is, because it's been so internalized by our gaming culture now. Yeah. To the point where it's, God, I'm playing through Zelda the Wind Waker right now. And that game just fully has a boss taken from Super Mario 64. It's things like that. Like, that game is so internalized. And then, Mario Sunshine, he's got a fucking flood pack thing.
Bowser has voice acting, and it is the craziest thing you've ever seen in a Nintendo game.
Mario Galaxy plays with physics in ways games never have to that degree. It is so fascinating. The Mario Galaxy games are masterpieces of insanity also. And now it's like, Mario Odyssey, it's kind of like, we're going to take that to a next level where we're just going to go full-on surreal with it and go nuts. And I kind of love that the Mario series has always kind of stayed true to itself in that way to me, in that it gets weird, but it also gets weird in ways that are mechanically interesting and satisfying. And like when you, in the Treehouse stream, when you watch them play through it and heard the developers talk about it, there was a lot of like, they even talked about like the way they started development on this game is they started just building prototypes of weird things Mario could do, and the hat thing seemed fun, and so they built a game around that. And I kind of love just their admission of that like this is kind of how we do it. And just to hear them talk about that and see kind of the weird logic behind the insanity that we're watching and how the game can like, in one 5-minute sequence on that Treehouse stream, I went from watching Mario run around a desert to become the leader of a mariachi band, to go on a normal kind of Mario 3D platforming run, to turn into a mural and do some 2D stuff almost like from Link Between Worlds, the Zelda game. It's insane. It looks like such an insane, inspired spark of creative vision. And I cannot fucking wait for it.
Yes. The other bit of narrative setup also that we got was that the plot of the game is evidently, because the Super Mario Odyssey launched, or like Switch trailer we got at the Switch launch, or like Switch announcement event or whatever you call it. Everyone went crazy for Bowser in his pimp suit. And now we know why Bowser's in a pimp suit is because the plot of this fucking video game is that Bowser has hired an evil wedding planning committee called the Brutals that are going to make it so that Peach and Bowser have to get married and Mario has to try to stop them. Or potentially, if you sort of take that premise and sort of think of it a bit outside of the box, this is a game about Peach and Bowser finally deciding to get married and unite the Koopa and Mushroom Kingdoms, and they're having a political marriage. And then Mario, the jealous, like, jaded ex-boyfriend, has to come in and fuck everything up with his fucking ghost hat. Because Mario just can't let her go.
Yep, and that was something they talked about on the Treehouse stream, and it was so funny to hear the developers explain that. And the amiibos they showed off for this one, I will absolutely get Pimp Bowser amiibo. That one looks awesome.
Yeah.
But this game is crazy. If like between Breath of the Wild and what they're doing with Odyssey and some of the other stuff we're seeing, if this is kind of the era we're entering into with Nintendo where they are really going out on a limb with their games and shaking things up, this is so exciting to me. And if this, obviously I don't think this is going to get delayed. Nintendo games at this stage just don't.
That's too close.
But like then in 1 year we're going to have gotten Breath of the Wild and Super Mario Odyssey, and that's kind of incredible as a start to this generation for Nintendo. To the point where I'm like, the only downside of that is, where do you go next? But and actually we're not even really done with Nintendo because they had more announcements.
So, because I did not watch all of that stuff. So, do you want to take over from there?
I'll do it. I don't know the exact order of things, but they announced 2 new games for the 3DS, and then they showed off, like there was Fire Emblem Warriors gameplay, there was gameplay for Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I didn't watch either of those. There were no other announcements besides those, though. But the big one is they finished the Mario stream, and it's like, we're going to come back and show some new stuff. I was like, well, that's cool. What's going to happen next? And then they came back, had a little interview with Reggie, and then Reggie said, now, I promised we would have more announcements, and I think you're going to like this next one. And it's more Metroid! Like, so casually, like, how was that not part of the main show? One, and this is a Metroid game that's coming in September. So they announced a 3DS Metroid. It's called Metroid Return of Samus, or Samus's Return. Or Samus Returns. I don't remember the exact wording.
Revengeance of the Samus of the Return of the Revelation.
Yes, and it is technically a remake of Metroid 2, The Return of Samus. That's why I'm having trouble with it, which was the original Game Boy sequel. I think people forget, the Super Metroid was not the sequel to Metroid. It was Metroid 2 on the Game Boy. It moved to Game Boy after NES. And that game is really interesting. It's got a fascinating kind of premise where you land on this world where all the Metroids are, and you just have to exterminate all of them. Samus just goes and commits a genocide, and you have a counter in that game in the lower corner. It says it starts with 40, and you have to find 40 Metroids and kill them. It's kind of hilarious that that's just the setup. So I say technically a remake because very much like Fire Emblem Echoes from earlier this year, you kind of take one look at it and be like, yeah, this is a little more than a remake, you know? Because you can't really take a Game Boy game, I think, of that stature and just say you're remaking it. You're very much reimagining it. In fact, it very much reminds me of Metroid Zero Mission, the remake of the original Metroid for Game Boy Advance, which is one of the best Metroid games because they took that kind of core foundation of the original Metroid and went nuts with it in a lot of fascinating ways. But yeah, they showed off a trailer for that and then played it for about half an hour, and it looks fantastic. Like, the visuals are really nice, very atmospheric. It's the first side-scrolling Metroid we've had since Metroid Zero Mission on the Game Boy Advance.
It's been a long time.
Been a very long time, and Metroid has never gotten to do like the 2.5D kind of thing that New Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds got to do. So Metroid finally gets to do it. Looks beautiful. It sounded amazing. Metroid 2 has always gotten some hits for it doesn't have the best Metroid soundtrack. They announced that for this, they got the Super Metroid composers to come back and do a new score for this.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. And so it just looks like there's some new things where, like, Samus now can aim her gun in any direction you want, which obviously you could do in, like, Metroid Prime, but you could never do in one of the side-scrolling games where she could kind of go at like Contra-esque or something.
Right.
And so, yeah, it just looked really good. And again, the kicker is it's coming mid-September. So it's on its way. We will have a new Metroid game by the end of the year. I know new asterisk because it is kind of a remake, but it's also like most people, I think, Metroid fans today probably have not beat Metroid 2. Yeah. I love Metroid to death. And
like you said, like, it has to be so different from just like from every single perspective, not even just how it looks, but how it plays.
Yeah,
Game Boy games are pretty clunky.
Metroid 2 didn't have a map, kind of like Metroid Zero Mission. One of the biggest things is just it has a map that really changes the game. So yeah, I'm just calling it a new Metroid game, a new fucking 2D Metroid game, which is awesome. And I'm so excited for this.
Now, I'm curious when that comes out to see like if they have taken a lot of stuff from the Metroid-style games that have come post-Metroid Zero Mission and stuff, because it is a pretty, like, populous genre in indie games and stuff. Like, we had Axiom Verge a couple of years ago, or Ori and the Blind Forest, and stuff like that. What's the game name? Like Shadow Complex, that game from the Xbox 360, Xbox Live Arcade game. That game's fucking awesome. So I'm curious to see what they take, like what cues they take from that, since it's been so long since they made one of those kinds of games, and like the market has kind of moved on from when they last did it.
Yeah, absolutely, because I do think Metroid Zero Mission would be the last one they really did in that style, because Metroid Prime 3, which would be the next one after that, is good, but it's much more linear than the other Primes or other Metroid games. So yeah, I'm fascinated, and I'm so excited. Like, the 3DS has gotten some love already this year. That's going to be, and that's a perfect platform for it. Yeah. Have the bottom screen, have your map and everything. So, it was a mobile game originally. Obviously, it was a Game Boy game. So, yeah, that's cool. And I'm psyched. We're getting a new Metroid game. We are getting a Metroid, a Mario, and a Zelda in 2017. It's amazing.
Yeah, like, it's now I almost am convinced that Nintendo will someday actually make another F-Zero game. Maybe it will happen. Like I was just felt so strongly for so long that like Metroid is never going to become a thing again because Nintendo seems so utterly disinterested in really pursuing it.
But I think it's kind of like the moment when Fire Emblem Awakening came out.
Sure.
Where I think at that point, I think Nintendo and Intelligent Systems thought, maybe the market has moved on from this. Maybe Fire Emblem is too heady. Maybe it's too difficult, too kind of away from the zeitgeist. And so they made Awakening thinking this is going to be it. Huge hit. And I think Metroid could be that way. I think this could do really well for the 3DS. I think Metroid Prime 4 will be riding a massive wave of hype onto the Switch when it finally comes out. And I think, as you said, there has been such a resurgence kind of in the indie and online community of these kinds of Metroid-esque games. Not Metroidvania, you fuckers. Metroid-esque.
It is the worst fucking genre determination ever.
Yeah. Metroid-esque games. And I think there is a groundswell of a desire for this series, not just from fans, but I think there are going to be people who have not played a Metroid who could get on board with some of these. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm excited. And I just love that our first Metroid back since Other M 7 years ago is Metroid Samus Returns.
Yeah.
Kind of a great title. Yeah. One other 3DS announcement they did.
Okay.
We had known about this because some data miners leaked it. They're doing a remake of Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga for the 3DS.
Right, yeah.
That's a great game. Did you play that on the GBA?
No, I didn't.
Okay, it's really good. It's probably the closest to like the first two Paper Marios we've ever gotten since those. Just really fun storytelling, good RPG mechanics. I played the hell out of it as a kid, and I love it. But it's interesting. I say remake. This one is actually almost more of a port because it's mostly the same graphics it looks like from the GBA. They didn't even show the bottom screen. I wonder what they're going to do with that. There are definitely places you could use that in this game, but we'll see. But it's Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions. And at first glance, that looked like a mini game or something they were tacking on. Nintendo people were very quick to correct journalists. It is a full-length campaign, same length as Superstar Saga, brand new game.
Yeah.
Almost like when they released Link to the Past on GBA and they had 4 swords.
Right.
And 4 swords was like a full big game. Same idea here. This time you play as like a King Goomba trying to get all the other Goombas around because Bowser is missing. It looked very charming and fun and in the same style as that original Mario and Luigi. So that one comes out like on the week of my birthday. So that will be a fun way to... Cool. Just because I get, in my birthday month, a Mario and Luigi remake and a new Mario game, and I'm really excited.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was hoping that Bowser's Minions was going to be their cross-marketing deal with the Minions from Despicable Me. Because it wasn't enough to be with the Rabbids. They were like, we have to be with all the annoying cartoon mascots.
Yeah. So to wrap up, I think Nintendo moved with kind of surprising confidence today in their step. They are clearly supporting the hell out of the Switch in a lot of good ways. I think supporting the 3DS in interesting ways. You know, it doesn't feel like we're getting robbed of Switch titles because of what 3DS stuff we're getting. You know, when you add in also like Ultra, Sun and Moon and stuff like that. So I just felt like, man, I'm happy to have my Nintendo consoles. There's a lot of stuff coming. There are things we didn't get today. I thought for sure we'd see that Smash Bros. Port.
Yeah.
Who knows if that's coming at all. I didn't necessarily think we'd see Virtual Console. I just wish we had, but
I told you they weren't going to talk about it.
I didn't
talk about it.
Yeah, they didn't. But they gave us some good stuff, and it was short and to the point. And I love those Treehouse things; they're fun. I mean, the Treehouse stuff is kind of magical. There's moments like when they were showing off the Metroid game. The Treehouse lady had to do a morph ball jump, and if you've ever played Metroid, you know that's the hardest thing to do in a Metroid game. And just seeing her sweat like, oh god, I have to do this live to like millions of people was hilarious. And she did it, so kudos to her. That's nice. Hard. She even said like, I was practicing this last night, and it's like, yeah, that's a really hard thing to do. So I get it. But yeah, any other thoughts on that, Sean?
Yeah, no, Nintendo had a really strong showing. Like, I think it's interesting that they, there were a couple of things like Pokemon and Metroid Prime 4 that they were like, talked about very, very early, and I thought like that didn't feel like a Super Nintendo kind of move. I feel like they don't usually do that, but I feel like it feels like they really want people to be positive and like we are all in on the Switch with our major franchises going forward.
Yeah, I think if Metroid were a well-supported series, we would have waited for the Metroid Prime 4 until they were ready to show gameplay.
Yeah.
I think they're aware of the chatter. And frankly, that's a big change for Nintendo. But I think they are aware people were chattering about Pokemon and chattering about Metroid. And they said, let's just cut this off at the pass and move ahead from there. And I think everyone's happy about that. So it's good.
Another interesting thing that we didn't see anything about like a Nintendo mobile game or anything at their... Like, did you see anything of that at all in the Treehouse stream?
No, I don't think they've announced a new one. There's rumors that the next one is Zelda related, but we have not seen that yet.
Yeah, because then also we know, because this is like back when they originally announced their partnership to start developing mobile games, that they were working on an Animal Crossing one.
Yeah.
And we knew that, like, we learned that at the same time we learned the Fire Emblem one. The Fire Emblem one has been out for several months now. I think it's interesting that I was kind of expecting to see whatever that Animal Crossing mobile game was going to be.
Who knows? Maybe like the Switch came out and was a success and their stockholders are happy, and now Miyamoto and everyone are like, no more fucking mobile games. Yeah. We're done. Not until we have a stock crisis again. We'll keep those in our back pocket.
But they just like, you just like Reggie's in the corner. He like looks at the fucking just like the sheet with like the profits from Fire Emblem Heroes. He's like, no, you must make all of them. Yeah. Games are a battle. Ha 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 ha.
All right. Final thoughts on E3.
This is a weird E3. It had, I think, like, just going back down, EA had a very EA press conference. I was pretty disappointed by the lack of Star Wars stuff. And EA just doesn't feel like they know how to fucking pitch themselves in the way that Ubisoft does. Microsoft, we talked about very heavily, just like, again, not a failure of a press conference, but just like did not sell the message that they needed to sell. with the Xbox One X and their first-party stuff. Again, like I just think like Crackdown 3 having such a disappointing showing is a really big blow to them with how long in development that game has been, and it being like one of the only sort of fresh things in their like sort of original development. Bethesda was awesome. Ubisoft had some really crazy stuff. Sony, again, wish they had something new, but what they showed was good. And then Nintendo had a really tight, strong show with Mario had a fucking crazy awesome trailer. So it's like there were a couple of pretty bright spots, but not many surprises, and that was kind of disappointing. That's the sort of the thing I want from E3 is like, you know, last year we had Spider-Man and God of War from Sony were huge surprises and fucking awesome, and it was like, oh man, those games, like, one, that those games exist, and two, that they look as cool as they do, because even if you hear the rumors about them, you have no idea what they're going to be like. And that was kind of an element missing from this year's E3 for the most part. Yeah, you know, I think Metroid Prime 4 would have been that if there was gameplay footage. Yeah. Totally understand why there wasn't, and I think it was fine as just, look, we know you guys want this, let's throw you that bone. And it was still a huge surprise and a very welcome one. But yeah, if they had like ended a show with 5 minutes of Metroid Prime 4 gameplay, people would have died of heart attacks, you know? Yeah. Like that kind of surprise. But yeah, nothing quite that big. I think Bethesda, Ubisoft, Sony, and Nintendo all had very confident showings, and I enjoyed those to varying degrees. And I definitely thought Sony and Nintendo, I had a ton of fun watching theirs. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I have my Switch and my PS4 and my 3DS, and I think good times are to come. Yeah. I'm going to go really quickly through my coming soon list. This is a personal list I make for myself every year. Okay. But through the end of the year, what I have on here, and I want to hear if you can think of anything I'm missing. Okay. But this is like just what I have, like things I might, or our podcast might be interested in, and there's too many. Mm-hmm. So let's go through it. Not much over the summer, but July 11th, we're getting that Final Fantasy XII remake, the Zodiac Age. Okay, yeah. I'm curious about that. Don't know if I'll play it. Tacoma on August 2nd. Yeah. Must play. Sonic Mania on August 15th. Oh, man. Must play. Yeah. Uncharted The Lost Legacy on August 22nd. Must play. Yeah. August is busy. Mario and Rabbids is on August 29th. Not sure, but, you know, we'll see. Destiny 2 is on November 6th. Fuck, yeah. Metroid Samus Returns is September 15th. Cuphead is the end of that month, September 29th. The Mario & Luigi remake is October 6th. Evil Within 2 is October 13th. And then on October 27th, we're getting the trifecta of Mario Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Origins, and Wolfenstein II. Yeah. Just to pile up there. Call of Duty World War II is November 3rd, and Ni no Kuni 2 is November 10th. Now, Ni no Kuni 2 was not at the main shows, but they did do a new trailer at the pre-show at Sony, and that game looks amazing and gorgeous, and I'm fearing I won't have time for it, even though I would like to. Yeah. So, and then I don't know anything about later than that, so at least November and December seem lighter. But yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there will probably be something that is going to come in November that's going to be pretty big. But that's a hell of a list. I would like to try all of those, you know? Yeah, because then there's also, like, the games I haven't played yet. Like, I'm about to start. Like, I would be pretty deep into Nier Automata at this point if E3 did not happen now and I did not have time to play video games. There's that. I bought Neo on the Sony, like, sale that they did for And that's E3. How I got Horizon. Yeah, so I'm going to start in on that at some point. I still want to play Resident Evil 7. One thing you missed was in August, Yakuza Kiwami comes out. Fuck, okay, yeah. Fucking yeah. I'm going to play that. Sean, I so want to play Yakuza 0. I don't know if I'll have time. Yakuza 0 is so good. It's so fucking good. Yeah, there's a lot of games coming out this year. Well, we will talk about all of them in due time. For now, Sean and I are going to take like a quick break. Yeah. But you won't hear it. Okay, so Sean. Yes. Let's talk Doctor Who. Doctor Who? We're going to do this kind of quickly. This week's episode was Empress of Mars, written by Mark Gatiss. Yes. This is his 9th episode for the show. That's a lot of episodes. I like one of them before this one. I mean, he has plenty of okay episodes. Yeah. Robot of Sherwood is definitely his best. Yeah. Some of them are less than okay. He has plenty of okay ones and plenty of bad ones. Yes. So Empress of Mars, I liked this one just fine. I don't know if I have a lot to say about it. Yeah, it is a perfectly fine episode of Doctor Who. I think is a good way to put it. Yeah, I probably did like it better than last week's The Lie of the Land. I think it's a more consistent episode. It's a more consistent episode. It did not reach the same highs, but I also don't think it reached the same lows. I thought it was,
look, frankly, if you took this and put it in a less remarkable run of Doctor Who, like a RTD season, I think this would be one of the better episodes.
Yeah.
I think it is Doctor Who 101 by the numbers.
Yes.
But it's a decently well done version of that. My biggest complaint is how he uses the companions here. Mm-hmm. Bill has been written so precisely in all the other episodes, and I thought in this one she was written very generically.
It reminded me of Cold War.
Yeah, and how
Clara.
Where Clara was mad at the TARDIS or something.
Yeah.
And then I also just thought, I'll just get to my biggest narrative problem with the episode. Okay. It does build to this interesting conclusion where, so at the beginning, Nardole goes to the TARDIS and it has a malfunction and leaves and goes back to the university.
For reasons never explained in the episode.
Yeah, and he has to get Missy to come back and fly it. And then that leads to this interesting cliffhanger and a very good scene at the end, I thought, between Michelle Gomez and Peter Capaldi. But that scene doesn't make sense with Nardole. Because he can fly the TARDIS, we know this.
Yes.
It would make sense with Bill, because she cannot, and you could much more easily explain a malfunction with someone who cannot fly the TARDIS.
Yeah, and we just saw the episode where she met Missy, so it would have been a nice connection after that.
It would have been a great connection. So that just was such a glaring hole in the plot of not even so much a plot hole, but just something that you could have done to bump up this episode a lot, in my estimation.
Yeah.
And then you could also have reversed roles where maybe Nardole was with the Doctor more and see a different side of him and whatnot. So I thought that was the weakest part. Everything else I was totally fine with. It just didn't blow my socks off.
Yeah. I think it just has that kind of Mark Gatiss thing of there are some interesting ideas and themes that kind of exist on the periphery of the imperialist British soldiers next to the Ice Warriors, where they even straight up compare the Ice Warriors to the Vikings at some point. It's there's a lot of material you can do with that, historically speaking, and building out this and discussing imperialism and the futility of imperialism and stuff like that. Doesn't do anything with any of those ideas. And in that Mark Gatiss way of it feels like he likes to write Doctor Who episodes that are just kind of wacky adventures and never are more than that. And it's you need at least a little bit more than that.
It feels like every one of his Doctor Who scripts was written in one sitting, in one pass, and never revised. That's honestly my feeling on them, and they're fine. This one, I will say, I thought had good enough ideas at its core, even if they weren't all that well explored, that everyone else got to run with it. I thought it was a very well executed episode. I think it was well directed. I thought the scenes on Mars, I really liked the production design. When we got into the tomb with the Ice Warrior Queen, I thought that was a really nice set and everything there. I thought Capaldi did great. I think Bill Pearl-Mackie had nothing to play, but was charming and everything that you need her to be. I liked how far they went with the arrogant British colonists.
It was maybe the most over-the-top I've seen that role played, and that is a role that is very often played over the top.
I mean, it was fitting in a week where the British Prime Minister lost her majority because she was fucking arrogant. It felt like very much an indictment of that traditional British arrogance, and I kind of, that's the closest the show got to any thematic resonance this week, so that was fun, and, they did, again, a very Doctor Who 101 plot where there's the one guy who was a coward and was almost hanged for desertion, and then at the end he gets to be brave, and I actually did like how that was all done, and I liked that actor.
There's a weird logical lapse there, and maybe there's some strange bylaw in the Victorian British Army or something I am utterly ignorant of, but how do you get are deserted and therefore court-martialed for desertion and then sentenced to death by hanging, and then because the rope breaks you don't fucking kill him? Or not only do you not kill him, you give him back command of his unit? That doesn't make any fucking sense, right? I felt like that's so crazy of a backstory that makes no sense at all.
If this was a Stephen Moffat episode, there would be a fan theory forum somewhere explaining that guy is the 13th Doctor, and that's the hole in that backstory, is that he got hung and regenerated and somehow kept the scar.
Sure.
And now, and
it's Susan. It was actually Susan.
It was actually Susan? That's probably more, definitely.
Yeah, I just thought, it's not a huge deal, but it was because it's a good idea, and I like the visual image of him, revealing the scar from the hanging. It's oh, that's cool. And then you think about it for half a second, it's how the fuck, why would he ever have command of a unit if he was sentenced to death by hanging? Maybe I could see them being well, the hanging didn't work, maybe there's a weird superstition, we don't actually kill him, but you don't fucking give him command of his unit, you imprison him or some shit.
It was weird. plot hole aside, I thought it gave the episode a much more interesting version of this kind of conclusion that we normally get, where it's like him kind of being the guy who's the linchpin in these peace talks, and I liked that.
Yeah.
I did like the whole thing that the Doctor is kind of in between these two sides, and it's not a clear-cut, this time I'm protecting the humans, the Ice Warriors are bad. It's a fun story where you have, the humans are being the dicks in this case, but the Ice Warriors are very dangerous. I'll say this, I thought the Ice Warriors were much better used here than they were in Cold War.
Yeah. Yeah, in Cold War, it felt like him trying to do a Dalek style, like Dalek from Season 1 style kind of episode. It was like, and I really like the Ice Warriors in there, because I think they only appeared in 4 episodes in the original classic series, and so it's like I have a fondness for them, and I always wish they'd been explored more. And I'm with you. I think this is a good reintroduction of them in a way that's like, I would like to see more Ice Warriors at some point in the future.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, it was fun. The Mars setting was interesting. I like the whole, there's Victorian people on Mars.
Yeah, that's a goofy idea that I guess they did okay with.
Yeah. What was Alpha Centauri?
I'm glad you asked, because that is the thing that there is to talk about this episode, because that is so fucking cool what they did. So basically, there are only 4 Ice Warrior stories. 2 of them are Second Doctor stories. I think only one of them is existent. I think it's Seeds of Doom from the Second Doctor. But the main Ice Warrior stories that I remember that I really like are the Third Doctor era ones, Curse of Peladon and the Monster of Peladon. Curse of Peladon specifically being one of the best Third Doctor stories. And I rewatched it immediately after watching this episode of Doctor Who, because it's like, I have to rewatch Curse of Peladon because it's so fucking good. It's one of the handful of Third Doctor stories that is completely set in space, and so it's so much fun to see Jon Pertwee in what is almost feels like a Tom Baker era episode that came a couple of years too soon or something. So Curse of Peladon is awesome, and Alpha Centauri is a reference to that, and she's in Monster of Peladon, or it's in Monster of Peladon level. It's a hexapod hermaphrodite, I think is what they call it. So the basic setup of Curse of Peladon is there's this one planet called Peladon that has this very sort of primitive civilization that is about to join some sort of a galactic federation, and then the Doctor and Joe Grant, the companion of the time, sort of stumble into this scenario where there are these talks for Peladon to join this galactic federation, and the Ice Warriors, Alpha Centauri, and another alien called Archimedes or something like that are there as envoys, and then the Doctor and Joe are mistakenly identified as being the envoys for Earth as a part of these discussions, and that allows Jon Pertwee to play this very fun thing of, you can tell how much fun the Doctor is having being mistaken to be this negotiator and get to go around and command the room, and he plays it very well. And so Alpha Centauri is this weird, very memorable alien that's very kind of wacky, is very sort of cowardish, and one of the reasons why that episode is so good is the inversion of the Ice Warriors, where you understand them as being this very violent warrior race, and now you see them in this later context in their civilization where they are these mediators of peace and trying to work in this sort of conference is really good. And Alpha Centauri is just a really memorable part of that story, and I think this episode kind of calls back in a couple of very vague ways to that, and then at the very end they do this conference call where all of a sudden the Doctor sort of does it so that the Ice Warriors can communicate with some other species because they can't live on Mars anymore, and then Alpha Centauri, the species of Alpha Centauri, intercepts that message and is like, welcome to the universe, and that is the original actress doing the voice, who is 94 years old, and they brought her back to do these 2 lines as this offhand reference to a really brilliant Jon Pertwee story, and I had the biggest smile on my face all throughout that sequence. It was so good.
So it's basically this winds up being a prequel, sort of, to...
Yeah, it's a really weird prequel to the Peladon 2-part story.
Yeah, so where many lives later, the Doctor helps the Ice Warriors become who they would be.
Yeah, it's a cool little connection. It makes me wish that they kind of leaned into that harder and made it a direct prequel to Peladon and made that more direct thematic sort of thing in the story of the Ice Warriors transitioning into this more peaceful race in a way that wasn't as buried beneath all the other shit that is in this episode.
Yeah. As it stands, that has to be the deepest cut the modern show has made for a major plot point, right?
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
Because that's not just a reference, that's part of the resolution of the episode. Mm-hmm. And if, like me, you did not see that Jon Pertwee episode, you immediately had to go look it up and be like, that was cool. I can tell they did something cool there. What was it?
I mean, and that is, for all the things I will say about Mark Gatiss, the one thing you have to always respect for that dude is his deep, unfathomable love for Doctor Who and his rich, memory and history for that series. Because it was there is something, in the air, the second before it happened. There's nothing directly setting up the fact that Alpha Centauri is going to be on there, on that screen. But it was this moment before it happened, I felt like a psychic connection with Mark Gatiss. I'm like, you motherfucker, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that happens. That would be so ridiculous. There's no way that they don't cut that out of the script because nobody watching this is ever going to understand it. It's you, fucking Stephen Moffat and Peter Capaldi are the three people that are going to see this episode and know what the fuck
this is. And that's why it got in.
Yeah, and it was when it happened, I was so happy. It's really good. People should watch Curse of Peladon. It's great.
Yeah. I liked this episode. I had fun. Totally look, Doctor Who does not have to hit it out of the park every week.
Yeah, it can just be a fun episode.
Yeah, it's fun sometimes to just see a solid little Doctor Who story, and this is probably the last of those we get for Peter Capaldi, which is sad. Yeah. But he has 4 episodes left if I just want to depress everyone, and I'm guessing the rest of them are not going to be as low-key as this.
Yeah, no.
Did you see that next week's The Eaters of Light is written by Rona Munro, who wrote
Survival, which is the last classic Doctor Who serial, the 7th Doctor serial, which is a really good one. And this is the first instance of a classic Doctor Who writer coming in to write an episode of modern Doctor Who. And that next preview also looked really cool.
Yeah, I love that Moffat was able to kind of check that off the bucket list before his run ended.
It's kind of surprising that you'd think that at some point that would have happened, but yeah.
No, never has. We had a director, Euros Lyn, back in the day, who worked on the RTD years, did direct on Classic Who. But yeah, it's the first time we've had a writer, and it feels very appropriate. She was the last writer on Classic Who. So, and then and that'll be the last person to write a script in the Moffat era before Moffat finishes us off. Yeah. So yeah, crazy.
I appreciate it. Gives me an excuse to go back and watch Survival again.
Maybe I'll go watch that.
It's really fucking good.
Nice.
It's a good master story.
Oh, master story. Nice. So we are going to be getting more of those soon. One more thing. Michelle Gomez, great in that last scene.
Yeah. I love the shot of her from across the TARDIS console, kind of distorted by the glass. It's a really good shot that makes you I don't know what you're up to, lady. It's really good.
I love that, and I love how Peter Capaldi has played every scene with her this season where I'm not sure what he's afraid of, if it's her or if it's him.
Yeah.
But he looks like kind of a scared little boy around her because I think he just doesn't know what to do, and the Doctor usually knows what to do.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where they go.
All right. That's Doctor Who.
Doctor Who.
Let's talk about Twin Peaks.
Jonathan, how do we talk about this episode of Twin Peaks?
Okay, spoilers from here on out. Twin Peaks episode 6 of The Return. I thought this was the best episode of the series so far, along with episode 3.
Yeah, I would agree.
The third one, which is where we got Cooper's trip to space,
utter insane land.
And
makes the fucking Super Mario Odyssey trailer look like the production of a totally sane, normal, stage, stoic kind of team.
Exactly. And that's also the episode with Hello!
Yes.
And then this episode, I think, was on a similar part to that. It has some amazing scenes with Dougie and his family that I think go deeper than just the comedy.
Yeah.
And I found ethereal and beautiful. It has some fascinating stuff going on in Twin Peaks, including the most elaborate set piece we've had in this season so far, where a lot of things kind of converge and something very violent happens.
Yeah.
We had a midget stab a woman with a screwdriver, so that was interesting.
I think it was an ice pick, technically.
It wasn't an ice pick? Yeah. Okay, I couldn't quite tell. We met Diane. We'll talk about that.
Right, yeah, for a brief moment.
So there's that. A lot happened in this episode, and pretty much all of it was, I thought, pretty jaw-dropping, just as filmmaking, but I think also in the larger arc of this Twin Peaks. We are now a third of the way into this, and I thought momentum in this show is a hard thing to pinpoint, but I felt like things were happening, if not always in a literal sense, in an emotional sense, that I found very moving, and this was an amazing hour of TV.
Yeah, it was in particular, I think what stood out to me is it's not just, each of the individual pieces were all really good on their own, But there's even when, like, because none of them directly connect in this episode at all. You have, like, the stuff with, like, the kid in the truck and all the shit that happens there. You have all the stuff with Coop as Dougie Jones, and you have, like, the weird, like, assassin guy with the fucking ice pick, and all those little pieces, and then, like, a couple of smaller scenes, like, with Albert and Diane. But, like, none of those pieces directly connect with each other at all in any narrative sense, but the way it's all edited together and sort of orchestrated together gives you this, like, sense of larger purpose and, like, a larger message that I think, like, in a way you could just watch this episode without knowing anything and gain some sort of, like, really powerful appreciation of it, just in terms of how the narrative is woven together, not in a, like, sort of logic way, but in a, like, thematic and emotional way.
Even more so than other episodes so far, the scenes in this episode breathe. Like, it's almost 25 minutes, I think, before we cut away from Vegas and Dougie, and then we, that's when we cut to Albert, and we have that great line from Gordon Cole, "I will be thinking of you as I drink this fine Bordeaux."
Yeah.
And we'll talk about another line in that scene in a minute. But, like, so we're with him for a really long chunk of time. The whole extended sequence that climaxes with the kid getting killed by the truck is of another very long series of scenes in Twin Peaks that are all very interconnected and come together. So you have a lot of kind of lengthy set pieces here that I love. And you have some, shorter cuts in between and stuff. But and it also brings a lot of stories to what will have to be a turning point. Even if it's a Lynchian turning point, which does not literally mean you're going to get all the answers you want next week. But can we talk about the brilliance that is Dougie Jones?
Yes, let's talk
I know we've talked about it a lot. This was particularly brilliant. I mean, we start the episode back at the statue, right where we left off, with Cooper trying to get his arm out of his sleeve, which was an amazing bit of physical comedy. And it's got this gorgeous jazz piece over that first scene that actually becomes a motif throughout the episode. And for Dougie, it's like a theme for Dougie Jones that we haven't gotten yet.
Yeah.
And it's kind of mournful. And even though there are a lot of funny scenes here, like, let me see if I can find one of my favorite lines here. There's that scene where his wife, who I finally found her name in the credits, it's Janie E. Jones.
There you go.
Which is great. Where Janie E. learns about Jade the hooker.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Jade gives two rides." I'll bet she did.
Does, yeah.
Yeah, it's
so funny.
There's so many funny moments. But there's also this kind of slow, mournful quality to the Dougie Jones scenes this week, where I think it's hard to put any, like, singular piece of interpretation on all the stuff going with Zombie Cooper right now.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably foolhardy to do that. But I think there's a lot of possible interpretations, and there's a lot of ideas coming out of it. And one of the ones I'm getting more and more is that it's almost like Cooper has been sent into this very sad scenario, and it's almost like he has to fix it. It's almost like a Quantum Leap story.
Sure.
But in a really weird Lynchian way, where, like, we don't know the exact specifics of it, but clearly by the time Cooper arrived, Dougie Jones had pretty thoroughly fucked up his life. And in some weird way, being a complete vegetable is starting to put pieces together. And we don't always know why. There's the very long sequence of him after seeing the Red Room, drawing on all those pieces. And I think it's a beautiful, beautiful scene. Can I tell you exactly why it's beautiful? No. Yeah. But it is kind of emotionally powerful, and there's something about just this emotive power coming from it where I think there is more to these scenes than just comedy. Not that I've ever thought they were just comedy, but I think there's a lot of different ways to interpret and enjoy them.
Yeah, the one thing that it made me think about that I hadn't considered much about the sort of the Agent Cooper character in this, like, new Twin Peaks stuff is, like, it especially hit me when he has the scene with the son with, like, the potato chips and stuff.
Great.
And like, it just made me realize, like, right, like, Cooper lost his life. Like, he didn't die, but he was taken out for so long that he missed his opportunity to make this family. And, like, he's, like, this weird imposter in this family that, like, and there's, like, these small tender moments, even, like, a couple of ones with the wife, even though she's obviously, like, very distraught by a lot of things going on, you do get this sense of family among them, but he doesn't actually belong, and that kind of hurts.
It does. There's this whole long sequence where it starts with Naomi Watts comes in and they're eating sandwiches together, and he has the chips. And the way Kyle MacLachlan uses those chips as a prop for about 15 minutes of this episode should be taught in acting lessons. Like of how you use a physical prop in a scene, because he sings through those chips. He gives the emotions of a musical number through how he slowly chews those chips, how he offers them to his son, how he holds them as he walks towards the stairs, and they're like the teddy bear he's holding on to because everything in this world is scary to him, but he has this bag of chips, for God's sake. It's weirdly beautiful, and that whole scene with his kid, poor Sonny Jim, ends with that clapper scene. And it's great because Sonny Jim and his father are suddenly having fun doing the clapper, and then, of course, Naomi Watts understandably gets mad because she gets the hooker pictures. So it's interrupted.
Jane gives two rights.
Gee, I'll bet she did. Stop for a second. Naomi Watts is amazing in this episode.
Yeah. Man, she has that scene later in the episode where she confronts the two blackmailing guys. That is such a fucking awesome scene.
She's just on fire in this. Like, she came to this show to play, and she is doing fantastic work in kind of, it's a thing Lynch loves to do where he takes these kind of archetypal characters or genres or things and then puts a weird spin on them. Naomi Watts was one of the best he's ever had at that in Mulholland Drive, doing like the ingenue, and here she's doing as like the put-upon housewife. But it's not a version of that character you've ever seen before, and I think she's doing award-worthy work in this. I hope, I assume Twin Peaks is going to get Emmy nominations next year because people in the industry are very influenced by David Lynch and Twin Peaks, and I think, depending on how many episodes she's in, I think Naomi Watts would be a good person for, like, guest work because she's been on fire in these episodes, and this was her biggest, like, showcase she's had so far.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that her being as prominent in this episode as she is makes me feel like I really hope she sticks around for like the whole series, because I think like there's something more to this character, that we haven't quite seen yet.
Yeah, sure. And I've always been sad we didn't get multiple movies with Lynch and Naomi Watts, because I think they were so great as a team in Mulholland Drive. But we get this, and that's enough. Like, this is and you can tell, like, yeah, I'll come out to Las Vegas for a couple of weeks and do some crazy stuff. This was a serious time commitment. Yeah. Naomi Watts didn't just do this on a weekend, obviously. So, yeah, that's great. But no, speaking of Mulholland Drive, I definitely got a sense in this episode, a similarity to Mulholland Drive, where one of my favorite things about that movie is that it basically takes all these archetypal scenes of, like, the ingenue arriving in Hollywood, and the audition scene, and the scene with the assassin, and all these different ideas, and the lovemaking scene, and, like, the weird 70s exploitation lesbian drama or whatever, and he just puts a spin on all of them, and it's this interesting performative art throughout that movie, and I think, frankly, that's what the entire Dougie Jones story is so far. You got the American patriarch at work, you've got the home storyline, you've got a suburban crime drama going on, you've got extortion, all these things that we've seen in, frankly, soap operas and stuff before, and he's turning them on their head, in this case because we have Zombie Cooper wandering through this story. So a lot of the beats Cooper interacts with are fairly conventional at their core, but they're turned into something so strange and fascinating through this lens. Yeah. And so when I still kind of understand why people dismiss Dougie Jones. It's not what you necessarily come in wanting from Twin Peaks. Although this is better than I could have ever hoped for.
Oh yeah.
God, I love Dougie Jones. But like I just, when I hear people like, why isn't he Cooper yet? It's like, maybe stop thinking about where you want this to go and focus on where it is right now.
Yeah, appreciate what it's doing instead of like wanting it to be something that it isn't.
Because I don't think the show is killing time with this.
No.
There's a lot going on in those scenes, whether it's funny or whether it's weirdly emotional or whether it is these weird subversions and things, It's clear David Lynch did not come into this to make a direct sequel to Twin Peaks.
No.
But whatever he's doing is so far beyond what I could have imagined.
Yeah, and I did like that in this episode we got I think a more clear sense of kind of where it's going. Like, there's this sense of progress with him. In particular, it's stuff like he walks slightly faster than he used to, and he's wearing his normal black suit when he goes back to the office later in the episode. Like, little things like that. He's certainly still, there's the fucking great scene with him just standing in the elevators, the doors open and close and open and close, and then he tries to walk through and the doors close on him. He just gets startled by it. So it's like he's still, as you say, Zombie Cooper, but you get the sense of him kind of slowly adapting to his surroundings, and he's a bit more sort of lucid, he's a bit more cogent. And then especially you get that really weird but really good scene with him and the boss, where the boss is like looking through all the pages and like, I have no idea what the fuck he's seeing in all those drawings, but there's some sort of connection is being made there, and there's something about that of like a person like he like looks at him, he's like, thank you, Coop, and it's like, or not like, thank you,
I'll look
Dougie.
up, I have it somewhere.
Yeah, and it's just like that is really there's something about that is like kind of almost like devastatingly like heartwarming because of how long we spent with like him just sort of like wandering aimlessly in this world and nobody really acknowledging him in like a personal way. And it's like this one, he gets this like real personal connection with someone.
The line is, Dougie, thank you. You've certainly given me a lot to think about.
Yeah.
And earlier in that scene, he's looking through and he says, I think you need some professional help, Dougie. And because this is an episode where people finally realize something is wrong with Dougie.
I really like that cop like really earnestly was trying to help him.
Yes.
And that felt nice.
Yeah. No, and yeah, because he's not doing anything dangerous. He's just being a weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. But when he says that, the boss, Cooper says, help, Dougie? Almost kind of mournfully. And he says it again later. And again, that's where I started thinking, maybe that's not a random utterance. Maybe there's some like mystical plan for this of him kind of putting this family's life on track. Or I also like what you're saying of, that thought of Cooper lost a life and he's kind of weirdly living one now. And
he's just slowly putting himself back together, you know, and by helping people, because that's also one of the things, we know about Cooper is like he's this super nice guy that is going to try to help people in the most earnest, honest way possible at every given opportunity.
Yeah.
You kind of feel him sort of struggling to do that in the best way he can.
Yeah. I really do want to talk about the scene where he's looking at the insurance documents and starts drawing on them.
Yeah.
It's a very long scene. You've got those glowing spots on the insurance forms, and he starts making circles, and then he starts drawing like stairs, and then ladders, and then he starts doing things with, it's always stairs, circles, and ladders.
Yeah.
And it definitely, because it's all about climbing, it made me think of the scene in episode 3 where he's up in space, and it's all about kind of climbing up this, and maybe that's too literal, but it's just, that scene is asking you to free associate, and that's where I went. But like, nothing happens in that scene. He's drawing. It's that whole scene is made out of almost nothing. It's just atmosphere and this weird kind of tension and intrigue, and all tied together by Angelo Badalamenti, who has not really had a chance, I think, to flex his musical muscles yet on this show. But here, where he kind of builds this little jazz theme for Dougie, Zombie Coop, whatever we want to call him, and then it recurs later when the guy is looking over the forms. And just Kyle MacLachlan's performance.
Yeah.
He is absolutely transfixing and magnetic, even in those scenes where I have no idea what's going on in this guy's head, but his face is expressing and emoting so many things. It's an outstanding performance.
Yeah. And it's something where, like, he kind of does so little, but the little he does is so perfect. And, like, at every single moment, like, he builds this really whole perfect portrayal of this character, like as bizarre as the state he is in is, he's so consistent and perfect in that performance that you buy it 100% of the time.
Absolutely. All right, we get that abrupt cut to Albert. He's in the car in the rain. He's in Seattle or something, kind of Pacific Northwest maybe, and he gets out of the car and he's got the umbrella and he shouts, "Fuck Gene Kelly, you motherfucker!"
Yeah,
and I laughed so hard I literally hurt myself.
It's really good.
If that isn't one of the best lines of dialogue in any Lynch production, I don't know what is.
It's so fucking funny.
Miguel Ferrer, rest in peace.
Yeah.
I'm so glad he got to deliver that line before he passed.
It's
an amazing thing. Anyway, he goes into a bar. This is the woman they were going to look for at the end of episode 4.
Yeah.
And woman turns around. It's Laura Dern in a blonde wig. And he calls her Diane.
Yeah.
And we assume this is the Diane that Kyle MacLachlan spoke to all those years ago on his tape recorder. And the idea that would be Laura Dern, kind of the ultimate Lynch muse, is amazing.
Yeah, and like the eventual like Blue Velvet, Kyle MacLachlan, Laura Dern reunion, that would occur.
I just love, we're basically getting all of Lynch's greatest muses together in one episode, or under one roof. We have Laura Dern, we have Naomi Watts, we have Kyle MacLachlan.
Yeah.
We don't have Jack Nance because sadly he's dead. But, like, I want a scene with those three.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And just, again, that Laura Dern has a very active career, that she would show up for this. That's awesome, Yeah,
and it's something where, like, my initial instinct would be that I would not want Diane to ever, like, show up in a physical form. in Twin Peaks. But the way they do that scene and like the way that Laura Dern looks with like that wig and like this weird bar she's in, it's like, okay, I will go with you on this.
If you're gonna do Diane, it kind of has to be Laura Dern. There's just something about that that's so perfect. Yeah. And I love that she's gonna be like some kind of key to unlocking this weird mystery. Is wonderful. Have you seen Inland Empire yet?
No, I haven't watched it yet.
Okay.
I've been a bit busy with E3.
No, I haven't
been able to jump into that particular insanity yet.
I totally understand. I mean, that movie, if you want to see her commitment to Lynchian weirdness, that is the movie.
Okay.
And of course, she's also great in Blue Velvet, and I don't like Wild at Heart, but she's very good in that movie. So I'm just excited to see her do more with Lynch here. You know?
Yeah.
So that's great. Then we get to a really extended sequence in the middle of the episode that starts with that young guy from the end of episode 5.
Yeah.
Who's like meeting with his drug dealer bosses. Now, in the credits, this guy is credited as Richard Horn.
Okay.
Which would make him either like a kid of Ben Horn, probably too young for that, or is he Audrey Horn's son? That's one way we could be going.
That's possible, yeah.
And this could be, that's how we'll bring Sherilyn Fenn back into the fold. Now, he has not been introduced as such in the show proper, but it is in the credits. Now, people are saying, that's just sloppy storytelling. I would guess Lynch and Frost have a reason for that. I think there will be a moment where that is revealed. I don't think we actually need to know his identity yet for these scenes to work.
Yeah.
Clearly, we've got a troubled young guy dealing drugs. This scene is fascinating because we get that scene with the coin flip where there's this drug dealer who apparently has the power to make a coin flip in slow motion while everyone else moves in normal time. And then it falls, and then there's a coin in the guy's mouth, but then another one falls in the guy's palm. And then he says, the dealer has the coin, says, this is you. He snaps it to the other hand, says, this is me. And it's...
Heads I win, tails you lose.
And then we just hard cut to Richard Horn, the kid, in a truck, driving and just crying, so disturbed by this crazy scene.
It's like the most Mulholland Drive fucking scene.
Oh, yeah.
That's not in Mulholland Drive. Like, it's so just like, what is happening?
That guy might as well be the cowboy.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck?
And then we cut to the trailer park from Firewalk with Me.
Right.
Which I thought was a deep cut. And Harry Dean Stanton is back.
Yep.
Love Harry Dean Stanton.
Yes.
He's been in several Lynch films, also very good in Wild at Heart. And reprising his role as the landlord, remaining wonderful. He has the amazing line, I've been smoking for 75 years every fucking day.
Yeah.
I love David Lynch's smoking fetish. It's so crazy. He loves cigarettes so much. Anyway, so he's sitting on this bench, he's smoking, he's drinking coffee. He looks up at the trees. We get a very Terrence Malick-esque shot of the trees and the sun moving through them. And then we do this like crane push in on his face as he looks up. It's just this great little shot, great little performance moment. Nothing's really happening, but we get the sense of this guy who's kind of like both out of sorts with the world, but also kind of emotionally in tune with it.
Sure, yeah.
And Harry Dean Stanton plays that very well, and it's a setup, I think, for what's coming. You know, and he sees this kid and his mother run by playing. It's just a nice little scene, and this is all intercut with that the Richard Horn driving just like crazy, angry. He decides he's going to run a stop sign, and I mean, did you expect these would intercut in the way they did?
Not quite. Like, just because, like, killing a kid is something that things very rarely do, like TV, movie, games, whatever. Like, it's pretty big, especially, like seeing it happen is something that things just don't usually go all the way for. I thought it was, like, he was almost going to get run over, but then, like, the Harry Dean Stanton character or someone, like, pulls him back in the last second. Something like that. Nope.
Yeah, no. And but I was going to say, like, there's actually very rarely on these 6 episodes so far actual moments of convergence.
Right.
Where you have characters who are kind of kept separate and then actually clash. And you get that here. So I wasn't sure when he's driving, like, okay, is he going to be near the Harry Dean Stanton character? And once it got close enough, it's geographically they make it very clear. But for a while I was kind of wondering why they were intercutting. And then we get that, and yeah, there's a full shot where in plain view a kid gets hit by a truck.
Yeah, going at full speed.
Yeah.
Yes, and that kid is definitely dead.
Oh, yes, he's very dead. And, and all the stuff from the Twin Peaks scenes just starts coming together. Because you also get, we had an earlier scene with this woman, Miriam, at the Double R Diner.
Right,
who really likes pie. I really like that scene.
Yeah, I forgot that scene. Yeah.
It's a good scene. And Miriam is...
Like the German lady that they got back.
Yep.
With that weird laugh.
Yep. And Miriam is walking down the street, and she sees Richard Horn in the car, so she IDs him. So all these things from this section in Twin Peaks come together, and then it is just this weird symphonic emotional moment afterwards where Harry Dean Stanton sees this yellow light, kind of like those Red Room visions Cooper keeps seeing. It goes up into the sky and disappears, like it's the boy's soul leaving the body. He's weirdly in tune with all this. He goes over to the woman, puts a hand on her shoulder, just kind of trying to be comforting. It's interesting. They
just kind of look at each other, but neither of them says a word.
It's all nonverbal. Tremendously powerful scene.
Yeah, and then you just have all the people standing on the street corner just watching, crying, not knowing what to do.
Yeah, and, I think the revival, to me, the tone has been largely comedic in a lot of ways.
Sure.
But Twin Peaks, its original story point is the murder of a young girl.
Yeah.
It is a show that was very willing to cut to the deepest hearts of emotional pain, and it feels like, I don't think this vein was opened at random. I'm very interested to see where it goes. But I thought that scene was very powerful in an episode that was largely about cutting deep in different ways, So, fascinating scene. And just the sheer filmmaking craft on display throughout that whole sequence is out of this world.
Yeah, and again, it's just the ways that it feels like, and almost like this punctuation or something to, again, in just a sort of abstract thematic or emotional sort of way, the stuff we saw with Dougie that dominated the first half of the episode. And again, it's not directly connected, but there's this certain tone to it that feels like I wonder how much of because it's something I've been kind of feeling with this Twin Peaks revival, but I haven't felt it heavily enough to sort of fully want to explore that yet, because there's so much more we still need to see before trying to explain it or having the big theories or something. But part of it of David Lynch being away for so long, bringing back Twin Peaks after being gone for so long, and bringing back all the old characters and stuff. It is impossible to look at this and not think about how this has changed with time and eras, and how we're in this very different era of human history and American history, and what societies are in different ways. And I feel there's this certain callousness that you feel to the world in this revival of Twin Peaks that certainly was not present in original Twin Peaks, because it wasn't just that it was the 90s, it was also that it was this small town, this small close-knit community where there was this certain human warmth. Even when you have these dark secrets, there was this sense of family and everything that was important there. And a lot of times in this Twin Peaks revival, it has felt cold in a lot of those ways, partially because you have your main character being this utterly zombified kind of vegetable character, just wandering aimlessly throughout his life, not being able to interact with anything, and nobody else noticing enough or paying attention enough or caring enough about him to really try to stop and help him. And those things, I feel are starting to come, those themes are starting to come together more heavily, I think, here with the way that Dougie is trying to sort of find a way to have these moments with people, and slowly learning how to connect to people again, and then that punctuating with this intensely human moment of people coming together over the most tragic thing that could possibly happen. And then that is then expanded upon with, I think, the ending of this episode is unfucking believable, where you go back to the sheriff's office and you find out that the new Sheriff Truman's son committed suicide because he had PTSD. And that's just dropped into such a casual way, and that one sheriff dude just turns it into a joke, and that's the end of the episode. It hit me really hard.
It's a punctuation mark, definitely.
Yeah.
And no, I agree with all of that. I think there absolutely are those themes in here that, it's very intentional that we expanded past Twin Peaks and New Twin Peaks, and that, frankly, Twin Peaks the city is not the biggest part of this show so far. It does feel like it's the place where all these stories are heading, you know? And I do think that's a message that we could be getting here. We'll see how dark and cynical Lynch goes with this, but you could be having a theme where, Twin Peaks maybe was this island unto the world at some point, but it couldn't escape evil then, and it's going to be worn down the same way now because there are all these exterior forces that it cannot be isolated from.
Yeah.
And I think it is exploring those ideas in all sorts of different ways. But, this is why when I see certain people online and critics just say, oh, God, the Dougie stuff, when are they going to get to the point? It's maybe just stop and consider for a second that is the point.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be so arrogant to just assume that this is happening for no reason other than to, pad it out or something, or just for a joke. If you treat it seriously for a second, I think it's obvious that there's more going on there.
engage with it. You don't have to like it, but engage with it on the terms it's setting. And the terms it's setting is not a strict promise of narrative coherency that you will get good Cooper and he'll go solve some crimes and drink some coffee. Not what we're getting so far. And I think if you engage with what's actually there, there's so much meat on these bones to pick apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, a couple of other just quick points. I mean, the weirdest thing in the episode is we have that sheet with the black dot that the guy pulls out, the casino boss pulls out, and it goes to this hotel room with this bald dwarf, and he's playing with dice and stuff, and he takes out this photo, and then this pop music blares, and there's a woman that we don't know, I think, in one of the photos.
I didn't recognize her.
Yeah, I didn't recognize her either. And a picture of Dougie Jones, looking like a boss, by the way, with that hair.
Old school Dougie Jones. Yep. OG.
And then he just starts stabbing the photos. As soon as he starts stabbing, the music stops because it's David Lynch.
Yeah.
And then later we have a scene where he is apparently going on a murder spree through an office, finds the woman, and in the most graphic thing to ever happen in the world of Twin Peaks, stabs her brutally to death with an ice pick.
Yes, for 2 minutes or something. It goes on forever. And it is really violent. And then a woman walks in and sees it, and he goes chasing over and murders her, and ends up breaking his ice pick and goes, oh, and throws it away. That is the best part of the whole thing. Yeah. Is his ice pick is bent and he's sad. Yeah. Yeah. Not sure where any of that is going, other than, there will be a confrontation with Cooper. Yeah. But it's, I think these 6 episodes have shown there are not just lines being thrown out at random in the way some other Lynch productions do. All of this is coming together. Yeah. But what I liked about it, particularly in this episode with those scenes, is that while obviously that is something that's going to be important later on, we're going to see more of that character, and obviously he's in some way going to confront Dougie, or maybe he's going to end up. What'd be interesting is if it was mistaken identity and he went after Evil Cooper, because Evil Cooper looks like Dougie Jones as much as Good Cooper looks like Dougie Jones, and that doesn't actually look like him that much, other than the obvious of the face. But everything else is he's 50 pounds lighter and has a completely different hair and dresses completely differently. But one thing I really liked about this episode with those scenes is that it's one of those things where it's even if that never comes up again, weirdly in this episode, how it is edited together with everything else that is going on, and the violence there feels of a piece of this episode in a way that again, in that kind of Mulholland Drive-esque of this could just be this scene in this episode, and it never comes up again, and it has contributed something of value in its own way. I agree. Yeah, there is this kind of sadness for the world permeating this episode, and I agree. I think that last scene talking about Truman's one, I thought they made better use of Truman's wife here as a setup for that, and that they're actually having a lot of trouble at home because their son committed suicide over PTSD. Again, a thing we're bringing home to Twin Peaks. The one other thing we didn't talk about in this episode is you get that scene with Hawk in the bathroom where he drops the coin. Right. It's got a Native American face, so something about your heritage. He follows that. Then he sees the Native American brand, what's it called, Nez Pierce Manufacturing, on the stall door. The door's coming apart. He pries it apart and has several pieces of yellow note paper with handwriting. Yeah. And I kind of love that we didn't learn anything more about it because, of course, Lynch is going to make us wait. Yeah. But I can't wait to see what that is. So... yeah, and then back to the Roadhouse for another music performance this week. We did not have that last week, at least not over the credits. We did have a performance. I like that band. I actually looked them up. They were good. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, no, I really like those endings. And I like there's something cool about how the last week's episode did not do that, and then we're back to it. There's something that feels very significant about that. Yeah. But you're right. These episodes, I think all of these individual hours work better as episodes than I would have thought. Yeah. They're clearly part of a whole. This is going to be a very bingeable show. At the same time, I'm enjoying watching it week to week and letting these episodes sink in because I think they work as 1 hour experiences. Yeah, because I think especially with the best ones, like episode 3 and now episode 6, you say episode 3 of Twin Peaks, and that gives me a very specific impression of what that episode is. And I feel like I'm going to have that exact same feeling about this episode. And that's something that, does not happen with more serialized dramas that it's you tell me episode 6 of season 3 of Breaking Bad. I'm I don't know. That's actually one of the that's maybe the best episode of the show. So yeah, okay. That's 1 minute. That's the one where Hank gets shot in the back and paralyzed. No, but I agree with your general thesis. I would, when I watched that show, I would never have known that. Okay. I would have had no idea which one was that happened in because it's all those episodes bleed together into one larger narrative in a way that with Doctor Who, obviously it's like, you tell me fucking like whatever episode from whatever season, and I know exactly what that is. With this, I feel like we're in a similar space because of the filmmaking and the editing and like how tightly it's structured. Even if it is all, even more so than something like Breaking Bad, it feels like it is one big narrative.
Yeah,
it still has this sort of like identity in 1 hour chunks that is remarkable.
Yeah. We will be back next week. We will talk more Twin Peaks. We will talk more Doctor Who.
Yeah, the leftovers of E3 will be there.
Yeah,
we can pick over.
So this is our longest podcast we've ever done.
It was foolhardy to try to tackle Doctor Who, Twin Peaks, and E3 all in one episode, but fuck it, we did it.
We did it. Maybe this will be the last year we do this all in one episode.
This is the last year we do this all in one episode. I can confirm this.
Okay. We'll see you guys next week.
Fuck E3.